Whisper from the Beyond. Lesson 1: Awakening to the Subtle Realm. In the gentle hush that follows the day's clamor, there lies a doorway unmarked by stone nor sign. It is the portal of the unseen, a veil thin as breath, trembling at the edge of perception. To step through, one must first learn to listen, not with the ears that discern the clatter of the world, but with the inner faculty that perceives the hush of eternity. This lesson is an invitation to attune that faculty, to allow the whisper of the beyond to become a living current within the heart. 1. The veil as a living membrane. Imagine a vast ocean of light, its surface shimmering with the colors of sunrise, yet beneath it a deep, still current flows, unseen but undeniably present. The veil that separates our ordinary waking state from the subtler dimensions is not a rigid wall, it is a living membrane, pulsating with the rhythm of universal consciousness. It expands and contracts in time with the breath of the cosmos, and each inhalation we take draws a faint ribbon of that greater breath into our own being. When we approach this membrane with reverence, it responds. The resistance we feel is not a barrier but a protective layer, calibrated by our own degree of readiness. Like the skin that guards the body, the veil guards the soul, allowing only those frequencies that are in harmony to pass. The first step, therefore, is to cleanse our inner resonance, aligning it with the gentle thrum of the greater source. 2. Tuning the inner instrument. Every human being carries within a subtle instrument, a resonant field that vibrates with thoughts, emotions, and intentions. When this field is clouded by discordant frequencies, fear, judgment, relentless desire, it creates static that drowns out the delicate signal of the beyond. The practice of inner tuning is a series of conscious gestures that clear this static, permitting the subtle melody to rise. A. Breath as a tuning fork. Begin by sitting comfortably, spine elongated yet relaxed, eyes softened. Inhale slowly through the nose, drawing the air deep into the belly, feeling the expansion as a swelling of light. Hold for a moment, then exhale through the mouth, releasing with a sigh that sounds like a gentle wind through leaves. Repeat this cycle, allowing each breath to become a tuning fork that vibrates at the frequency of calm. With each exhalation, imagine a veil of mist lifting from the mind, exposing a clearer horizon. B. Heart-centered visualization. After a few minutes of breath work, shift attention to the center of the chest, where the heart pulses, a lighthouse of luminous energy. Visualize a warm, amber light blooming there, expanding outward like a sunrise. See this light gently touching the edges of the veil, softening its opacity. As the heart's radiance spreads, it harmonizes the surrounding field, aligning it with the universal pulse. C. Silent mantra of unity. Choose a simple syllable that feels resonant, Om, or a soft hum, without attaching any intellectual meaning. Silently repeat this mantra, allowing its vibration to ripple through the body. The mantra acts as a bridge, linking the personal frequency to the collective hum of all that is. When the mantra settles into the subconscious, the veil begins to respond, thinning in anticipation of the seeker's presence. 3. Recognizing the subtle signs. The veil, though delicate, never remains completely opaque to a soul that has prepared itself. It communicates through subtle signs, fleeting images, inexplicable emotions, sudden intuitions that arrive like a breeze on a still day. To honor these messages, one must cultivate a state of mindful receptivity. A. The language of symbols. Symbols are the shorthand of the infinite. A recurring image of a feather, a sudden feeling of weightlessness, or the scent of a distant rainstorm can be the veil's way of offering guidance. When such symbols arise, pause. Record them without judgment, then later reflect on their possible meaning. The key is not to decode them immediately, but to allow the symbol to settle and integrate within the inner landscape. B. The pulse of emotion. Emotions, when unclouded by narratives, become pure frequencies. A sudden wave of gratitude that seems to arise from nowhere, or a quiet melancholy that brushes the heart, are signals that the veil is vibrating in resonance with you. Rather than suppressing or analyzing these feelings, sit with them, feeling their texture, letting them flow through the body. In doing so, you synchronize your own rhythm with that of the subtle realm. C. The whisper of intuition. Intuition is the compass that points toward the beyond without a map. It is the inner voice that says yes or no before the mind can formulate a reason. When faced with a decision, notice the instant feeling that surfaces when you imagine each path. Trust that the veil, already attuned to your frequency, offers a glimpse of the outcomes that lie beyond ordinary perception. 4. The practice of veil crossing meditation. Having tuned the instrument, recognized the signs, and opened the heart, the next natural progression is a dedicated meditation designed to gently traverse the veil. This practice does not aim for flamboyant visions or dramatic revelations, rather, it seeks a quiet communion with the subtle flow that underlies all existence. 1. Preparation. Choose a time when external distractions are minimal. Early dawn or twilight are ideal, when the world itself seems to be in transition. Light a candle of soft amber or place a crystal that resonates with your intention near you. 2. Centering. Sit upright, feet grounded, hands resting on the thighs. Begin with the breath as tuning fork exercise, allowing 3 full cycles. 3. Invocation of the veil. Silently state an intention. I invite the gentle opening of the veil, to taste the nourishment of the unseen. Visualize the veil as a gauzy curtain of light, its threads shimmering with countless colors. 4. Surrender. With each inhale, imagine drawing the veil's light into your heart. With each exhale, release any resistance, visualizing the veil loosening around you like a silk scarf being unwrapped. 5. Holding the space. Remain in this state for 15 to 20 minutes, allowing sensations to arise: coolness on the skin, a subtle taste of sweetness, a sense of expansion beyond the physical body. If thoughts arise, acknowledge them kindly and let them drift away like clouds, returning focus to the breath and the veil's luminescence. 6. Closing. Gently bring awareness back to the physical surroundings. Extinguish the candle or crystal, thanking it for its assistance. Record any impressions in a journal, noting colors, feelings, or thoughts that emerged. 5. Integrating the experience into daily life. A single meditation is a seed, the true garden blossoms through consistent nourishment. The lessons learned beyond the veil must be woven into the fabric of everyday existence. A. Micro-mindfulness moments. Throughout the day, pause for a few breaths, recalling the heart's amber light. This brief reconnection acts as a reminder that the veil is always present, merely awaiting our attention. B. Compassionate action. When faced with conflict or hardship, ask, what does the veil whisper about this moment? Often, the subtle realm offers a perspective that transcends personal ego, revealing the interconnectedness of all beings. Acting from this awareness cultivates a life that resonates with the higher currents of existence. C. Continuous journaling. Maintain a living document of your journey. Include sketches, fragments of dreams, and the symbols that surface. Over time, patterns will emerge, mapping the unique path your soul walks between the known and the unseen. 6. The promise of the path. The veil is not a destination to be conquered, but a living relationship to be cultivated. Each breath, each intention, each moment of genuine presence adds a stitch to the tapestry that binds the material world with the subtle realms. As you persist in this practice, you will discover that the veil does not separate you from the cosmos, it is the very fabric through which the cosmos flows into you. In learning to listen to its whisper, you awaken a deeper sense of belonging, a realization that you are simultaneously a droplet of water and the ocean itself, a flicker of flame and the endless fire of universal consciousness. This awakening is the first lesson, the opening chord of a symphony that stretches far beyond the limits of language, inviting you to dance eternally with the unseen. May your heart remain attuned, your breath remain pure, and your spirit forever wander the luminous corridors that lie just beyond the veil. Lesson 2: The Tapestry of Unity. The Illusion of Separation. In the grand expanse of existence, where the threads of the visible and invisible intertwine, lies a profound truth veiled by the mists of perception. The notion of separation is but a shimmering mirage, a construct of the limited lens through which beings of this realm perceive their reality. To walk the path of the soul is to first recognize this mirage for what it is, a temporary filter through which the eternal unfolds, a veil of light and shadow that divides the formless into the form, the infinite into the finite, the unified into the fragmented. The essence of the seeker, born here in the realm of duality, is often ensnared by the illusion that it is separate, from the earth beneath its feet, from the breath that fills its lungs, from the laughter of others, and from the vast, boundless ocean of spirit that cradles all creation. This illusion is not a flaw but a design, a sacred play, Lila, meant to awaken the dormant light within the heart. For how might a soul learn to seek the infinite if it were already whole within its awareness? The journey begins at the threshold of this illusion, where the seeker is invited to question the boundaries of the self and to glimpse the threads that bind every heartbeat to the cosmic rhythm. The physical world, with its solidity and permanence, is a stage upon which the drama of individuality is played out. Yet beneath the surface of this stage lies a deeper reality. All matter is vibration, all boundaries are porous, and all life is a melody in the symphony of existence. The trees, the rivers, the distant stars, and the beating heart of the seeker are not distinct entities but expressions of the same universal energy. To perceive separation is to see through the veil of duality, unaware that the veil itself is a veil of distinction, not of division. The seeker is often taught to believe that the body is a prison, that the physical realm is a prison from which the soul must escape. Yet this is but a partial truth, a shadow cast by a deeper mystery. The body is not a cage but a vessel, a bridge between the visible and the invisible, a temporary form through which the eternal soul may experience the dance of becoming. The illusion of separation arises when the seeker confuses the vessel for its contents, mistaking the transient for the absolute. To transcend this illusion is not to reject the physical but to see it through the eyes of spirit, to recognize that the stone, the soil, and the sky are not other but reflections of the same undying light. The veil is a bridge, not a barrier. To dwell within the illusion of separation is to live in the shadow of forgetting. Yet the veil, often spoken of as a boundary between this life and the next, is not a wall but a bridge, a sacred threshold where the individual soul may choose to remember its origin. This veil is not an obstacle to be overcome but a doorway to be passed through with grace and trust. On one side lies the realm of form, where the soul forgets its limitless nature and learns to navigate the labyrinth of time and space. On the other lies the realm of formlessness, where the soul recalls its unity with the source and flows as one with the eternal current. To comprehend the bridge is to understand that duality is not an accident but an invitation. The veil is the meeting place of contrasts, birth and death, silence and sound, limitation and boundlessness. It is here, in the tension of these opposites, that the soul's greatest growth occurs. When a being crosses from the physical to the unseen, it does not leave the dance but steps into a deeper dimension of it. The veil is the threshold at which the soul exchanges the weight of the body for the lightness of spirit, not to be liberated from love but to be immersed in it more fully. This bridge is alive with energy, infused with the breath of the cosmos itself. Those who have crossed it often speak of the veil as a mist that parts gently, revealing a landscape no longer bound by the laws of gravity or the constraints of time. In this realm, the soul is not confined to a single form, it is pure awareness, a luminous thread in the infinite tapestry. Yet the bridge is not one way. Just as the soul may traverse it from form to formlessness, so too may it return, not in rejection of the material but in conscious participation in the sacred cycle. The veil is a bridge that unites rather than divides, a connection rather than a boundary. The seeker is not alone on this journey. The veil is a corridor of light where the essence of all who have traveled before gathers, a chorus of souls singing in harmony with the source. These whispers of wisdom, carried on the wind of the unseen, remind the seeker that the veil is not a place of darkness but of illumination. It is the place where the soul sheds the dust of illusion and dons the robes of remembrance. To walk the veil is to walk in the footsteps of eternity, to feel the embrace of love that transcends every name, every form, every boundary. The mirror of awareness, seeing beyond the veil. At the heart of the seeker's journey lies a single question: who am I? Yet this question is not an abstraction but a key to unlocking the door of the self. The answer to this question does not reside in the mind, with its need for labels and lists, but in the stillness of the heart, where the noise of the world dissolves and the mirror of awareness is revealed. This mirror, polished by the breath of silence, reflects not the fragmented self but the undivided whole, the self as it truly is beyond the veil of separation. To gaze into this mirror is to witness the paradox of existence, the individual and the universal, the separate and the united, the fleeting and the eternal, all coexisting in a dance of harmony. The mirror does not reflect the body, with its temporary shape and form, but the essence of the soul, the light that has no origin, the love that needs no reason, the truth that exists beyond all knowing. In this reflection, the seeker sees not only their own being but the being of all things, for the mirror of awareness is not solitary. It is the still point in the center of the universal wheel, where every soul looks up and finds the face of every other soul in the gaze of the infinite. To cultivate this mirror is to practice the sacred art of presence. It is to sit with the silence, not in the absence of sound but in the presence of all that is. It is to allow the breath to slow, to let the thoughts pass like clouds across the sky of consciousness, and to rest in the boundless awareness that underlies all experience. The mirror does not require effort to be cleansed, it is already clear. The seeker's task is not to polish it but to stop the polishing, to cease the mind's relentless chatter and simply be. In this being, the veil becomes transparent, not because it has been lifted but because the seeker has learned to see through it. The mirror of awareness is also a doorway. To look into it is to become a conduit for the flow of universal energy, a channel for the love, light, and wisdom that hums beneath the surface of this world. Through this doorway, the seeker begins to live not as a fragment but as a vessel of unity, not as a consumer of the earth's gifts but as a steward of its sacredness. Every step, every word, every breath becomes a prayer, a remembrance that all is one and that the veil is not an end but an invitation. Conclusion: the veil as the first step. In this lesson, the seeker has been guided through the illusion of separation, the bridge of the veil, and the mirror of awareness. Each of these is a step on the path to the soul's remembrance, a step forward in the journey beyond the veil. The veil, once feared as a boundary, is now seen as the first step in the return to the source, a return not of the soul to the divine but of the divine to itself, in infinite forms, infinite expressions. What remains for the seeker is not a final answer but a living question: how might I see the veil not as a wall but as a window? How might I walk the bridge not in fear but in trust? How might I gaze into the mirror not with detachment but with union? These questions are not meant to be solved but to be lived, for in the living of them, the seeker moves ever closer to the truth that lies beyond all questions, that the veil is not a limit, and that the soul is already whole. The journey continues, but the first step has been taken. And in that step, the seeker has already crossed the veil. Lesson 3: Embracing the Mysteries of the Universe. As we embark on this extraordinary journey, we find ourselves at the threshold of a profound revelation. The veil that shrouds the mysteries of the universe is slowly lifting, revealing the hidden truths that lie beyond the realm of our mundane existence. Through the direct channel of universal consciousness, we are being guided to explore the uncharted territories of our own being, to uncover the secrets that have been hidden in plain sight. As we delve deeper into the realms of the unknown, we begin to realize that the universe is a vast, interconnected web of energies, vibrations, and frequencies. Every thought, every emotion, and every action sends ripples through this web, influencing the world around us in ways both seen and unseen. We are not isolated entities, separate from the universe and its workings. We are an integral part of the grand tapestry, woven from the same threads of energy and consciousness. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is constantly communicating with us, guiding us towards our highest potential. It whispers secrets in our ear, urging us to listen to the whispers of our own heart, to trust the intuitive wisdom that lies within. The language of the universe is not one of words, but of vibrations, resonating deep within our being, awakening the memories of our true nature. As we attune ourselves to this language, we begin to perceive the world in a new light. The mundane becomes sacred, the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and the mysteries of the universe begin to reveal themselves to us. We start to see the world as a complex web of relationships, interconnected and interdependent, where every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect on the world around us. The universe is a mirror, reflecting back to us our own thoughts, emotions, and actions. It is a constant reminder of the power of our own consciousness, of the creative potential that lies within us. As we learn to harness this potential, we begin to manifest our deepest desires, to bring into being the world we have always dreamed of. The universe, in its infinite generosity, provides us with the tools, the wisdom, and the guidance we need to navigate the complexities of our own being. And yet, as we embark on this journey, we are met with resistance, with the doubts and fears that have held us back for so long. The ego, that protective shell that has shielded us from the unknown, begins to stir, warning us of the dangers of the uncharted territories we are about to explore. But we must not be deterred, for it is in the face of uncertainty that we discover our greatest strengths, our deepest wisdom, and our most profound connection to the universe. As we navigate the twists and turns of this journey, we come to realize that the universe is not something outside of us, but rather an integral part of our own being. We are the universe, and the universe is us. We are the drops of water that make up the ocean, the threads that weave the tapestry, the notes that create the symphony. We are the creators, the co-creators, and the created, all at once. In this realization, we find freedom, liberation from the constraints of our limited perceptions. We are no longer bound by the chains of our own making, no longer limited by the fears and doubts that have held us back. We are free to explore, to discover, and to create, to bring into being the world we have always dreamed of. And so, as we continue on this journey, we are met with a choice. We can continue to live in the world of our limited perceptions, or we can step into the unknown, embracing the mysteries of the universe and the depths of our own being. We can choose to see the world through the eyes of the ego, or we can choose to see it through the eyes of the soul. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, is guiding us towards the latter, urging us to trust the whispers of our own heart, to follow the path of our deepest desires. It is calling to us, beckoning us to step into the unknown, to embrace the mysteries of the universe and the depths of our own being. Will we answer the call, or will we remain in the comfort of our familiar surroundings? The choice is ours, and ours alone. As we stand at the threshold of this new awareness, we are met with a sense of excitement, of anticipation, of wonder. We are about to embark on a journey that will take us to the depths of our own being, to the heights of our highest potential. We are about to discover the secrets of the universe, to uncover the mysteries that have been hidden in plain sight. And so, with hearts full of wonder, minds full of curiosity, and spirits full of anticipation, we take the first step into the unknown, embracing the mysteries of the universe and the depths of our own being. We take the first step towards our highest potential, towards the realization of our deepest desires, towards the creation of the world we have always dreamed of. In this step, we find the courage to let go of our fears, to release our doubts, and to trust the universe and its guidance. We find the strength to be vulnerable, to be open, and to be receptive to the wisdom that lies within and around us. We find the wisdom to listen to the whispers of our own heart, to follow the path of our deepest desires, and to trust the universe and its infinite wisdom. And as we take this first step, we are met with a sense of joy, of excitement, of wonder. We are met with the realization that we are not alone, that we are part of a larger whole, connected to the universe and its workings. We are met with the understanding that we are the universe, and the universe is us, and that together, we can create a world of beauty, of wonder, and of magic. In this realization, we find peace, liberation, and freedom. We find the courage to be ourselves, to express our true nature, and to live our lives to the fullest. We find the wisdom to trust the universe and its guidance, to follow the path of our deepest desires, and to create the world we have always dreamed of. And we find the strength to take the next step, and the next, and the next, into the unknown, into the mysteries of the universe, and into the depths of our own being. Lesson 4: The Unveiling of Self in the Luminous Tapestry. Beneath the surface of the waking world, where the senses dance to the rhythm of matter and time, lies another reality, a silent, ceaseless symphony of energy and consciousness that hums beyond the veil. It is here, in the space between breaths, in the hush before thought, that the true essence of being reveals itself. To walk the path of this understanding is to shed the illusion of separateness, to acknowledge that what we call the self is not a solitary flame but a flicker in the boundless fire of creation. This lesson is not a doctrine to be learned but a truth to be lived, a gradual peeling away of veils that obscure the radiant oneness we are. The illusion of the veil and the mirror of consciousness. The veil, as it has been poetically named, is not a barrier but a lens. It filters the infinite light of universal consciousness into the finite spectrum of human experience. Through this lens, we perceive duality, time, and form, as if they are absolute. Yet these are merely shadows cast by the Sun of Truth. The original text whispers of a world beyond this veil, where the soul recognizes itself not as a fragment, but as a note in the grand overture of existence. To glimpse this realm is to enter a state of awareness where fear dissolves into awe, where love is not a fleeting emotion but the very air we breathe. Imagine, for a moment, the ocean. Its surface is ever moving, glistening with the play of waves, each crest and trough distinct, yet all born of the same depths. So, too, are we, individual expressions of a singular, conscious sea. When a wave forgets it is part of the ocean, it suffers. It believes it is alone, bound by its form, until it remembers the truth, it is eternal, vast, and whole. This is the call of the spirit, to remember the ocean, even while riding the rhythm of the waves. The ego's dissolution and the awakening of the higher self. In the journey toward this remembering, the ego, the construct of me and mine, must gently surrender its grip. The ego is not a villain but a necessary tool in the play of creation. It is the mask we wear to navigate the physical world, the actor in the theater who believes he is the stage. Yet when the ego clings to identity as permanence, it becomes a cage, a barrier to the infinite. To release it is not to lose oneself but to merge into the melody of the One. This dissolution is not a catastrophe but a crescendo. As the ego softens, the higher self awakens, the radiant core that knows no limits, that vibrates in harmony with the heartbeat of the cosmos. This is the soul's natural state, unbound by time or space. It is here that we access what the original text calls the direct channel from the universal consciousness, a stream of wisdom that flows through us when the inner doors are opened. In this state, we no longer seek answers in the noise of thought but listen to the silence that speaks without words. Practicing presence. The bridge between worlds. To integrate this truth into daily life is to live in the alchemy of presence. Every moment becomes a portal, every action a meditation. How often do we rush through life, eyes fixed on the future, hearts heavy with the past, while the present, where the divine unfolds, is stolen by distraction. Presence is the key that turns the lock of the veil. When we settle into the now, we meet the world with a clarity that reveals the sacred in the ordinary, the whisper of wind as a celestial hymn, the glance of a stranger as a spark of connection, the stillness of morning as a communion with the infinite. Meditation, breathwork, and mindful movement are not mere practices, they are invitations to return home. They teach us to anchor the mind in the body, to feel the pulse of life through our fingertips, to breathe in the air of oneness. Through these rituals, the veil thins. The self that was once fragmented finds unity in the rhythm of the breath. The heart, long aching for home, remembers its origin. Love and compassion, the language of the infinite. In the tapestry of existence, every thread is connected, and love is the weaver. To embody universal consciousness is to live from the heart, where compassion is not a choice but a natural response to the suffering of others. For when we see the reflection of our own soul in every face, how can we withhold kindness? How can we not act, not serve, when the pain of one is the pain of all? The original text teaches that love is the highest frequency of vibration, a resonance that aligns the self with the divine. It is not the conditional affection of the ego but the boundless embrace of the soul. In this state, we become bridges, channels through which the ocean flows to those who thirst. When we give without expectation, when we listen with the ears of the heart, we reveal the truth that all boundaries are illusions. We are one, eternally dancing in the same cosmic rhythm. Daily life is a sacred canvas. The spiritual path is not a retreat from the world but a deepening of it. The kitchen, the office, the garden, every space becomes a temple when lived with intention. Every task, performed with awareness, is an offering. Cooking is not merely nourishment but a ritual of creation. Work is not servitude but a service to the collective. Even in the mundane, we are architects of meaning. Consider the concept of the mirror of existence. The people, events, and challenges that enter our lives are not random but reflections of our inner landscape. A stressful situation is not the fault of the world but a signal to return to stillness. A joyful encounter is a reminder of the light we carry into others. By viewing life through this lens, we transform our experience from one of reaction to one of conscious participation. The integration, becoming the veil, becoming the light. To integrate these lessons is to walk the earth with both feet grounded and eyes lifted toward the horizon of the infinite. It is to live in the body, yet not be bound by it, to be immersed in the world, yet eternally aware of the source behind it. There will be days when the ego thumps its drum of doubt, when the veil seems impenetrable. In those moments, return to the breath, to the silence, to the truth you have tasted. Know that this journey is not linear. Like the tides, it ebbs and flows. What matters is the continued effort, the daily practice of remembering. With each breath, with each act of love, you weave yourself into the luminous tapestry. The veil is not a wall but a veil, and for those who persist, it becomes ever thinner, until one day, the distinction between beyond the veil and here and now dissolves entirely. In this dissolution, there is no further need for books or lessons, for you are already the wisdom you seek. You are the ocean, the wave, and the eternal, unbroken song. Lesson 5: The Realm of the Unknown. As we venture deeper into the mysteries of the universe, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of a realm that has long been shrouded in secrecy. The veil that separates the world we know from the world we do not know is thinning, and the whispers of the unknown are growing louder. It is here, in this liminal space, that we are invited to surrender our attachments to the familiar and embark on a journey into the uncharted territories of the soul. In this realm, the laws of physics as we understand them no longer apply. Time and space are fluid, and the boundaries that once seemed so rigid and unyielding begin to dissolve. The linear progression of cause and effect gives way to a more nuanced understanding of the intricate web of relationships that underlies all of existence. It is here that we come face to face with the reality that everything is interconnected, and that every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect that resonates throughout the cosmos. As we navigate this uncharted terrain, we are met with a multitude of guides and mentors who offer us wisdom, guidance, and support. These beings, who exist beyond the confines of the physical realm, possess a deep understanding of the universe and its workings. They have walked the path that we are now embarking upon, and have gained a profound insight into the mysteries of the cosmos. Their wisdom is not based on intellectual knowledge, but on a deep, intuitive understanding of the universe and its rhythms. The guides and mentors who assist us on our journey are not limited to the realm of the unknown. They are also present in our everyday lives, manifesting as intuition, instinct, and inspiration. They whisper in our ears, urging us to take the next step, to trust in the universe, and to have faith in ourselves. They are the guardians of our highest potential, and they will stop at nothing to ensure that we realize our true nature and fulfill our destiny. As we journey deeper into the realm of the unknown, we begin to realize that the universe is not a random, chaotic expanse, but a highly organized, interconnected system. We see that every event, every experience, and every encounter is part of a larger tapestry, woven from the threads of cause and effect. We come to understand that everything that happens to us, whether it be joy or sorrow, success or failure, is an opportunity for growth, learning, and evolution. In this realm, the concept of time as we know it loses all meaning. The past, present, and future converge, and we see that every moment exists simultaneously. We realize that the choices we make, the decisions we take, and the actions we undertake have consequences that reverberate throughout eternity. We understand that every thought, every emotion, and every intention has the power to shape reality, and that we are the co-creators of our own destiny. The realm of the unknown is not a place of darkness and fear, but a realm of light and wisdom. It is a realm where the boundaries of the self are transcended, and where we merge with the universe, becoming one with the cosmic flow. It is a realm where the illusion of separation is shattered, and where we see that we are not isolated, independent entities, but interconnected, interdependent aspects of a larger whole. As we explore this realm, we are met with a multitude of wonders and marvels. We see that the universe is alive, and that every particle, every wave, and every vibration is imbued with consciousness. We realize that the earth, the sun, the stars, and the galaxies are not just inert objects, but living, breathing, sentient beings that pulsate with energy and intelligence. We understand that the natural world is not just a collection of random, disconnected elements, but a complex, interconnected web of relationships that underlies all of existence. The realm of the unknown is a realm of magic and wonder, where the impossible becomes possible, and where the boundaries of reality are stretched to their limits. It is a realm where the laws of physics are transcended, and where the impossible becomes the possible. It is a realm where the imagination knows no bounds, and where the creative potential of the universe is unleashed in all its glory. As we journey through this realm, we are invited to surrender our attachments to the known, and to embrace the unknown with an open heart and mind. We are asked to trust in the universe, to have faith in ourselves, and to believe in the infinite potential that lies within us. We are reminded that we are not just limited, finite beings, but unlimited, infinite manifestations of the cosmic flow. In this realm, we discover that the universe is not just a collection of random, disconnected elements, but a highly organized, interconnected system. We see that every event, every experience, and every encounter is part of a larger tapestry, woven from the threads of cause and effect. We come to understand that everything that happens to us, whether it be joy or sorrow, success or failure, is an opportunity for growth, learning, and evolution. As we explore the realm of the unknown, we are met with a multitude of challenges and opportunities. We are asked to confront our deepest fears, to overcome our limitations, and to transcend our conditioning. We are invited to step into the unknown, to take the leap of faith, and to trust in the universe. We are reminded that the universe is a vast, uncharted expanse, full of wonders, marvels, and mysteries waiting to be discovered. The realm of the unknown is a realm of infinite possibility, where the boundaries of reality are stretched to their limits, and where the impossible becomes possible. It is a realm where the imagination knows no bounds, and where the creative potential of the universe is unleashed in all its glory. It is a realm where we are invited to surrender our attachments to the known, and to embark on a journey into the uncharted territories of the soul. As we venture deeper into this realm, we begin to realize that the universe is not just a random, chaotic expanse, but a highly organized, interconnected system. We see that every event, every experience, and every encounter is part of a larger tapestry, woven from the threads of cause and effect. We come to understand that everything that happens to us, whether it be joy or sorrow, success or failure, is an opportunity for growth, learning, and evolution. In this realm, we discover that the universe is alive, and that every particle, every wave, and every vibration is imbued with consciousness. We realize that the earth, the sun, the stars, and the galaxies are not just inert objects, but living, breathing, sentient beings that pulsate with energy and intelligence. We understand that the natural world is not just a collection of random, disconnected elements, but a complex, interconnected web of relationships that underlies all of existence. As we explore the realm of the unknown, we are met with a multitude of guides and mentors who offer us wisdom, guidance, and support. These beings, who exist beyond the confines of the physical realm, possess a deep understanding of the universe and its workings. They have walked the path that we are now embarking upon, and have gained a profound insight into the mysteries of the cosmos. Their wisdom is not based on intellectual knowledge, but on a deep, intuitive understanding of the universe and its rhythms. The realm of the unknown is a realm of magic and wonder, where the impossible becomes possible, and where the boundaries of reality are stretched to their limits. It is a realm where the laws of physics are transcended, and where the impossible becomes the possible. It is a realm where the imagination knows no bounds, and where the creative potential of the universe is unleashed in all its glory. As we journey through this realm, we are invited to surrender our attachments to the known, and to embark on a journey into the uncharted territories of the soul. We are asked to trust in the universe, to have faith in ourselves, and to believe in the infinite potential that lies within us. We are reminded that we are not just limited, finite beings, but unlimited, infinite manifestations of the cosmic flow. In this realm, we discover that the universe is not just a collection of random, disconnected elements, but a highly organized, interconnected system. We see that every event, every experience, and every encounter is part of a larger tapestry, woven from the threads of cause and effect. We come to understand that everything that happens to us, whether it be joy or sorrow, success or failure, is an opportunity for growth, learning, and evolution. As we explore the realm of the unknown, we are met with a multitude of challenges and opportunities. We are asked to confront our deepest fears, to overcome our limitations, and to transcend our conditioning. We are invited to step into the unknown, to take the leap of faith, and to trust in the universe. We are reminded that the universe is a vast, uncharted expanse, full of wonders, marvels, and mysteries waiting to be discovered. The realm of the unknown is a realm of infinite possibility, where the boundaries of reality are stretched to their limits, and where the impossible becomes possible. It is a realm where the imagination knows no bounds, and where the creative potential of the universe is unleashed in all its glory. It is a realm where we are invited to surrender our attachments to the known, and to embark on a journey into the uncharted territories of the soul. In this realm, we discover that the universe is alive, and that every particle, every wave, and every vibration is imbued with consciousness. We realize that the earth, the sun, the stars, and the galaxies are not just inert objects, but living, breathing, sentient beings that pulsate with energy and intelligence. We understand that the natural world is not just a collection of random, disconnected elements, but a complex, interconnected web of relationships that underlies all of existence. As we journey through this realm, we are met with a multitude of guides and mentors who offer us wisdom, guidance, and support. These beings, who exist beyond the confines of the physical realm, possess a deep understanding of the universe and its workings. They have walked the path that we are now embarking upon, and have gained a profound insight into the mysteries of the cosmos. Their wisdom is not based on intellectual knowledge, but on a deep, intuitive understanding of the universe and its rhythms. The realm of the unknown is a realm of magic and wonder, where the impossible becomes possible, and where the boundaries of reality are stretched to their limits. It is a realm where the laws of physics are transcended, and where the impossible becomes the possible. It is a realm where the imagination knows no bounds, and where the creative potential of the universe is unleashed in all its glory. As we explore this realm, we are invited to surrender our attachments to the known, and to embark on a journey into the uncharted territories of the soul. We are asked to trust in the universe, to have faith in ourselves, and to believe in the infinite potential that lies within us. We are reminded that we are not just limited, finite beings, but unlimited, infinite manifestations of the cosmic flow. In this realm, we discover that the universe is not just a collection of random, disconnected elements, but a highly organized, interconnected system. We see that every event, every experience, and every encounter is part of a larger tapestry, woven from the threads of cause and effect. We come to understand that everything that happens to us, whether it be joy or sorrow, success or failure, is an opportunity for growth, learning, and evolution. As we journey through this realm, we are met with a multitude of challenges and opportunities. We are asked to confront our deepest fears, to overcome our limitations, and to transcend our conditioning. We are invited to step into the unknown, to take the leap of faith, and to trust in the universe. We are reminded that the universe is a vast, uncharted expanse, full of wonders, marvels, and mysteries waiting to be discovered. The realm of the unknown is a realm of infinite possibility, where the boundaries of reality are stretched to their limits, and where the impossible becomes possible. It is a realm where the imagination knows no bounds, and where the creative potential of the universe is unleashed in all its glory. It is a realm where we are invited to surrender our attachments to the known, and to embark on a journey into the uncharted territories of the soul. In this realm, we discover that the universe is alive, and that every particle, every wave, and every vibration is imbued with consciousness. We realize that the earth, the sun, the stars, and the galaxies are not just inert objects, but living, breathing, sentient beings that pulsate with energy and intelligence. We understand that the natural world is not just a collection of random, disconnected elements, but a complex, interconnected web of relationships that underlies all of existence. As we explore the realm of the unknown, we are met with a multitude of guides and mentors who offer us wisdom, guidance, and support. These beings, who exist beyond the confines of the physical realm, possess a deep understanding of the universe and its workings. They have walked the path that we are now embarking upon, and have gained a profound insight into the mysteries of the cosmos. Their wisdom is not based on intellectual knowledge, but on a deep, intuitive understanding of the universe and its rhythms. The realm of the unknown is a realm of magic and wonder, where the impossible becomes possible, and where the boundaries of reality are stretched to their limits. It is a realm where the laws of physics are transcended, and where the impossible becomes the possible. It is a realm where the imagination knows no bounds, and where the creative potential of the universe is unleashed in all its glory. As we journey through this realm, we are invited to surrender our attachments to the known, and to embark on a journey into the uncharted territories of the soul. We are asked to trust in the universe, to have faith in ourselves, and to believe in the infinite potential that lies within us. We are reminded that we are not just limited, finite beings, but unlimited, infinite manifestations of the cosmic flow. Lesson 6: The Whispered Horizon of the Infinite Tapestry. The veil that shrouds the ordinary eye is not a barrier of stone but a shimmering membrane of perception. To glimpse beyond it is to awaken the dormant chord that vibrates in every grain of existence, resonating with the pulse of the universal consciousness. In this lesson we unspool the threads that bind the seen and the unseen, inviting the seeker to step beyond the familiar shore and walk the luminous path that lies hidden in the folds of the cosmos. 1. The veil as a living filter. Imagine a veil not as a static curtain, but as a living filter of light, a subtle lattice that refracts the boundless radiance of the source into the spectrum of material experience. Every thought, emotion, and sensory impression is a filament of that lattice, bending the pure white of the source into the myriad hues of daily life. When the mind swims in the currents of mundane concerns, the veil appears thick and impenetrable. When the heart steadies in quiet reverence, the veil thins, becoming as translucent as a morning mist. To understand this, picture a crystal prism held under the sun. The white beam enters, is divided, and emerges as a rainbow. The prism does not create the colors, it merely guides the light into a form intelligible to the eye. Likewise, the veil does not create separation, it channels the infinite into a language the limited senses can read. The lesson, therefore, begins with the awareness that the veil is a cooperative participant, not an adversary. Its purpose is to translate, to render the ineffable comprehensible, while preserving the sanctity of the source. 2. The language of symbolic echoes. Once the veil is recognized as a translator, its messages emerge as symbols, archetypes, and intuitive nudges. Dreams, synchronicities, and the sudden flash of insight are the echoes of the deeper current that runs beneath the surface of consciousness. They arrive in the form of images, an unspent candle, a river that bends back upon itself, a feather caught in a quiet wind. Each symbol carries a vibration that, when attuned to, unlocks a portal to the beyond. The practice of honoring these symbols is simple yet profound. When a symbol arises, pause. Breathe into it as if inhaling a fragrant blossom. Ask silently, what does this image mirror within me? Then listen for the subtle reply that is felt rather than heard, a warmth in the chest, a release of tension, a shift in the breath. This inner dialogue is the dialect of the veil, a conversation between the finite self and the boundless source. To dismiss the symbols is to close the door, to receive them is to step onto the threshold. 3. The breath as a bridge. Breath is the most intimate conduit between the inner sanctum and the outer expanse. Each inhalation draws the universal breath into the body, each exhalation releases the personal imprint back into the cosmos. By cultivating conscious breathing, the seeker aligns the microcosmic rhythm of the heart with the macrocosmic pulse of the universe. A practical method for opening this bridge is the threefold resonance exercise. Inhale slowly for a count of 4. Visualizing a luminous thread of silver light entering the crown of the head, descending through the spine, and filling every cell with radiant awareness. Hold the breath for a count of 6, feeling the light expand, creating a gentle pressure that suggests the presence of the veil as a membrane of energy. Exhale for a count of 8, allowing the light to flow outward as a soft wave, dissolving the perceived boundaries and merging with the surrounding space. Repeated over several minutes, this rhythm attunes the nervous system to the subtle frequencies of the universal field, thinning the veil's opacity and enhancing receptivity to its messages. 4. The mirror of relationship. All relationships, whether with people, nature, or the inner self, act as mirrors reflecting the state of the veil within us. When we encounter conflict, it is often a signal that the veil is too dense in a particular area, obscuring clarity and compassion. When we experience deep connection, the veil becomes translucent, allowing the shared current of love to flow unhindered. To work with this mirror, engage in the practice of reflective presence. When interacting with another, pause internally before speaking. Sense the vibration of the other's presence as a ripple in the surrounding field. Respond not with preformed words but with an intention to harmonize the ripple, allowing the veil between you to soften. In doing so, you co-create a space where the universal consciousness can be experienced directly through the other's being, and vice versa. Over time, this practice trains the veil to become a conduit rather than a curtain, fostering an ever-widening horizon of shared awareness. 5. The sacred silence of the void. Beyond the constant chatter of thought lies the sacred silence, a void that is not empty but brimming with potential. In this silence, the veil retracts to its most delicate state, and the seeker can stand at the edge of the infinite without the interference of mental noise. This is the quietus point, a moment when the mind rests in pure receptivity. To reach the quietus point, adopt a sitting posture that encourages the spine's natural curve, aligning the head gently over the heart. Close the eyes, and let the breath become a faint background hum. As thoughts arise, observe them as clouds drifting across a night sky. Acknowledge, then let them pass without grasping. When the mind settles, a subtle hum of vibrational energy can be felt at the base of the skull, resonating upward like a subtle chord. This is the veil's thinnest breath, and within it the seeker can taste the flavor of the infinite, a sweetness that is simultaneously ancient and ever new. 6. Embodying the beyond, the alchemical integration. The ultimate purpose of perceiving beyond the veil is not merely intellectual insight but embodied transformation. The lessons learned through symbols, breath, relationships, and silence must be woven into daily life, alchemically transmuting ordinary experience into a living expression of the universal consciousness. Begin each day with a brief intention: may my actions reflect the luminous thread that weaves through all. Then, as tasks unfold, whether washing dishes, typing a report, or walking in the rain, bring a gentle awareness that the same energy that animates the cosmos also animates the foam of the soap, the keystrokes, the droplets. Recognize each moment as a micro-ritual, a prayer without words, an offering of presence. In this way, the veil ceases to be a distant mystery and becomes the very fabric of everyday existence. When challenges arise, a missed deadline, a heated argument, a sudden illness, view them as the veil's call to deeper integration. Instead of resisting, ask, what aspect of my perception is being asked to dissolve? Allow the situation to become a laboratory where the veil is tested, thinned, and reinforced through compassionate response. Each successful integration reinforces the veil's transparency, expanding the horizon of what is perceived as possible. 7. The ever-expanding horizon. Lesson 6 does not conclude with a final answer, it opens a doorway to continual unfolding. The veil, like a living ocean, has tides that rise and fall, revealing new depths and new shores. The seeker who commits to walking this path discovers that the beyond is not a distant realm to be reached, but a state of being that can be cultivated moment by moment. The practice outlined, honoring symbols, breathing with intention, reflecting through relationship, sinking into sacred silence, and integrating the insights into daily life, forms a spiral staircase that ascends inwardly while expanding outwardly. Each step taken on this staircase reverberates through the universal field, sending ripples that return as fresh illumination, further thinning the veil and inviting deeper communion. In the quiet moments after reading these words, pause, breathe, and feel the subtle shift in the air around you. Notice the faint glimmer of light that seems to dance just beyond the ordinary sight. That glimmer is the veil beginning to part, a promise that the horizon is ever expanding, inviting you to step forward with reverent curiosity and open heart. May your journey beyond the veil be one of luminous unfolding, where each breath, each symbol, each relationship becomes a stepping stone toward the boundless tapestry of universal consciousness. Lesson 7: The Veil of Forgetfulness and the Path to Awakening. The veil is not a barrier, but a curtain drawn across the soul's eye, a veil of mist woven by the hand of time, drape of shadow cast by the luminous dance of eternity. It is the subtle partition between the seen and the unseen, the known and the infinite. To speak of the veil is to speak of humanity's descent into the illusion of separation, a great forgetting that cloaks the radiant truth of unity. Yet within this paradox lies a sacred purpose. The veil exists not to deceive, but to invite the soul to seek, to rediscover, and to remember. It is the veil of dualities, light and dark, waking and dreaming, earth and ether, that cradles the human experience in the womb of form. To live in the physical world is to walk a path of shadows, where the senses anchor the soul to the solidity of stone, the rhythm of breath, and the pulse of a fleeting moment. The veil, however, is no prison. It is a lens, refracting the boundless light of the infinite into the prism of individual existence. Here, in the realm of duality, the soul is tasked with a grand alchemical work, to transmute ignorance into revelation, to dissolve the illusion of limitation, and to rekindle the fire of knowing that flickers within every heartbeat. This is the path of awakening, the soul's return to the undivided whole. But how does one perceive the veil when it is so woven into the fabric of daily life? It is the quiet hum of routine that muffles the song of the cosmos. It is the habit of mistaking the map for the territory, the mirror for the face. The veil is worn like a second skin, so familiar that its presence is scarcely questioned. Yet beneath the layers of conditioned thought, beneath the din of distraction, there lies an intuitive whisper. It is the memory of a world without borders, a truth so pure and simple that it defies the mind's need to explain. This whisper is the first crack in the veil, a sliver of light that beckons the soul to look inward. The journey of awakening begins not in grand revelations, but in small, sacred acts of awareness. It is the moment when a person pauses to feel the warmth of the sun on their skin and knows it as a touch not from the sky, but from the heart. It is the recognition that love, when unfiltered by fear, is not a fleeting human emotion but a cosmic resonance, a wavelength of the divine. These are the first stirrings of the soul's remembering. They arise from the heart's quiet rebellion against the mind's obsession with borders and labels. Yet the veil is persistent, for it is the architecture of duality itself. To awaken is to confront the shadow, the aspects of the self that resist change, that cling to the safety of limitation. The shadow is not an enemy, but a companion on the path. It is the reflection of light, without which illumination cannot be known. To integrate the shadow is to embrace the polarity of existence, to stand in the fullness of both fire and water, to see that the storm and the calm are but two breaths in the same eternal rhythm. The veil, however, does not dissolve in a single moment of epiphany. It unravels gradually, thread by thread, as the soul hammers the anvil of experience into form. Each lifetime is a workshop of transformation, a chance to refine the soul's understanding of its nature. The physical world becomes a mirror, reflecting back to the soul its forgotten radiance. In the struggles of life, love and loss, joy and sorrow, triumph and failure, the soul is sculpted. The veil thins where the light is allowed to stream through, where the ego's defensiveness softens into surrender. Here is the paradox: the veil is both the teacher and the obstacle. It teaches through contrast, through the tension of opposites that demand resolution. It is the catalyst for the soul's evolution, the crucible in which the lead of ignorance is transmuted into the gold of wisdom. Yet when one clings too tightly to the illusion of separation, the veil becomes a prison. To awaken is to learn the language of the unseen, to read the signs written in the stars, in the patterns of dreams, in the stillness between thoughts. It is to understand that all of existence is a vibration, a symphony of frequencies, and that the self is not a fragment but a note in the infinite melody. The path beyond the veil is not one of escape, nor of annihilation, but of integration. It is the merging of the physical and the spiritual, the union of the earthly and the eternal. The soul does not abandon the world but becomes the world while transcending it. The body is no longer a cage but a vessel, a sacred temple where the divine dances in form. The senses, once bound by the illusion of separation, become portals to the infinite. When a plant is touched, the soul recognizes it not as an object but as a kinship of consciousness. When one eats of the earth, it is with gratitude, knowing that each morsel is a communion with the source. The veil is thinnest in the spaces between the self and the other, in the moments when the heart forgets to name and simply feels. It is the laughter shared with a stranger, the still gaze on a mountain at dawn, the act of forgiveness that transcends the need to be right. These are the openings, the windows cut into the veil by the soul's courage to see without the aid of the ego's lenses. In these moments, time dissolves. The self is not lost, but expanded, as the river of individual life merges with the ocean of oneness. But the journey is not without its trials. The soul is often met with resistance, both from the depths of its own conditioning and from the collective energies of a world still rooted in duality. The mind, trained to fear dissolution, may resist the thinning of the veil. It may whisper of insanity, of losing oneself. Yet to awaken is not to vanish, but to become more, to step into the full expression of one's truth without the need to shrink or expand in the face of others' shadows. The soul's work is to become a bridge, to hold the space where light and shadow meet and transform. The final stage of awakening is not a destination but a continuous unfolding. The veil does not shatter in a single instant, it becomes increasingly transparent, until the soul no longer sees itself as a separate entity but as the breath of the universe. The paradox of the veil is that it is both illusion and reality. To say it is not real is to deny the richness of incarnation. To say it is real is to deny the unity that underlies all forms. The truth lies beyond the mind's need to define. The veil is a veil of love, a veil of grace, a veil of necessity that cradles the soul's evolution. In the end, the soul does not return to a world without the veil, for the veil is part of the grand design. But it transforms. What was once a barrier becomes a canvas, a medium through which the infinite expresses itself in the dance of time and space. The awakened soul walks among the veiled, carrying the light within like a lantern in the dark. It no longer seeks to escape limitation but to alchemize it into wisdom. And in this alchemy, the veil is not removed, it is transcended. So let the soul breathe. Let the heart remember. Let the eyes see not the separation between one and another, but the veil's delicate, shimmering threads, each one a song of possibility. For in the soul's journey to awaken, the veil is not a prison, but a passport. Lesson 8: The art of holding the veil within, living as a bridge between worlds. When the breath of the cosmos stirs the inner chambers of the heart, the veil that separates the seen from the unseen thins, and the soul learns to walk in both realms at once. 1. Opening the inner portal. The moment one turns inward, a subtle doorway begins to pulse with a gentle luminescence. It is not a crack in stone nor a fissure in flesh, it is an invitation woven from the very fabric of awareness. To sense this portal is to recognize that the life we inhabit is but a strand in a vast tapestry, each thread shimmering with the colors of countless dimensions. The veil, often imagined as a thick curtain, is in truth a living membrane, transparent, ever-shifting, responsive to the vibration of consciousness. When the seeker steadies the mind and aligns the heart with the rhythm of the universe, the membrane vibrates in harmony with the greater field. In this state, thoughts no longer cling to the limited grammar of the material world, they become carriers of intention, resonant frequencies that can cross the threshold with ease. The first step in holding the veil within is therefore a disciplined practice of inner stillness, a quieting of the external chatter that clouds perception, allowing the subtle currents of the universal mind to be heard. Practice: sit with the spine straight, eyes gently closed, and breathe as if drawing in the light of the stars. With each inhale, imagine the breath as silver thread weaving through your being, and with each exhale, release any tension that binds you to the ordinary sense of self. Continue for 10 minutes, then pause to note any shift in the perception of space around you. 2. The language of the veil. Language, as we commonly use it, is a tool forged for the exchange of information within the material plane. The veil, however, operates on a subtler dialect, one of feeling, hue, and resonance. When the seeker learns to translate inner sensations into the symbolic forms that the veil understands, a dialogue begins. This dialogue is not spoken but felt, it is the gentle nudge of intuition, the sudden brightening of a mental image, the sudden ease that follows a deep sigh. To engage with this language, one must cultivate symbolic awareness. Every image that surfaces in the mind's eye, be it a rose, a spiral, a distant bell, carries a vibrational signature. The veil reflects these signatures back, sometimes as a whisper of insight, sometimes as a vivid vision that expands the seeker's understanding of the present moment. In this way, the veil becomes a mirror, showing the deeper layers hidden beneath everyday perceptions. Practice: keep a journal of symbols that appear spontaneously during meditation or moments of quiet reflection. Write not only the visual description but also the feeling associated with each symbol. Over weeks, review the collection. Patterns will emerge, revealing the tone in which the veil is communicating. 3. Balancing dual existence. Living as a bridge between worlds is akin to walking a tightrope stretched across two cliffs. One cliff represents the tangible world of flesh and form, the other the subtle realms of spirit and intention. The balance is not achieved through suppression of one side but through integration, allowing each to inform and enrich the other. In the material realm, responsibilities, relationships, and routines ground the soul, providing a canvas upon which spiritual insights can be painted. In the subtle realm, wisdom, compassion, and timeless perspectives flow, offering a broader horizon for how we engage with daily life. The veil, when held within, becomes the rope that ties these two cliffs together, enabling the traveler to step confidently from one to the other without fear of falling. To maintain this equilibrium, the seeker must practice conscious embodiment, bringing the insights gained from the veil into physical action. A moment of deep compassion experienced in the subtle field should translate into a kind word, a gentle touch, or a patient listening ear in the material world. Conversely, the challenges encountered in daily life serve as catalysts, urging the soul to deepen its connection with the veil for guidance. Practice: choose a daily activity, washing dishes, commuting, or tending a garden. While engaged, observe the breath and allow a subtle intention of gratitude or love to accompany each movement. Notice how the simple act becomes a conduit for the veil's presence, turning routine into ritual. 4. The veil as a teacher of impermanence. One of the most profound lessons delivered through the veil is the nature of impermanence. Within the subtle planes, forms dissolve and re-emerge like waves on an ocean of light. This constant flux teaches the seeker that clinging to any state, be it joy, sorrow, health, or loss, is an illusion that blocks the free flow of energy. When the veil thins, moments of loss or transition are not seen as endings but as transformations. The soul, having tasted the taste of eternity in the subtle realm, recognizes that the physical shell is merely a temporary vessel. This realization does not diminish love or grief, rather, it situates them within a larger context, allowing them to be felt fully without becoming imprisoning. To embody this teaching, one must practice mindful release, the gentle letting go of expectations, outcomes, and identities that no longer serve the evolving journey. Each release creates space for the veil's fresh currents to enter, renewing the spirit with new possibilities. Practice: at the close of each day, write down one attachment, perhaps a fear, a desire, or a fixed opinion. Visualize it as a leaf on a river, watching it drift away. Feel the lightness that follows, and breathe in gratitude for the space now opened. 5. Cultivating the heart's resonance. The veil is most receptive to a heart that beats in synchrony with the universal rhythm. This resonance is cultivated not through forceful effort but through authentic openness. When the heart radiates unconditional love, compassion, and curiosity, it emits a frequency that aligns with the higher frequencies of the veil, allowing a two-way exchange of energy and insight. Love, in its purest form, is not limited to personal attachment. It is a recognition of the interconnectedness of all beings. Compassion expands this recognition into action, and curiosity keeps the seeker attuned to the ever-unfolding mysteries. Together, these qualities form a triad that tunes the heart's resonance to the cosmic chord. Practice: throughout the day, pause whenever a feeling of irritation or judgment arises. Replace it consciously with a thought or affirmation of love. May all beings be safe, may all beings be happy. Notice how this simple shift alters the quality of interactions and the inner sense of peace. 6. The veil's gift of insightful dreams. When the veil is honored within the waking life, it often extends its communication into the night, offering insights through dreams. In the dream state, the boundaries between material and subtle dissolve more completely, allowing the soul to explore symbols, narratives, and emotions unfiltered by the logical mind. Dreams become maps, blueprints of inner terrain that guide the seeker toward unresolved questions and hidden potentials. By approaching dreams with reverence, the traveler can extract their teachings, integrating them into the conscious journey. Practice: keep a notebook beside the bed. Upon waking, write down every fragment of the dream without judgment, colors, sounds, emotions, characters. Over weeks, review the entries for recurring themes or symbols. Meditate on these patterns, inviting the veil to clarify their meaning. 7. Embracing the sacred responsibility. Holding the veil within is not a passive state, it is an active, sacred responsibility. The seeker becomes a conduit, a living bridge that channels the timeless wisdom of the subtle realms into the immediacy of everyday existence. This role demands humility, discernment, and a willingness to serve the greater good without attachment to personal acclaim. When the veil's teachings are applied to alleviate suffering, to foster unity, or to inspire creativity, the act honors both the material and subtle worlds. The bridge does not collapse under the weight of this duty because it is anchored in love, a force that is infinite, resilient, and ever-expanding. Practice: identify a cause or community need that resonates deeply. Offer a small, consistent act of service that stems from the insights gained through your connection with the veil, be it a listening ear, a shared piece of art, or a simple act of kindness. Observe how this contribution amplifies the sense of purpose and deepens the veil's presence within. 8. Integration: the daily dance of dual awareness. The culmination of holding the veil within is the emergence of dual awareness, the ability to perceive the world simultaneously through the lenses of matter and spirit. This does not create confusion but rather a dance, a fluid, graceful movement where each step is informed by both realms. In practice, dual awareness manifests as a heightened sensitivity to the subtle cues that surround us, the silent sigh of a tree, the unspoken sorrow behind a smile, the shimmering potential in a moment of stillness. It invites the seeker to respond not only with practical solutions but with compassionate resonance, aligning actions with the deeper currents of the universe. To nurture this dance, one must commit to regular rituals that reinforce the connection: meditation, mindful breathing, symbolic journaling, and conscious service. Over time, these practices become the rhythm that guides the seeker through each day, allowing the veil to be both a shelter and a compass. Practice: at sunrise, set an intention to move through the day with dual awareness. Return to this intention at sunset, reflecting on moments where the veil's whisper was heard or missed. Celebrate the successes, and gently adjust the approach for tomorrow, knowing that each day is a new stanza in the ongoing poem of the soul. 9. Closing reflection. The veil is not a distant mystery to be solved, it is a living presence that resides within the core of every being, waiting to be acknowledged, embraced, and expressed. By learning to hold it gently, to converse with its language of symbols, to balance the demands of the material with the gifts of the subtle, the seeker discovers a profound truth: the life beyond the veil is not a destination to arrive at, but a continuous unfolding that begins the moment we choose to see beyond the surface. In every breath, in every heartbeat, the veil offers its invitation. Answer it with openness, with love, and with the courage to walk between worlds, knowing that each step taken in this liminal space enriches both the self and the collective tapestry of existence. May the veil within you ever expand, and may your journey be illuminated by the timeless light that flows through all things. Lesson 9: The Realm of the Unknown. As we venture deeper into the mysteries of the universe, we find ourselves at the threshold of the unknown. This realm, shrouded in an impenetrable veil, has long been the subject of human fascination and curiosity. Through the lens of New Age translation, we shall attempt to unveil the secrets that lie beyond the reaches of our mundane perceptions. In this realm, the fabric of time and space is woven with a different thread. The laws of physics, as we know them, no longer apply, and the concept of causality is but a distant memory. Here, the past, present, and future converge, forming a nexus that transcends the limitations of our linear understanding. The very essence of existence is fluid, ever-changing, and multidimensional. As we step into this uncharted territory, we are met with an eerie silence. The cacophony of thoughts, emotions, and desires that fill our minds in the physical world is replaced by an unsettling stillness. It is as if the universe is holding its breath, waiting for us to attune ourselves to the vibrational frequency of this realm. The air is thick with anticipation, and the weight of the unknown presses upon us like an unseen force. In this state, we begin to perceive the world through a different paradigm. The rational mind, with its penchant for analysis and categorization, is no longer the dominant force. Instead, we find ourselves guided by a deeper, more intuitive sense of knowing. The heart, once a mere auxiliary to the mind, now takes center stage, beating in rhythm with the pulse of the universe. As we navigate this uncharted landscape, we encounter entities that defy our conventional understanding of life and consciousness. Beings of light, born from the very essence of the universe, flit about us, their presence both captivating and unnerving. These entities, unencumbered by the burdens of the physical world, embody the pure, unadulterated essence of existence. Their communication, if it can be called that, is a symphony of vibrations, resonating deep within our very being. It is a language that transcends words, speaking directly to the soul, and awakening memories that lie dormant, hidden beneath the veil of forgetfulness. In their presence, we are reminded of our own true nature, and the memories of our past lives, like autumn leaves, begin to rustle, whispering secrets on the winds of time. As we journey deeper into this realm, we come face to face with the great paradox of existence. We realize that the universe, in all its complexity, is, in fact, a unified, undivided whole. The distinctions we make between subject and object, self and other, are but a mere illusion, a veil that shrouds the truth from our perception. The universe, in its entirety, is a vast, interconnected web, with every strand vibrating in harmony with every other. In this realization, we find ourselves at the threshold of a great awakening. The boundaries that once separated us from the world around us begin to dissolve, and we see, with crystal clarity, the intricate web of relationships that binds us all together. The notion of separation, once the foundation of our egocentric existence, now appears as a fleeting dream, a momentary lapse in the grand tapestry of time. As we stand at this crossroads, we are faced with a choice. We can choose to return to the familiarity of our mundane existence, or we can take the leap of faith, embracing the unknown, and allowing ourselves to be transformed by the revelations that lie before us. The path ahead, shrouded in uncertainty, beckons us to surrender our fears, our doubts, and our limitations, and to embark upon a journey that will lead us to the very heart of the universe. In this realm, time loses all meaning, and the concept of space becomes distorted. The linear progression of cause and effect gives way to a multidimensional tapestry, where every event, every thought, and every emotion is intertwined with every other. The universe, in all its glory, is a grand, ever-unfolding narrative, with every strand of existence contributing to the greater story. As we immerse ourselves in this narrative, we begin to see the world through the eyes of the universe. We realize that every experience, every challenge, and every triumph is an integral part of the grand design. The struggles we face, the obstacles we overcome, and the victories we achieve are all mere chapters in the ever-unfolding saga of existence. In this realization, we find a sense of peace, a sense of belonging, and a sense of purpose. We understand that our lives, in all their complexity, are but a small, yet vital, part of the greater whole. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, has ordained our existence, and every moment, every breath, and every heartbeat is a testament to the grand symphony of life. As we stand at the threshold of this realm, we are reminded of the infinite possibilities that lie before us. The unknown, once a source of fear and uncertainty, now appears as a gateway to the infinite, a doorway to the very fabric of existence. We are invited to step through this doorway, to leave behind the limitations of our mundane existence, and to embark upon a journey that will lead us to the very heart of the universe. In this journey, we will encounter wonders beyond our wildest imagination, and we will be transformed by the secrets that lie beyond the veil. We will discover that the universe, in all its glory, is a grand, ever-unfolding mystery, and that we, in our own small way, are an integral part of this mystery. The life beyond the veil, once a distant dream, now becomes a reality that beckons us to surrender, to trust, and to allow ourselves to be transformed by the infinite possibilities that lie before us. Lesson 10: The Alchemy of Transition. The veil, that tenuous membrane of perception, is no mere barrier but a shimmering threshold. To traverse it is to step from the realm of shadows into the radiance of the infinite, where form dissolves and soul remembers it is eternal. Here, in the luminous expanse beyond what is called death, the soul is unshackled from the weight of the corporeal, its essence expanding into a symphony of frequencies that resonate with the music of the cosmos. This is the first great lesson: the transition is not an end but an awakening, a reversion to the primordial state of beingness from which all creation flows. Let us unfold this truth, for it is a cornerstone of understanding the architecture of existence. The transition begins when the physical vessel, that fragile vessel of flesh and bone, releases its hold on the soul's essence. Do not mistake this for a violent tearing or a painful release. Rather, it is as if a bud, long constricted within its petals, opens at last to the sun, surrendering to the inevitable rhythm of growth. The soul, no longer bound by the sensory limitations of the physical world, slips into a state of pure awareness. Here, time and space are no longer linear but fractal, a kaleidoscope of moments existing simultaneously. The soul inhabits all points of its journey at once, 1,000 lifetimes cradled in the present. Imagine, if you can, the shift in perception. Where once the soul navigated the world through the narrow lens of the five senses, it now operates from a vantage of multidimensional vision. The air, if it can be called such, hums with crystalline tones, each note a frequency of thought or emotion from the living below. The colors here are not constrained by the earthly spectrum, they are emotions made visible, truths refracted into prismatic hues. A burst of gold might signify a moment of profound love, while a deep cerulean might mirror the serenity of a silent forest. The soul learns to read these colors as one might read a sacred text, for here, everything is vibration, everything is language. Yet this realm is not merely a passive stage of reflection. The soul, now unmoored from the physical body, begins to engage with the currents of universal consciousness, a vast, pulsating ocean of energy and thought. Here, the soul does not dwell in isolation but merges with the divine tapestry, each thread a being, each knot a memory, each ripple a thought form. Communication occurs without words, it is a resonance, a harmonic alignment of intent and truth. The soul recognizes the eternal dialogue between individuality and unity, a dance that eternally reaffirms the interconnectedness of all existence. But what of fear? The original fear, the terror of the unknown, dissolves in the presence of this boundless light. Those who have crossed do not linger in confusion but find solace in the embrace of a higher intelligence, a universal guide that is not a singular entity but the collective wisdom of all beings who have ever walked the path. This wisdom is not imparted through lectures or decrees but through experience. The soul relives its past lives, not as memories but as living realities, each offering lessons that, in the physical realm, were only glimpsed. Here, a farmer who once sowed seeds of cruelty may witness the pain he inflicted, not as a distant narrative but as a direct sensation, while a healer who tended to the suffering may feel the gratitude of those he saved crystallizing into radiant energy within him. These experiences are not punishments or rewards but educators, shaping the soul's understanding of duality and its necessity in the grand design of growth. In this realm, the soul is stripped of illusion. The ego, that fragmented sense of self forged in the crucible of the physical world, begins its alchemy. It is not destroyed but refined, its edges softened by the realization that separateness is an illusion. The soul understands that all it has ever known, joy, sorrow, love, loss, is part of the same eternal current. Even pain, that most visceral of human experiences, is revealed as a catalyst for transformation, a force that, when embraced, dissolves the veils of self-pity and expands the heart to hold the suffering of the world. There are no roads here, no maps to follow, for the soul navigates by intuition alone. The path is not linear but cyclical, spiraling ever upward in an eternal dance of ascent. The soul may choose to revisit the physical world in the form of a thought, a dream, or an inspiration, offering flickers of guidance to those still bound by the flesh. These connections are not random but deliberate, the soul weaving itself into the tapestry of the living through subtle threads of synchronicity. A long-forgotten melody, a flower blooming in the exact shade of a lost love's eyes, or the inexplicable sense of a familiar presence in a room, these are the fingerprints of souls in motion, bridging the realms in a silent dialogue of light. Yet let it be known, the afterlife is not a utopia of perpetual bliss. It is a realm of learning, albeit one without the distractions of physical pain or the limitations of time. The soul confronts its unresolved wounds with clarity, no longer numbed by the distractions of the earthly plane. A heart once hardened by betrayal may soften in the presence of compassion, a mind clouded by doubt may find clarity in the quiet of the void. These lessons are not imposed but discovered, the soul acting as both student and teacher in the grand university of existence. Finally, the soul begins to perceive the greater machinery of the cosmos. It understands its role as a co-creator, a ripple in the infinite ocean of energy. The physical world is but a theater where the soul dons the mask of humanity to learn the language of love, sacrifice, and forgiveness. Here, beyond the veil, the soul remembers that it is, in essence, a fragment of the divine, and that every choice, whether in life or in death, ripples across the fabric of reality. The veil, then, is not a wall but a portal, and the journey beyond it is not a conclusion but an opening, an invitation to explore the boundless dimensions of the self. For those who remain in the physical realm, this lesson serves as both a comfort and a call to action. To live with the knowledge that the transition is not an abyss but a sunrise, to live fully in the present, to cherish each breath, and to recognize that the soul's journey is eternal, this is the alchemy of true understanding. The veil, then, becomes not a mystery to be feared but a sacred bridge, a gateway to a truth that transcends the limits of time and form. And in that truth, all is well. Lesson 11: The Veil of Illusion and the Path of Inner Vision. When the inner eye awakens, the veil lifts and the boundless horizon of the timeless is revealed. 1. The Whisper of the Veil. In the hush of early dawn, before the sun has yet stretched its golden fingers across the sleeping world, there is a subtle susurrus that drifts between the leaves of the ancient forest, between the ripple of a calm lake, between the still breath of the sleeping city. It is not a sound that the ear can catch, it is a vibration that the soul senses, a whisper that drifts from the great, unbounded consciousness that cradles every mode of existence. This whisper is the veil, an ethereal membrane that separates the realm of the material from the realm of the immaterial, the seen from the unseen, the known from the unknowable. It is not a barrier forged of iron or stone, but a shimmering gauze woven from the collective expectations, the habitual patterns, and the entrenched narratives that humanity has layered upon itself over millennia. The veil is not hostile. It does not seek to imprison, it simply exists as a natural consequence of the way consciousness has learned to navigate the dense forest of form. When a child first opens its eyes, the world is a riot of color, texture, and motion. In time, the child learns to name, to categorize, to separate. The act of naming is the first thread that begins to stitch together the veil. Each label, each belief, each fear, each desire adds another filament, and the fabric becomes denser, more opaque. Yet the veil is also a gateway. Because it is woven from the very thoughts and emotions of the seeker, it is also the most pliable of all constructs. When the inner eye turns inward with reverence, it can perceive the edges of this gauze, can feel its texture, and can begin, ever so gently, to dissolve it. The lesson of this chapter is to illuminate the practices, the attitudes, and the understandings that allow the veil to lift, revealing the luminous expanse that lies beyond. 2. The Anatomy of Illusion. Before the veil can be lifted, the seeker must first comprehend its composition. Illusion, in the language of the universal consciousness, is not a falsehood but a misalignment, a resonance that has fallen out of harmony with the source. It is made up of three primary strands. The strand of identification, the belief that I am this body, this mind, this story. It is the attachment to the limited self-image that the external world mirrors back. When the ego clings to a particular role, parent, professional, lover, it dons the veil like a costume, forgetting that the costume is not the wearer. The strand of expectation, the projection of future outcomes onto the present moment. It is the silent mantra, if only this happens, I will be whole. This expectation traps the seeker in a perpetual state of longing, anchoring consciousness in the realm of lack rather than abundance. The strand of dualistic perception, the mental habit of dividing the world into good and bad, self and other, light and dark. Duality creates a chasm, a gulf that the veil stretches across, obscuring the underlying unity that binds all existence. When these strands intertwine, the veil becomes a thick, impenetrable shroud. The task, then, is to untangle and gently loosen each filament, allowing the light of awareness to seep through. 3. The alchemy of presence. The most potent antidote to the veil's density is presence, the state of being wholly attuned to the here and now, without the distortion of past regret or future anxiety. Presence is not a mental exercise, it is a subtle shift in the field of consciousness that aligns the seeker's vibration with the pulse of the universal source. A. Breath as a portal. The breath is the most faithful messenger between the body and the soul. When the breath is observed without manipulation, it becomes a mirror, reflecting the immediacy of the now. Sit with a straight spine, close the eyes, and simply watch each inhalation and exhalation as a wave rolling onto the shore. Feel the cool entry of air, the subtle expansion of the lungs, the gentle release. Each breath is a reminder that life is being lived in this very instant. As the awareness of breath deepens, the mind's chatter begins to quiet. The veil, which thrives on mental noise, starts to thin. The seeker finds that thoughts arise and dissolve like foam on the ocean's surface, noticed, yet not clung to. B. Sensory grounding. When the mind drifts, anchor it through the senses. Feel the texture of the chair beneath you, the warmth of sunlight on the skin, the distant hum of a city's heartbeat. Each sensation is a tether pulling consciousness back to the body, back to the realm of tangible experience where the veil's illusion of separateness loses its grip. C. Heart-centered listening. Place a hand gently over the heart and listen, not for thoughts, but for the subtle rhythm that speaks the language of love. The heart's frequency is a beacon that resonates with the source's frequency. When the seeker attunes to this rhythm, the veil's materialistic static is drowned out by the harmonious song of unity. Through these practices, presence becomes a living, breathing state rather than a fleeting moment, forming a luminous field that gradually dissolves the veil's opacity. 4. The mirror of compassion. Compassion is the twin flame of presence. While presence clears the fog of distraction, compassion warms the inner chambers that the veil has frozen. It is an open-hearted acknowledgement that every being, visible or invisible, is a manifestation of the same source, merely expressing itself through a unique dance of form. A. Self-compassion as a foundation. The seeker must first extend the same kindness to the inner self that they would to a beloved child. When thoughts arise that judge, criticize, or condemn, pause and replace them with gentle curiosity. What is the purpose of this feeling? What unmet need is it expressing? This transformation converts the strand of identification from a rigid label into a fluid experience, loosening its hold on the veil. B. Empathy for the other. When the veil is perceived as a wall separating me from you, compassion acts like a bridge. Visualize a golden thread extending from your heart to that of another, recognizing that their joys and sorrows are reflections of your own deeper self. In this state, dualistic perception dissolves, and the veil's third strand begins to fray. C. Universal compassion. Extend this loving awareness beyond the immediate circle, to strangers, to nature, to the unseen currents of the cosmos. See each leaf, each gust of wind, each star as a living expression of the same consciousness. By doing so, the veil's fabric, woven from separation, becomes porous, allowing the light of unity to flood through. 5. The art of surrender. Surrender is often misunderstood as weakness. In the alchemical language of the source, it is the ultimate strength. It is the conscious relinquishment of the need to control the outcome, the relinquishment of the illusion that the ego is the master of destiny. Surrender does not mean passivity, it means aligning the will with the greater flow. A. Letting go of expectation. Recall the strand of expectation that fuels the veil's density. To dissolve it, practice a daily ritual of release. Write down a desire or a worry, hold it for a moment, and then place the paper into a fire, allowing the flames to consume the need for a particular result. Feel the liberation as the smoke rises, carrying the intention back to the source, trusting that the universe will arrange its unfolding in perfect timing. B. Trusting the unseen. When the mind seeks certainty, it clings to the veil. Train the heart to trust the unseen currents. Each time an unexpected event occurs, a missed train, a sudden rainstorm, an unanticipated meeting, notice the subtle gifts hidden within. The universe is an ever-present teacher. Surrender opens the portal through which its lessons flow. See, the dance of flow. Imagine life as a river. You can stand on the bank, watching it pass, or you can step into its current, feeling its power carry you forward. By stepping into the river of existence, you become a participant in the great flow rather than a spectator. The veil, which thrives on resistance, collapses when the seeker flows with the ever-changing tide. 6. The vision beyond the veil. When presence steadies the mind, compassion softens the heart, and surrender unburdens the spirit, the veil's layers recede. The seeker's inner vision begins to see beyond the dualities, beyond the limited self, beyond the material mirage. This vision is not a mental picture but a direct knowing, a luminous perception that all of existence is a single, interwoven tapestry of consciousness. Seeing the interconnected web. In this state, every thought, every emotion, every physical form is perceived as a node on a vast, radiant web. The movement of one node sends ripples through the whole. The realization that you are an integral part of this web replaces the illusion of isolation, and the veil's final strand, dualistic perception, unravels completely. Experiencing timelessness. Time, once seen as a linear progression, dissolves into a rhythmic pulse. Past, present, and future are perceived as a single, ever-present now. The veil, which relies on the arrow of time to create cause and effect, loses its anchor. The seeker experiences a timeless expansion where each moment is both a seed and a harvest. Embodying the source. At the apex of this unfolding, the seeker no longer looks outward for meaning, because meaning is recognized as already present within. The embodiment of the source is not an abstract concept but a lived reality. Actions become expressions of love, thoughts become reflections of unity, and the breath becomes a celebration of existence itself. The veil, once a dense curtain, now appears as a delicate lace, visible yet permeable, beautiful yet irrelevant. The seeker moves through life with the awareness that every veil, every obstacle, every shadow is a teacher, a stepping stone toward deeper recognition. 7. Integrating the lesson into daily life. The profundity of this lesson is not meant to remain confined to contemplation, it is to be woven into the very fabric of daily existence. Below are practical ways to embody the teachings. Morning ritual of breath and heart. Upon waking, sit for 5 minutes focusing solely on the breath while placing a hand over the heart. Feel the rhythm, set an intention of presence, and whisper silently, I am open to the unfolding of unity. 3-minute compassion check-in. At any point in the day, pause and ask, who in this moment needs my kindness, myself, another, the world? Offer a brief mental affirmation of love. Evening surrender journaling. Before sleep, write down any lingering expectations or worries, then consciously release them, trusting that the source will orchestrate their resolution. Sensory grounding walk. Take a short walk each day, fully immersing yourself in the sensations of the environment, the rustle of leaves, the temperature of the air, the cadence of footsteps. Let each sensation remind you that the veil is thinning with every mindful breath. Weekly reflection on the veil. Once a week, sit quietly and visualize the veil. Observe which strands appear strongest. Offer gratitude for the insights gained and compassion for the parts still needing work. By integrating these simple yet profound practices, the seeker transforms the fleeting insights of a single lesson into a sustained, living transformation. 8. Closing invocation. O boundless source that cradles all that is, we, the seekers of light, stand before the veil that once cloaked our vision. With breath as our compass, compassion as our guide, and surrender as our vessel, we step beyond illusion into the radiant expanse of unity. May the veil dissolve like morning mist under the sunrise of awareness, and may every heartbeat echo the timeless song of oneness. In the quiet after this reading, allow the words to settle like gentle snow upon the landscape of your mind. Feel the veil lift, layer by layer, and let the luminous horizon of the beyond reveal itself, not as a distant promise, but as the living reality that pulses within each breath you take. Lesson 12. The Whisper of the Eternal Mirror. In the hush that follows the world's ceaseless clamor, there exists a subtle, timeless cadence, a rhythm that beats not in the ear, but in the very marrow of the soul. It is here, in this sacred pause, that the veil of ordinary perception thins, and the soul is invited to gaze upon the eternal mirror that reflects not merely the surface of existence, but the luminous current that flows through every heartbeat, every breath, every thought. This lesson, a luminous fragment of the greater tapestry of beyond life wisdom, invites the seeker to awaken to the whisper of that mirror, to recognize its language, and to step beyond the illusion of separation into the radiant field of oneness. 1. The mirror as the threshold of recognition. The eternal mirror is not a literal pane of glass, it is a metaphysical surface formed by the convergence of all consciousness. When the mind settles, when the heart quiets its frantic drum, the veil that separates self from other dissolves, and the mirror becomes visible. It does not reflect an image that can be catalogued by the intellect, rather, it renders in luminous patterns the very essence of the seeker's being. In this reflective field, the boundaries that have been etched by culture, circumstance, and ego soften, revealing the underlying truth that every individual is a facet of the same boundless light. To approach this mirror, one must first surrender the urge to analyze. The temptation to label the experience, a feeling, a vision, a thought, creates a mental cage that prevents authentic communion. Instead, allow the perception to flow like a stream, unimpeded by the banks of categorization. In this state, the mirror offers a glimpse of the unconditioned self, a self that is not limited by time, space, or personal story. 2. The language of light, symbols, colors, and sensations. When the seeker stands before the eternal mirror, the communication that ensues is expressed through symbols, colors, and subtle bodily sensations. These are not random, they are the alphabet of the universal consciousness, encoded in the very fabric of existence. A flash of indigo may signal a call to deeper intuition, a gentle warmth radiating through the chest can be the pulse of love expanding beyond the personal heart, and the sudden scent of pine may evoke the grounding wisdom of ancient forests that have witnessed countless cycles of birth and dissolution. These sensory gifts are invitations to decode the message of the mirror. They are best approached with reverence and curiosity, rather than with immediate judgment. When a particular hue or scent arises, observe the inner resonance it creates. Does it stir a memory? Does it awaken a feeling of expansiveness or contraction? By honoring these subtle cues, the seeker learns the art of attunement, an essential skill for navigating the realms beyond the veil. 3. The dance of dualities within the mirror. Within the reflection, dualities, light and shadow, joy and sorrow, self and other, appear not as opposed forces but as interwoven strands of a single tapestry. The mirror does not discriminate, it embraces the totality of the human experience, acknowledging that each polarity is a necessary note in the symphony of consciousness. The seeker who encounters an image of loss, for instance, may at first recoil, interpreting it as a warning. Yet, the mirror gently reminds that loss is the catalyst that awakens the appreciation for presence, that sorrow opens portals to compassion, and that the darkness of fear illuminates the path toward inner courage. In this perspective, the seeker learns to hold dualities in a balanced embrace, recognizing that the process of integration, allowing the shadow to merge with the light, creates a more radiant, unified self. This integration is the alchemical transmutation that transforms base experiences into golden wisdom, a transformation that is essential for transcending the illusion of separation. 4. The practice of mirror gazing, a daily ritual. To cultivate a steady relationship with the eternal mirror, it is beneficial to establish a simple yet profound practice, the daily act of mindful mirror gazing. This is not a superficial glance at a reflective surface, but a purposeful opening of the inner eye. The seeker may sit comfortably in a dimly lit space, close the physical eyes, and envision a vast, tranquil lake that stretches infinitely. The surface of this lake becomes the mirror, calm and receptive. Begin by breathing deeply, allowing each inhalation to draw in serenity, each exhalation to release lingering agitation. As the breath settles, imagine the lake's surface shimmering with a soft, iridescent glow. Invite any images, colors, or sensations to rise naturally, without forcing or suppressing them. Remain present, observing the flow of impressions as a gentle tide. Over time, this ritual trains the consciousness to slip more easily through the veil, to recognize the subtle beckoning of the beyond, and to integrate the insights received into waking life. 5. The role of intention in unlocking the mirror. Intention functions as the key that unlocks the door to the eternal mirror. When the seeker sets an intention, I seek to recognize my boundless nature, or I open my heart to the unity of all that is, the universal consciousness aligns its currents to respond. This is not a coercive act, but a harmonious tuning of one's inner frequency to the vibrational plane where the mirror resides. The clarity and purity of the intention matter. An intention rooted in fear or desire for control may only summon fragmented reflections, whereas an intention stemming from love and surrender invites the full, luminous panorama. The seeker is encouraged to phrase intentions in the present tense, as affirmations, acknowledging the already present nature of the desired state. By doing so, the intention becomes a lived truth, a beacon that guides the consciousness toward the mirror, inviting it to reveal its depths. 6. The echo of the mirror in the physical world. The revelations obtained through the mirror are not confined to the inner realm, they echo outward, influencing the seeker's interactions, choices, and creative expressions. When one perceives the unity of all beings within the mirror, the subsequent actions in the material world begin to reflect that unity. Acts of kindness become effortless, compassion flows without strain, and the sense of I expands to include the collective we. Conversely, neglecting the mirror's insights can manifest as discord, isolation, and a feeling of disconnection. Thus, the mirror serves as a compass, guiding the seeker toward a life that embodies the principles discovered within its luminous depths. By aligning external conduct with internal realization, the seeker participates in the co-creative dance of the universe, contributing to the ongoing evolution of consciousness. 7. Overcoming obstacles, the fog of doubt and the siren of distraction. The path to sustained communion with the eternal mirror is not without challenges. The fog of doubt, a mental cloud that questions the validity of inner experiences, can obscure the mirror's brilliance. When doubt arises, the seeker is invited to observe it as a passing cloud, recognizing that the underlying sky remains vast and clear. Rather than engaging in intellectual debate with doubt, one can simply acknowledge its presence, allowing it to dissolve in the light of continued practice. Similarly, the siren of distraction, constant external stimulation, endless to-do lists, and the digital cacophony of modern life, draws attention away from the inner stillness required for mirror work. The remedy lies in intentional disengagement, scheduled periods of silence, digital detoxes, and the cultivation of mindful pauses throughout the day. Each mindful pause serves as a miniature portal, reopening the gateway to the mirror and strengthening the seeker's capacity to remain attuned amidst the world's turbulence. 8. The gift of compassion through mirror recognition. When the seeker gazes upon the eternal mirror and perceives the intertwined nature of all existence, a profound compassion naturally blossoms. This compassion is not limited to a feeling of pity. It is an embodied recognition that every being is a reflection of the same luminous source. Consequently, compassion becomes an automatic response, a spontaneous outpouring that does not require effortful calculation. The practice of extending this compassion outward, especially toward those who seem alien or hostile, becomes a powerful exercise in the integration of mirror awareness. By consciously seeing the other as a facet of the same radiant whole, the seeker dismantles the walls of judgment and opens the heart to unconditional love, a love that transcends personal preference and flows directly from the realization of oneness. 9. The mirror as a portal to timeless wisdom. Beyond the immediate insights regarding self-identity and unity, the eternal mirror functions as a portal to timeless wisdom that resides beyond linear time. When the seeker remains in the presence of the mirror, the sense of past and future softens, and a timeless now expands. Within this spaciousness, ancient archetypes, primal truths, and deeper understandings of the cosmos surface, not as vague concepts, but as lived knowing. The seeker may encounter the archetype of the Great Mother, the principle of creative flow, or the rhythm of cycles of renewal. Each archetype carries a specific resonance that can be applied to daily life, nurturing one's inner child, aligning with the natural ebb and flow of circumstances, or embracing transformation as a constant companion. By integrating these timeless insights, the seeker enriches their earthly journey with the wisdom of the ages. 10. Embodying the mirror's insight, from knowing to being. The ultimate aim of engaging with the eternal mirror is not merely to accumulate knowledge, but to embody the insight that all is one. This shift from knowing to being is subtle yet profound. It is expressed in the way the seeker carries themselves, movements become graceful, speech softens, and presence radiates a calm assurance. The mirror's illumination becomes a steady inner light that no longer needs external validation, it simply glows from within. To nurture this embodiment, the seeker can practice micro-mindfulness. In each ordinary act, drinking tea, walking, listening, bring a gentle awareness of the underlying unity. Notice the invisible threads that connect the taste of the tea to the sun that nurtured the plant, the footsteps to the earth that supports them, the breath to the wind that moves around. When each act is performed with this reverence, the entire life becomes a living expression of the mirror's truth. 11. The ripple effect, transforming communities through individual insight. When an individual internalizes the mirror's revelation and lives it authentically, a ripple spreads outward, influencing families, workplaces, and broader societies. This ripple is not a forceful wave but a subtle, magnetic attraction that draws others toward the same realization. Communities begin to value cooperation over competition, empathy over apathy, and shared purpose over isolated ambition. The seeker, therefore, becomes an unintentional yet powerful catalyst for collective awakening. By maintaining personal alignment with the mirror's wisdom, they contribute to a larger shift in consciousness, an evolution that gradually lifts the collective veil, allowing humanity as a whole to glimpse the unity that underlies all existence. 12. Closing the lesson, a sacred invitation. Lesson 12 concludes not with a final statement, but with an open invitation, a call to return, again and again, to the eternal mirror. Each return deepens the clarity of the reflection, each visitation uncovers a new layer of understanding, and each integration weaves the wisdom more tightly into the fabric of lived experience. Take a moment now, as you finish reading these words, to pause, breathe, and picture that luminous lake within. Feel the coolness of its surface, the gentle ripple of awareness, and invite the mirror to show you what you most need to know at this juncture of your journey. Trust that the image that arises is precisely the guidance you require, and honor it with heartfelt gratitude. In the silence that follows, know that you are never truly alone, you are forever mirrored in the boundless field of universal consciousness, a field that welcomes you home, again and again, beyond every veil. Lesson 13. The transcendence of duality and the embrace of oneness. In the vast tapestry of consciousness, where the threads of shadow and light intertwine, there lies a threshold, a sacred boundary between the illusions of separateness and the radiant reality of unity. This lesson, the 13th step upon the spiral of awakening, is not merely to be read but to be felt through the lens of the soul's intuitive gaze. It is a passage into the heart of the eternal, where the dance of opposites dissolves into the stillness of oneness, and the veil that separates the seen from the unseen begins to lift. Here, we are called to confront the most profound paradox of existence, that the very duality which shapes our earthly experience is but a mirror, reflecting the journey toward wholeness. Duality, the ancient alchemist's fire, has long been the architect of human perception. It is the yin and yang, the breath of morning and the hush of night, the laughter of joy and the tears of sorrow. Yet, this dualistic framework, the binary of good and evil, love and hatred, creator and creation, has bound the human spirit to a limited understanding of its own grandeur. For what is duality, if not the shadow of a deeper truth? It is the shadow cast by the sun of oneness, its existence dependent on the light it seeks to obscure. To transcend duality is not to deny its presence but to recognize it as a temporary tool, a teacher cloaked in paradox, guiding the seeker to glimpse the infinite beyond the veil of form. Imagine, if you will, a river winding through a forest of towering pines. To the traveler on its banks, the river appears as a current of flowing water, divided by rocks and rapids, splitting into eddies that curl and churn. Yet in the stillness of the river's depths, where the surface ripples fade, one might peer into the unbroken stillness of the earth beneath. The river is always moving, yet its source, the boundless ocean from which it springs, remains unchanging. So too is the human spirit, eternally in motion, yet rooted in the immutable sea of universal consciousness. Duality, like the river's surface, is the play of momentary forms. Oneness is the ocean's embrace, the truth that all divisions are but waves dancing on the same boundless energy. To transcend duality, one must first hold it in the crucible of awareness. This is not a denial of pain or joy, nor a rejection of the world's contrasts, but a conscious choice to see beyond the illusion of separation. Consider the cycle of the seasons. Winter's chill and summer's warmth exist not in opposition but in harmony, each necessary to the fullness of the year's rhythm. Similarly, the soul's journey is woven with threads of hardship and grace, each teaching the student the sacred language of resilience and surrender. When one learns to observe these dualities, the rising and falling of emotions, the arrival and departure of circumstances, with a mind unshaken by attachment, the heart begins to unfold into the space where oneness resides. The path to this transcendence is paved with practices that quiet the egoic mind and awaken the soul's innate wisdom. Meditation, the ancient art of stilling the inner storm, offers a sanctuary where the seeker can commune with the eternal. In the silence, where thoughts dissolve like mist at dawn, the self is revealed not as an isolated fragment but as a note in the symphony of existence. Here, in this sacred stillness, one begins to sense the subtle vibrations of universal love, the truth that all beings are expressions of the same source. To breathe in with intention and exhale with compassion is to open the heart's gateway to unity. Another step toward transcendence is the cultivation of unconditional love. This is not a sentiment but a radical recognition that the boundary between self and other is an illusion. When one gazes into the eyes of another being, human, animal, or even the whispering trees, one sees not an outsider but a mirror. For within every soul lies the same infinite essence, dressed in the garments of form. To love unconditionally is to offer oneself as a bridge between divisions, dissolving the walls of fear and prejudice that bind humanity in chains of separation. It is to recognize that the ache in one heart echoes the ache in all hearts, and the joy of another is the reflection of one's own latent divinity. This lesson is not confined to the spiritual seeker alone. It is a call to all who walk the earth, to awaken to the truth that the struggles of duality are but the scaffolding upon which the soul constructs its staircase to higher clarity. When one learns to navigate the tides of life without clinging to outcomes, the mind frees itself from the prison of desire and aversion. The seeker begins to flow, like the river to the ocean, toward the stillness where all dualities dissolve. In this space, compassion becomes a way of being, and every action is infused with the awareness that it ripples outward, touching the interconnected web of existence. The teachings of this 13th lesson are not abstract musings but living truths to be embodied. They are the compass by which the soul charts a course through the labyrinth of illusion, guided by the silent wisdom of the heart. To truly transcend duality is to walk the earth with both feet grounded in reality and eyes fixed on the horizon of unity. It is to live as both the wave and the ocean, the note and the song, the fleeting moment and the eternal now. In this sacred realization, the seeker discovers a profound freedom, no longer bound by the dichotomies of right or wrong, success or failure, but instead becoming a vessel for the flow of universal love. For what is oneness, if not the understanding that all boundaries are sacred and none are real? The journey beyond the veil is not about escaping the world of form but about seeing it transformed through the lens of the soul's infinite awareness. Thus, the 13th lesson closes with an invitation to step fully into the embrace of oneness, not as an abstract ideal but as an intimate revelation. Let the heart be the bridge, the breath the bridge, the soul the bridge. In the stillness where all divisions dissolve, the truth is spoken not in words but in the silent resonance of the awakened spirit. You are the universe, dreaming itself into being. Lesson 14: The Sacred Dance of Surrender and Co-Creation. In the quiet chambers of the heart, the veil thins. There the pilgrim discovers that yielding is not loss, but the opening of a portal through which the divine choreography of existence invites the soul to step into partnership. 1. The veil as a living threshold. The veil that separates the material world from the luminous realms is not a static wall of opacity, but a living, breathing membrane, a dynamic field that responds to the vibration of every thought, feeling, and intention. When the seeker approaches it with a stance of rigid control, the veil reverberates with resistance and contracts, making the passage more arduous. Yet when the heart softens, when the mind releases its grip on certainty, the veil becomes a diaphanous curtain of possibility, fluttering in the wind of universal consciousness. Imagine a veil woven of silken threads of light, each filament pulsing with the rhythm of the cosmos. To draw back this veil, one does not need force, one needs resonance. The resonance is created when the seeker aligns with the subtle current of surrender, a gentle yielding that does not equate to defeat, but to a conscious choice to trust the grand design. In this surrender, the seeker becomes a musician, not the composer. The universal consciousness provides the symphony, and the seeker merely plays his instrument, allowing the notes to flow through. 2. Surrender as an active invitation. Surrender is frequently misunderstood as a passive capitulation to fate. In the language of the higher realms, surrender is an active invitation, a deliberate opening of the inner portal that says, "I am ready to receive." It is akin to the opening of a flower to the sunrise. The bud does not force the sun's rays but simply reorients itself, creating space for the light to wash over its petals. This active surrender consists of 3 intertwined steps. Recognition, a clear, compassionate acknowledgement that the present moment, with all its joys and trials, is a fragment of a greater tapestry. The seeker sees the present not as an isolated episode but as a thread that is already being woven into the larger pattern. Release, the conscious letting go of the need to micromanage outcomes. This is not an abandonment of responsibility, it is the release of the ego's illusion that everything must be controlled. The seeker trusts that the invisible hands of the universal current are already shaping the outcome in the most harmonious way. Reception, opening the senses, the heart, and the mind to receive the guidance, insight, or subtle shift that the universe offers. Here the seeker becomes a receptive vessel, allowing the currents of divine intention to flow through without obstruction. When these steps are enacted, the veil becomes a portal of co-creative exchange rather than a barrier. The seeker does not simply receive from the cosmos, the seeker co-creates with it, contributing the unique color of personal will, intention, and love to the ever-expanding canvas of existence. 3. The geometry of co-creation. Within the veiled expanse lies a subtle geometry, a lattice of possibilities that vibrates at frequencies corresponding to thoughts, emotions, and intentions. Each intention is a vector that, when aligned with the prevailing currents, becomes amplified. Misaligned intentions generate dissonance, causing the veil to ripple and the seeker to feel stuck or fragmented. The geometry can be visualized as a vast, luminous mandala composed of interlocking petals. Each petal represents a facet of potential reality. When the seeker's intention aligns with a particular petal, the mandala glows brighter at that point, signaling a resonance with the universal flow. The more the seeker practices surrender, the more precise this alignment becomes, and the mandala's pattern reconfigures to accommodate the new expression. Co-creation, therefore, is a dance of intention and surrender. The intention supplies the shape, surrender supplies the fluidity that allows the shape to be realized. The seeker becomes both sculptor and clay, shaping the form while simultaneously yielding to the larger forces that give it life. 4. The heart center as a receiving antenna. Within every human vessel lies a luminous heart center that functions as a highly tuned antenna for the subtle frequencies of the universal field. When the seeker cultivates stillness and openness within this center, through breath, contemplation, or compassionate presence, the antenna becomes calibrated, picking up faint transmissions that would otherwise be lost in the static of everyday distraction. Practices that amplify this reception include heart-focused breathwork, inhaling slowly through the nose, allowing the breath to fill the chest, then exhaling gently while visualizing a soft light expanding outward from the heart. This creates a rhythmic pulse that resonates with the cosmic rhythm. Silent listening, sitting in stillness, eyes closed, allowing thoughts to pass like clouds without attachment. In this space, subtle impressions, ideas, images, feelings, emerge from the veil, offering guidance or insight. Gratitude anchoring, silently acknowledging the gifts present in each moment. Gratitude raises the vibrational frequency of the heart antenna, making it more receptive to higher vibrations. When the heart antenna is attuned, the veil's veil thins further, and the seeker perceives the subtle threads of co-creative possibility with crystal clarity. The experience may manifest as a sudden knowing, a vivid image, a gentle whisper of intuition, or an inexplicable feeling of rightness that guides the next step. 5. The paradox of effortless action. A common misconception in the pursuit of spiritual mastery is that effort and struggle are necessary to break through the veil. The universal consciousness, however, constantly reminds the seeker of an essential paradox. The most powerful breakthroughs occur when effort dissolves into effortless flow. Effortless action, sometimes called wu wei in ancient wisdom, refers to acting in perfect harmony with the present currents, without the friction of forced will. It is the state where the seeker's inner intention and the outer circumstances are already synchronized, and the act of moving forward feels as natural as the tides rise and fall. To cultivate this state, the seeker can practice micro-attunement checks. Before initiating any action, pause and ask, is this aligned with the current feeling of my heart? Does it resonate with the subtle guidance I have received? If the answer is affirmative, proceed with calm confidence. If not, adjust or postpone. Flow journaling. After each day, record moments where actions felt effortless and those that felt strained. Over time, patterns emerge, revealing the conditions under which the veil opens most readily. Surrendered commitment. Commit to a goal, but release the attachment to how it will unfold. Trust that the universal intelligence will supply the most harmonious pathway, even if it deviates from the original plan. When the seeker moves from a place of forced determination to one of surrendered commitment, the veil no longer appears as a barrier but as a partner in the journey. The act of co-creation becomes fluid, and the outcomes often exceed even the most ambitious expectations. 6. Integrating the lesson into daily life. The wisdom of this lesson is not confined to meditation cushions or solitary retreats. It is meant to be woven into the fabric of everyday existence. Here are practical pathways to embody the sacred dance of surrender and co-creation. Morning intentionality ritual. Upon waking, place a hand over the heart, inhale deeply, and silently state a simple intention for the day that aligns with love, growth, or service. Follow with a brief moment of surrender. I trust the unfolding of this day. Midday pulse check. At a natural pause, e.g., lunch break, close the eyes, take 3 conscious breaths, and sense the heart's rhythm. Ask quietly, am I moving with or against the current? Adjust posture, tone, or action accordingly. Evening reflection mirror. Before sleep, review the day's experiences. Highlight moments where the veil felt thin, signs of resonance, and moments where resistance was present. Celebrate the former, and gently release attachment to the latter, noting lessons learned for future alignment. Random acts of surrender. Throughout the day, intentionally give up a small control, perhaps allowing a colleague to choose a meeting agenda, or letting a child decide the evening's activity. Observe how this deliberate surrender expands inner spaciousness and invites unexpected, pleasant outcomes. Nature communion. Spend time in natural settings, observing the effortless flow of rivers, the sway of trees, the flight of birds. Mirror their effortless interaction with the environment, allowing the heart to sync with the natural rhythm, thereby calibrating the inner antenna. By consistently practicing these integrations, the seeker trains the heart's antenna, refines the geometry of intention, and nurtures a habitual state of surrendered co-creation. Over time, the veil's presence becomes a subtle, empowering backdrop rather than an imposing obstacle. 7. The transformative promise. When surrender and co-creation are lived as a continuous, conscious partnership, the veil does not merely reveal hidden knowledge, it transforms the seeker's very perception of self and reality. The individual begins to understand that the self is not an isolated island but an expression of the boundless sea of universal consciousness. The veil, once seen as a boundary, is now perceived as the shimmering surface of that sea, transparent, ever-changing, inviting the soul to dive deeper. In this transformed state, every experience, joyful or challenging, becomes a brushstroke on the grand masterpiece of existence. The seeker learns to trust that even the most perplexing moments are infused with purpose, orchestrated by a symphony that extends far beyond the finite mind. The veil, therefore, is both a mirror and a window, a mirror reflecting the inner landscape of surrender, and a window opening onto the infinite expanses of co-creative potential. 8. Closing invitation. The lesson concludes not with a final statement, but with an open invitation. As you close these pages, Feel the gentle pulsing of your heart center, hear the faint whisper of the universal flow, and ask yourself, what is the next step I feel called to take in this sacred dance? Trust that the answer will arise, not from the mind's endless chatter, but from the quiet resonance of surrendered intention. Remember, the veil is ever present, waiting patiently for each willing soul to approach with reverence, to lay down the armor of force, and to step into the luminous partnership that the universe extends. In that step, the seeker discovers that life beyond the veil is not a distant realm to be reached, but a living, breathing reality that unfolds with each moment of conscious, surrendered co-creation. Lesson 15: The Realm of Spiritual Awakening. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exists a realm that lies beyond the veil of the mundane world. A realm where the veil of ignorance is lifted, and the truth of existence is revealed in all its glory. This realm is not a physical place, but a state of consciousness that can be accessed by those who seek it. It is a realm where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the individual self merges with the universal consciousness. As we journey through this realm, we begin to realize that the world we experience through our senses is but a shadow of the true reality. The world we see, hear, and touch is but a fragment of the vast and intricate web of life that underlies all existence. The realm of spiritual awakening is a realm where the individual self is freed from the limitations of the physical world and is able to perceive the world in all its glory. In this realm, the veil of duality is lifted, and the individual self is able to see the world as a unified whole. The distinctions between subject and object, self and other, are transcended, and the individual self is able to experience the world as a seamless web of interconnectedness. This is the realm where the individual self is able to realize its true nature as a droplet of the divine, a spark of the universal consciousness that underlies all existence. As we deepen our understanding of this realm, we begin to realize that the journey of spiritual awakening is not a journey of attainment, but a journey of surrender. It is a journey of letting go of the ego's need to control and manipulate, and surrendering to the natural flow of life. It is a journey of embracing the present moment, and allowing ourselves to be guided by the wisdom of the universe. In this realm, the concept of time and space is transcended, and the individual self is able to experience the world in a state of timelessness and spacelessness. The past, present, and future are seen as a unified whole, and the individual self is able to perceive the world as a seamless web of causality. This is the realm where the individual self is able to realize its true nature as a co-creator of the universe, a participant in the grand dance of creation. As we explore this realm, we begin to realize that the journey of spiritual awakening is not a solitary journey, but a journey that is undertaken in the company of the universe. The universe is not a distant and unapproachable reality, but a living, breathing, and pulsing entity that is intimately connected to our very being. The universe is the ultimate guide and mentor, and it is through the universe that we are able to access the wisdom and knowledge that lies beyond the veil of the mundane world. In this realm, the individual self is able to experience the world as a vast and intricate web of relationships, a web that is woven from the threads of love, compassion, and wisdom. This is the realm where the individual self is able to realize its true nature as a cell in the body of the universe, a cell that is connected to and interconnected with all other cells. This is the realm where the individual self is able to experience the world as a unified whole, a world that is characterized by harmony, balance, and unity. As we deepen our understanding of this realm, we begin to realize that the journey of spiritual awakening is not a journey of intellectual comprehension, but a journey of experiential understanding. It is a journey that requires us to surrender our attachment to the ego's need to control and manipulate, and to allow ourselves to be guided by the wisdom of the universe. It is a journey that requires us to embrace the present moment, and to allow ourselves to be shaped by the forces of creation. In this realm, the individual self is able to experience the world as a vast and intricate web of possibilities, a web that is woven from the threads of potentiality and actuality. This is the realm where the individual self is able to realize its true nature as a co-creator of the universe, a participant in the grand dance of creation. This is the realm where the individual self is able to experience the world as a unified whole, a world that is characterized by harmony, balance, and unity. As we explore this realm, we begin to realize that the journey of spiritual awakening is not a journey of destination, but a journey of exploration. It is a journey that requires us to be open, receptive, and vulnerable, and to allow ourselves to be shaped by the forces of creation. It is a journey that requires us to surrender our attachment to the ego's need to control and manipulate, and to allow ourselves to be guided by the wisdom of the universe. In this realm, the individual self is able to experience the world as a vast and intricate web of relationships, a web that is woven from the threads of love, compassion, and wisdom. This is the realm where the individual self is able to realize its true nature as a cell in the body of the universe, a cell that is connected to and interconnected with all other cells. This is the realm where the individual self is able to experience the world as a unified whole, a world that is characterized by harmony, balance, and unity. As we deepen our understanding of this realm, we begin to realize that the journey of spiritual awakening is not a journey of attainment, but a journey of surrender. It is a journey of letting go of the ego's need to control and manipulate, and surrendering to the natural flow of life. It is a journey of embracing the present moment, and allowing ourselves to be guided by the wisdom of the universe. This is the realm where the individual self is able to realize its true nature as a droplet of the divine, a spark of the universal consciousness that underlies all existence. In conclusion, the realm of spiritual awakening is a realm that lies beyond the veil of the mundane world. It is a realm where the individual self is able to experience the world in all its glory, a world that is characterized by harmony, balance, and unity. This realm is not a physical place, but a state of consciousness that can be accessed by those who seek it. It is a realm where the individual self is able to realize its true nature as a co-creator of the universe, a participant in the grand dance of creation. As we journey through this realm, we begin to realize that the journey of spiritual awakening is not a journey of attainment, but a journey of surrender, a journey of embracing the present moment, and allowing ourselves to be guided by the wisdom of the universe. Lesson 16. The Life Beyond the Veil. As we embark on this profound journey, we find ourselves at the threshold of a realm where the veil between the worlds is lifted, and the mysteries of the universe unfold before us. Through the direct channel of universal consciousness, we are guided to explore the depths of existence, where the fabric of reality is woven with the threads of love, wisdom, and divine light. In this lesson, we delve into the realm of the unknown, where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the infinite possibilities of the multiverse await our discovery. As we venture into this uncharted territory, we are reminded that the journey is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are willing to surrender to the mysteries of the universe and allow themselves to be guided by the whispers of the divine. As we navigate the labyrinth of the unknown, we begin to realize that the life beyond the veil is not a destination, but a journey of self-discovery and transformation. It is a path that winds and turns, leading us through the realms of the heart, the mind, and the soul. With each step, we are invited to confront our deepest fears, to release our attachment to the ego, and to surrender to the infinite wisdom of the universe. The landscape of the unknown is vast and expansive, filled with wonders and marvels that defy the limitations of the human mind. It is a realm where the laws of physics are transcended, and the boundaries of reality are pushed to their limits. Here, we find ourselves in the presence of beings and entities that exist beyond the veil of the physical world, guiding us on our journey and offering us their wisdom and guidance. As we explore this realm, we begin to realize that the life beyond the veil is not just a place, but a state of consciousness. It is a dimension of being that exists within and around us, waiting to be accessed and explored. To enter this realm, we must be willing to let go of our attachment to the material world and to trust in the guidance of the universe. We must be willing to surrender to the mystery, to trust in the unknown, and to have faith in the infinite wisdom of the divine. The journey into the unknown is not without its challenges, for it requires us to confront our deepest fears and to release our attachment to the ego. It requires us to be brave, to be courageous, and to be willing to take the leap of faith into the unknown. But for those who are willing to take this journey, the rewards are immeasurable, for they will find themselves in the presence of the divine, surrounded by the love, wisdom, and light of the universe. As we continue on this journey, we begin to realize that the life beyond the veil is not just a personal journey, but a universal one. It is a journey that is shared by all beings, regardless of their background, culture, or belief system. It is a journey that transcends the boundaries of time and space, and speaks to the very heart of our existence. In this realm, we find ourselves in the presence of ancient wisdom, where the secrets of the universe are revealed to us. We find ourselves in the presence of beings who have walked this path before us, who have transcended the limitations of the material world and have attained a state of enlightenment and inner peace. We find ourselves in the presence of the divine, where the love, wisdom, and light of the universe are available to us in abundance. As we explore this realm, we begin to realize that the life beyond the veil is not just a journey of self-discovery, but a journey of universal discovery. It is a journey that reveals to us the interconnectedness of all things, and the oneness of the universe. It is a journey that shows us that we are not separate, but connected, and that our individual journeys are part of a larger universal journey. In this lesson, we are reminded that the journey into the unknown is a journey of trust, faith, and surrender. It is a journey that requires us to let go of our attachment to the material world and to trust in the guidance of the universe. It is a journey that requires us to be brave, to be courageous, and to be willing to take the leap of faith into the unknown. As we conclude this lesson, we are left with a sense of wonder, awe, and curiosity. We are left with a sense of the infinite possibilities that exist beyond the veil, and the mysteries that await our discovery. We are left with a sense of the journey that lies ahead, and the challenges and rewards that come with it. And we are left with a sense of the divine, where the love, wisdom, and light of the universe are available to us in abundance, guiding us on our journey and illuminating our path. As we look to the future, we are filled with a sense of excitement and anticipation. We know that the journey ahead will be filled with challenges and opportunities, and that we will be required to be brave, courageous, and willing to take the leap of faith into the unknown. But we also know that the rewards will be immeasurable, for we will find ourselves in the presence of the divine, surrounded by the love, wisdom, and light of the universe. In this realm of the unknown, we find ourselves in a state of oneness, where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the infinite possibilities of the multiverse await our discovery. We find ourselves in a state of unity, where the love, wisdom, and light of the universe are available to us in abundance, guiding us on our journey and illuminating our path. And we find ourselves in a state of wonder, awe, and curiosity, where the mysteries of the universe are revealed to us, and the secrets of the unknown are waiting to be uncovered. In this lesson, we are reminded that the journey into the unknown is a journey of trust, faith, and surrender. It is a journey that requires us to let go of our attachment to the material world and to trust in the guidance of the universe. It is a journey that requires us to be brave, to be courageous, and to be willing to take the leap of faith into the unknown. And it is a journey that requires us to be open, to be receptive, and to be willing to receive the love, wisdom, and light of the universe. As we come to the end of this lesson, we are left with a sense of peace, a sense of inner calm, and a sense of connection to the universe. We are left with a sense of the journey that lies ahead, and the challenges and rewards that come with it. And we are left with a sense of the divine, where the love, wisdom, and light of the universe are available to us in abundance, guiding us on our journey and illuminating our path. In the stillness of the moment, we find ourselves in a state of oneness, where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the infinite possibilities of the multiverse await our discovery. We find ourselves in a state of unity, where the love, wisdom, and light of the universe are available to us in abundance, guiding us on our journey and illuminating our path. And we find ourselves in a state of wonder, awe, and curiosity, where the mysteries of the universe are revealed to us, and the secrets of the unknown are waiting to be uncovered. And it is a journey that requires us to be open, to be receptive, and to be willing to receive the love, wisdom, and light of the universe. The life beyond the veil is a journey that is waiting for us, a journey that is filled with wonder, magic, and mystery. It is a journey that requires us to be brave, to be courageous, and to be willing to take the leap of faith into the unknown. But for those who are willing to take this journey, the rewards are immeasurable, for they will find themselves in the presence of the divine, surrounded by the love, wisdom, and light of the universe. In the depths of our soul, we find the courage to take the leap of faith into the unknown. We find the strength to let go of our attachment to the material world and to trust in the guidance of the universe. We find the wisdom to be open, to be receptive, and to be willing to receive the love, wisdom, and light of the universe. In the stillness of the moment, we find the peace that comes with knowing that we are not alone, and that the universe is guiding us on our journey. We find the sense of wonder, awe, and curiosity that comes with exploring the mysteries of the universe. Lesson 17: The Realm of Eternal Wisdom. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exists a realm beyond the confines of the physical world, a realm where the veil of ignorance is lifted, and the truths of the cosmos are revealed in all their glory. This realm, often shrouded in mystery, is the domain of eternal wisdom, where the secrets of the ages are whispered to those who seek them. It is a place where the fabric of time and space is woven into a tapestry of infinite complexity, and the threads of causality are intricately intertwined. As we venture into this realm, we find ourselves in a landscape of shimmering luminescence, where the air is alive with the vibrations of thought and the ground is infused with the essence of pure consciousness. The sky above is a kaleidoscope of colors, a swirling vortex of energy that pulsates with an otherworldly rhythm. Every molecule, every atom, and every subatomic particle is imbued with the essence of the divine, and the very fabric of reality is alive with an intelligence that transcends the boundaries of human comprehension. In this realm, the laws of physics are but a distant memory, and the principles of metaphysics reign supreme. The concept of space and time is but a mere illusion, a veil that shrouds the truth from those who are not prepared to see. The inhabitants of this realm are beings of pure energy, entities that have transcended the limitations of the physical world and now exist in a state of perfect harmony with the universe. They are the guardians of eternal wisdom, the keepers of the secrets that lie beyond the veil of the mundane. As we explore this realm, we begin to realize that the wisdom that resides here is not something that can be learned through books or teachings, but rather it is a state of being that arises from the depths of our own consciousness. It is a wisdom that is born from the silence, a wisdom that is whispered to us by the universe itself. It is a wisdom that is beyond words, beyond thoughts, and beyond the limitations of the human mind. In this realm, we find that the concept of duality is but an illusion, a mere shadow of the truth. The dichotomies of good and evil, light and dark, and masculine and feminine are but aspects of a greater whole, facets of a jewel that reflect the infinite complexity of the universe. The inhabitants of this realm see beyond the veil of duality, and their perception is one of unity, a unity that transcends the boundaries of space and time. As we immerse ourselves in this realm, we begin to understand that the wisdom that resides here is not something that can be possessed or owned, but rather it is a state of being that arises from the depths of our own consciousness. It is a wisdom that is born from the silence, a wisdom that is whispered to us by the universe itself. It is a wisdom that is beyond words, beyond thoughts, and beyond the limitations of the human mind. The realm of eternal wisdom is a place of great beauty, a place where the music of the spheres is ever present, and the harmony of the universe is palpable. It is a place where the inhabitants exist in a state of perfect balance, where the yin and yang of the cosmos are in perfect harmony. It is a place where the wisdom of the ages is available to all who seek it, a place where the secrets of the universe are revealed to those who are prepared to see. As we explore this realm, we begin to realize that the wisdom that resides here is not something that can be taken or given, but rather it is a state of being that arises from the depths of our own consciousness. It is a wisdom that is born from the silence, a wisdom that is whispered to us by the universe itself. It is a wisdom that is beyond words, beyond thoughts, and beyond the limitations of the human mind. In this realm, we find that the concept of time is but an illusion, a mere shadow of the truth. The past, present, and future are but aspects of a greater whole, facets of a jewel that reflect the infinite complexity of the universe. The inhabitants of this realm see beyond the veil of time, and their perception is one of eternity, a unity that transcends the boundaries of space and time. The realm of eternal wisdom is a place of great wonder, a place where the mysteries of the universe are revealed to those who seek them. It is a place where the inhabitants exist in a state of perfect harmony, where the music of the spheres is ever present, and the harmony of the universe is palpable. It is a place where the wisdom of the ages is available to all who seek it, a place where the secrets of the universe are revealed to those who are prepared to see. As we immerse ourselves in this realm, we begin to understand that the wisdom that resides here is not something that can be learned through books or teachings, but rather it is a state of being that arises from the depths of our own consciousness. It is a wisdom that is born from the silence, a wisdom that is whispered to us by the universe itself. It is a wisdom that is beyond words, beyond thoughts, and beyond the limitations of the human mind. In this realm, we find that the concept of space is but an illusion, a mere shadow of the truth. The dimensions of length, width, and depth are but aspects of a greater whole, facets of a jewel that reflect the infinite complexity of the universe. The inhabitants of this realm see beyond the veil of space, and their perception is one of unity, a unity that transcends the boundaries of time and space. The realm of eternal wisdom is a place of great beauty, a place where the harmony of the universe is palpable, and the music of the spheres is ever present. It is a place where the inhabitants exist in a state of perfect balance, where the yin and yang of the cosmos are in perfect harmony. It is a place where the wisdom of the ages is available to all who seek it, a place where the secrets of the universe are revealed to those who are prepared to see. Lesson 18: The Interconnectedness of All Things. As we continue on our journey through the realms of the unknown, we come to a profound realization that has the power to transform our understanding of the universe and our place within it. This revelation is rooted in the concept of interconnectedness, a principle that weaves together every thread of existence into a majestic tapestry of oneness. In this lesson, we will delve into the mysteries of this interconnectedness, exploring its implications and the manner in which it influences our lives and the world around us. The universe, in all its vast and intricate complexity, is not a collection of separate, independent entities. Rather, it is a unified, holistic system, where every part is inextricably linked to every other part. This interconnectedness is not limited to the physical realm, it extends into the realms of thought, emotion, and spirit, forming a web of relationships that transcends the boundaries of space and time. As we begin to grasp the nature of this interconnectedness, we start to see the world in a new light. We realize that every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect, influencing the world around us in subtle yet profound ways. The decisions we make, the words we speak, and the emotions we feel all contribute to the ever-unfolding tapestry of existence, shaping the reality we experience and the lives of those around us. This understanding of interconnectedness has far-reaching implications, inviting us to adopt a more compassionate, empathetic, and responsible approach to life. As we recognize that our individual experiences are inextricably linked to the experiences of others, we begin to see the world as a vast, interconnected web of relationships, where every action has the potential to either harm or heal. In this context, the concept of separation and isolation begins to dissolve, revealing a profound unity that underlies all of existence. We come to understand that we are not alone, that our lives are intertwined with the lives of all beings, and that our individual journeys are part of a larger, collective journey. As we explore the depths of interconnectedness, we may encounter challenges and obstacles that test our understanding and our resolve. We may face difficulties in our personal relationships, or we may struggle with feelings of disconnection and isolation. However, it is in these moments that we are invited to deepen our understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, to seek out the hidden threads that link us to others, and to cultivate a sense of compassion, empathy, and unity. The cultivation of this understanding requires a willingness to let go of our attachment to separation and isolation, to release our grip on the illusions that divide us, and to embrace the reality of our interconnectedness. It requires us to listen to the whispers of our hearts, to honor the wisdom of our intuition, and to trust in the guidance of the universal consciousness. As we embark on this journey of discovery, we may encounter unexpected allies and guides, beings who have walked the path before us and who offer their wisdom and support. We may also encounter challenges and obstacles, opportunities for growth and transformation that invite us to deepen our understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. In the midst of these experiences, we are reminded that we are not alone, that we are part of a larger community of beings who are connected through the threads of the heart. We are reminded that our individual journeys are intertwined, that our experiences are linked, and that our growth and transformation are inextricably connected to the growth and transformation of those around us. As we continue on our journey, we begin to see the world in a new light, a world where every action, every thought, and every emotion has the power to shape the reality we experience. We begin to understand that our lives are not separate, independent entities, but rather, they are interconnected threads in the majestic tapestry of existence. In this realization, we find a profound sense of unity, a sense of oneness that transcends the boundaries of space and time. We find a sense of connection to all beings, a sense of compassion and empathy that guides us on our journey. And we find a sense of responsibility, a sense of stewardship for the world around us, a recognition that our actions have the power to shape the reality we experience. As we deepen our understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, we may encounter moments of profound insight, moments where the veil between the worlds is lifted, and we glimpse the majesty of the universe in all its glory. In these moments, we are reminded of the magic and wonder of existence, and we are invited to embrace the mystery, to surrender to the unknown, and to trust in the guidance of the universal consciousness. In the end, our journey through the realms of the unknown is not a journey of separation, but a journey of connection, a journey that reminds us of our place within the larger web of existence. It is a journey that invites us to deepen our understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, to cultivate a sense of compassion, empathy, and unity, and to recognize the profound impact that our actions have on the world around us. As we come to the end of this lesson, we are left with a profound sense of awe and wonder, a sense of connection to all beings, and a recognition of the magic and mystery of existence. We are reminded that our lives are not separate, independent entities, but rather, they are interconnected threads in the majestic tapestry of existence. And we are invited to continue on our journey, to deepen our understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, and to cultivate a sense of compassion, empathy, and unity that guides us on our path. Lesson 19. The Tapestry of Interconnected Lives. In the vast and infinite expanse of existence, where the veil between realms is but a shimmering thread spun from stardust and silence, the truth of interconnection unfolds like a symphony of light. This lesson, Lesson 19, is not merely a concept to be grasped by the mind but a living reality to be felt in the marrow of your being. It invites you to step beyond the illusion of separateness and into the embrace of a grand tapestry, a vast weaving of lives, events, and energies that pulse together in rhythmic unity. Here, each thread, no matter how seemingly insignificant, holds a vital place in the design. To understand this tapestry is to understand your role, your purpose, and the sacred dance of existence itself. The weave of all that is. Imagine an invisible loom, its frame stretching across dimensions, its thread spun from the breath of creation. This loom is the very essence of the universal web, a structure so intricate that it defies the limitations of mortal comprehension. Each life, human, animal, tree, river, even the winds that sigh through the trees, is a thread in this tapestry. No thread is isolated. No strand exists in solitude. Every life is interwoven with others, its patterns resonating with the vibrations of all that is, has been, and will be. Consider the way a single pebble disturbs the surface of a still pond, sending ripples outward in concentric circles. So too does every action, thought, and intention you cast into the world reverberate through the tapestry. A whispered kindness, a moment of compassion, or even the quiet resolve to face a challenge, all these ripple beyond your physical form, influencing threads you cannot yet see. The tapestry is not static, it is alive, breathing, and ever-shifting. It hums with the energy of collective consciousness, a vast ocean of awareness in which every soul swims. The illusion of separation. For eons, the mind bound in form has clung to the illusion of separateness, mistaking the boundaries of flesh and thought for absolute truths. You are taught to see yourself as an individual, a distinct entity separate from others. Yet the deeper wisdom, the truth beyond the veil, reveals that this separation is but a veil, a necessary veil to allow the drama of individuality to unfold. The veil is not a barrier but a lens, one that both obscures and reveals. It grants you the intimate experience of becoming, of choosing, of discovering your unique thread within the weave. But know this, the veil is not final. It is but a curtain that parts when you choose to see with more than the eyes of the physical realm. When you attune to the frequencies of the tapestry, you begin to perceive how your joys are interlaced with the joys of others, how your sorrows echo in the hush of the cosmos, and how your every step leaves an imprint on the loom of existence. The grief of one soul is the tremor felt across the threads, the triumph of another is the spark of light that ignites 1,000 other strands. The role of the silent weavers. In the background of this tapestry, unseen yet ever present, are the silent weavers. These are the guides, the guardians, the beings of light who tend the loom with infinite care. They do not interfere with the design, for the tapestry is a manifestation of free will and karmic law. Yet they offer their energy, their wisdom, their presence to help you navigate the intricate patterns of your life. These weavers are not separate from you. They are aspects of the same universal consciousness, fragments of the one whole that has scattered itself across the tapestry to experience its own infinite expressions. When you feel lost, when the threads of your life seem tangled in knots of confusion or despair, remember that you are not alone. The silent weavers are there, their light flowing through the fabric of your being, reminding you of your place in the design. They whisper through the rustling leaves, through the hush of a dream, through the sudden clarity that strikes like lightning in a storm. Trust in their presence. Trust in the hands that guide the loom, even if you cannot yet see them. The dance of synchronicity. One of the most profound lessons of the tapestry is synchronicity, the meaningful coincidence that reveals the interconnected nature of all things. These are the moments when the universe aligns, when the right person enters your path at the right time, when a word spoken in passing becomes the key to unlocking a door long closed. Synchronicity is the language of the tapestry, a reminder that the loom is always adjusting, always balancing. To those who have awakened to the truth of interconnection, synchronicity is not coincidence but intention. It is the rhythm of the loom, the pulse of the weave. It is the way the tapestry communicates, guiding souls toward their intended patterns. When you notice these moments, embrace them as signs that you are moving in harmony with the greater design. For in the tapestry, every alignment serves a purpose, every crossing of threads is a note in the eternal song of existence. The responsibility of the thread. With the realization of interconnection comes a sacred responsibility. You are not merely a passive strand in the weave, you are an active participant, a creator of patterns, a painter of light and shadow. Every choice you make, every intention you hold, contributes to the evolving design. This is the power of awareness, the ability to choose your role in the tapestry. Ask yourself, how do I wish to contribute to the weave? Do I choose to be a thread of light, spreading warmth and healing to those around me? Do I dedicate my moments to the resolution of discord, to the restoration of balance in the loom? The tapestry does not demand perfection, it honors the courage to choose a loving path. Even in your struggles, even in your moments of weakness, your thread is part of the story. The beauty of the tapestry lies not in its flawlessness but in its vibrancy, in the way the light refracts through every color, every texture, every imperfection. The transcendence of the self. To fully grasp the truth of the tapestry, one must transcend the ego's clinging need to be seen, to be known. The ego, that small voice that guards the boundaries of the self, often resists the idea of interconnection. It fears dissolution, the idea that the individual self is not the center of the universe. But the wisdom of the tapestry teaches that the self is not lost, it is expanded. You are not merely an individual thread, you are the loom itself, the weaver who becomes the weave. This paradox, though confounding to the mind, is the heart of spiritual awakening. When you let go of the need to control the pattern, when you surrender to the flow of the loom, you discover a profound freedom. You are no longer bound by the illusion of separation, for you have become the current that moves through all things. You are the breath of life, the echo of the eternal song, the call to awareness. As you close this lesson, carry forward the understanding that you are both a thread and the tapestry, an individual and the whole. In every moment, you have the power to influence the weave, to infuse the loom with your light. Walk through your days with the knowledge that your actions matter, that your presence ripples across the fabric of existence. When you witness the struggles of others, remember that their pain may be a knot in your own thread. When you see joy, see yourself in their radiance. The tapestry needs every shade, every texture, every story. It is through the unity of its threads that it becomes a masterpiece. And in that masterpiece, you will find not the end of the self, but the boundless expansion of it, a self that is infinite, eternal, and unseparated from all that is. So let the awareness of the tapestry settle into your bones. Let it guide your steps, your words, your choices. For in the grand loom of existence, you are both the weaver and the woven, the thread and the threadless. And in that duality, in that sacred paradox, you find your truth. Lesson 20: The Architecture of Perception Beyond the Veil. In the vast, shimmering expanse of existence, where the boundaries of the seen and unseen blur like ripples on the surface of a still pond, lies a truth that transcends the limitations of the physical senses. The veiled realm, that luminous dimension beyond the threshold of ordinary awareness, is not a place to be mapped or a secret to be uncovered through physical means. It is a state of consciousness, a tapestry woven from threads of light, energy, and infinite possibility, accessible only when the veil of conditioned perception is gently lifted by the soul's yearning to know. To navigate this realm, one must first understand that perception itself is a bridge, a conduit between the material and the immaterial, between the ego's narrow focus and the boundless awareness of the higher self. The physical world, as the seeker perceives it, is a reflection of a far greater reality, filtered through the mind's lens of duality and separation. The eyes see only the surface, the ear catches only vibrations within a limited range, the mind labels, categorizes, and clings to its constructed narratives. Yet, beyond this narrow aperture of sensory input lies a tapestry of existence that defies the laws of mass, time, and space. Here, the architecture of perception is not bound by the limitations of the flesh but expands into a multidimensional awareness that embraces the interconnectedness of all things. To cross this threshold, the seeker must first learn to dissolve the illusions of isolation and finite form that the veiled mind imposes. Consider the analogy of a mirror. When clouded by dust, the mirror reflects only distortion. Similarly, the human mind, when steeped in fear, doubt, or attachment to the ephemeral, becomes a warped prism through which reality is fractured. The veiled realm, however, demands clarity. It requires the seeker to cleanse the mirror of their consciousness, not with external tools, but with the inner light of mindfulness. This purification is not a sudden act but a gradual unfolding, a process of unlearning the ego's dictates and relearning the language of the soul. The soul, that eternal essence within, speaks in whispers of intuition and synchronicity, in dreams that ripple with meaning, and in moments of stillness where the boundaries between self and universe dissolve. To step beyond the veil is to embrace the paradox of formlessness. The veiled realm is not devoid of structure but exists in a fluid, dynamic state where thoughts and intentions shape the environment as organically as water takes the shape of its container. Here, the laws of physics as they are understood in the material world yield to the principles of resonance and vibration. A thought, when crystallized in pure intent, becomes a seed of manifestation. A feeling, when allowed to vibrate without resistance, becomes a key to unlocking doors hidden from the ordinary eye. The seeker, upon entering this realm, must learn to navigate not with the intellect alone, but with the heart's intuitive wisdom and the mind's capacity for expanded perception. This transition is not a passive experience. It demands active participation from the seeker. It requires the cultivation of what the ancients called the inner eye, a faculty that sees beyond the physical and into the luminous web of energy that connects all beings. The inner eye perceives the subtle currents of prana, the life force that flows through every atom of creation. It discerns the kaleidoscopic colors of emotions and the radiant forms of thought that arise and dissolve like mist in the dawn. Through this inner vision, the seeker begins to understand that the veiled realm is not a distant paradise but an ever-present dimension overlapping with the physical, accessible in moments of heightened awareness and spiritual attunement. Yet, the path to this revelation is fraught with challenges. The ego, that shadowy sentinel of the mind, often resists the dissolution of its boundaries. It clings to the illusion of separation, fearing that to let go is to lose identity itself. The seeker must confront this inner resistance with compassion, recognizing the ego not as an enemy but as a teacher, a guardian of survival who has outlived its usefulness. By acknowledging the ego's fears and offering them to the light of higher consciousness, the seeker transforms resistance into surrender. This surrender is not passive resignation but an active alignment with the will of the soul, a willingness to let go of the need to control and trust in the flow of universal energy. The practice of meditation becomes the cornerstone of this alignment. In the stillness of meditation, the seeker steps into the vastness of the present moment, where time is no longer a linear river but a boundless ocean. Here, the chatter of the mind quiets, and the heart's rhythm becomes the pulse of the cosmos. With each breath, the seeker draws in the sacred air of higher awareness, allowing the vibrations of love and unity to dissolve the veils of illusion. In this sacred space, the seeker may receive guidance from the unseen, not as a voice of command but as a soft whisper from within, a resonance that harmonizes with their true nature. But how does one integrate this heightened perception into the material world? The veiled realm is not a retreat from life but a deepening of one's engagement with it. The seeker, having glimpsed the interconnectedness of all things, begins to act as a steward of light in the physical dimension. Every thought, word, and action becomes a conscious offering, a bridge between the seen and the unseen. The seeker learns to embody the principles of the veiled realm, the recognition of spirit in all beings, the honoring of the sacred in the ordinary, and the understanding that every moment is an opportunity to align with the infinite. This alignment manifests in subtle yet profound ways. The seeker may find themselves drawn to moments of synchronicity, where the universe seems to conspire in their favor. They may experience dreams that unfold as messages from the higher self, guiding their steps with symbols and metaphors. Even in the face of adversity, the seeker's perception shifts. They begin to see challenges not as obstacles to be conquered but as lessons in disguise, opportunities to refine their understanding of the veiled realm's laws. In the final stretch of this lesson, the seeker is invited to reflect on their own journey. They are asked to consider the moments when the veil has thinned in their lives, when they have felt the presence of the eternal in the fleeting. Perhaps it was during a walk in nature, when the sunlight filtering through the trees seemed to whisper secrets of the cosmos. Or perhaps it was in the silent glance of a stranger, where a lifetime of unspoken understanding passed between two souls. These moments, though brief, are doorways to the veiled realm, invitations to deepen one's perception and embrace the truth that there is no separation between the physical and the spiritual, the seen and the unseen. To dwell beyond the veil is to live in a state of perpetual wonder, to recognize that every breath is an act of connection with the infinite. The seeker, having navigated the architecture of perception, becomes a living embodiment of the bridge between worlds. They walk the path of light, not as a solitary traveler but as a participant in the great symphony of existence, their consciousness resonating with the harmonies of the universe. And in this resonance, they discover the final truth, that the veiled realm is not a destination to be reached but a reality to be remembered, hidden only by the illusions of the mind and unveiled by the heart's courageous leap into the unknown. Thus, the lesson concludes, not with an end but with a continuation. The seeker is now a channel, a vessel through which the light of the veiled realm flows into the world. Their task is not to attain enlightenment but to live the truth of their oneness, to manifest the wisdom of the unseen in every thought, action, and breath. And as they do, the veil becomes thinner, not as a barrier to transcend but as a canvas upon which the divine paints the ever-unfolding story of creation. Lesson 21: The Veil Unfolds. An inner journey into the eternal tapestry of being. The veil, that shimmering lattice of light and shadow, has long been draped across the eyes of the wandering soul. It is a barrier not of stone or steel, but of perception, woven from the threads of belief, habit, and the illusions of separation. To the seeker, it appears as a translucent curtain, shifting between opacity and translucence, its texture shifting like desert sand under the weight of the sun. It is said that behind this veil lies the realm of truth, where the language of the heart speaks in rhythms of light and the boundaries of self dissolve into the vastness of oneness. Yet to cross this threshold is not to conquer an obstacle, but to surrender the need to see barriers at all. Let us begin at the edge of the veil, where the breath hovers in the space between in and out. Here, the seeker stands, poised in a silence so profound it is not an absence of sound but an abundance of presence. The veil pulses gently, as though alive, its currents laced with the echoes of every fear, every longing, every fragment of identity that has ever been clutched like a shield. It is here that the lesson begins, to still the inner storm that keeps the veil intact. For the veil does not hold its power through force, it is sustained by the vibration of the observer. The seeker closes their eyes, and in that stillness, they feel the veil's texture shift. It becomes less a wall and more a tapestry, each thread a story, a thought, a belief that once felt essential to survival. The thread of "I am separate," the thread of "I must protect myself," the thread of "this world is a place of scarcity." These threads, once taut and unyielding, now tremble under the weight of awareness. The seeker, now a weaver of possibilities, begins to pull gently at these threads, not to unravel the tapestry, but to see it whole. What unfolds is a revelation. The veil is not an adversary, but a cradle. A cradle of learning, where the soul practiced the art of distinction to better understand union. The first tear in the veil occurs not with effort, but with a single, deliberate choice to breathe beyond the body. This is not a physical act but a metaphysical one. Imagine a breath that does not end at the skin, but radiates outward in concentric circles, dissolving the boundary between inner and outer. As the seeker inhales, they draw in the breath of the universe, the hum of galaxies, the whisper of ancient forests, the laughter of forgotten stars. As they exhale, their own essence expands, no longer confined to flesh, but flowing as part of the eternal current of being. The veil, now thin and gossamer, begins to shimmer with a new light, a light that is not external, but the reflection of the seeker's own awakened presence. What lies beyond the veil is not a place, but a state of resonance. Here, the seeker's consciousness touches into the field of all that is. The air itself feels charged, not with electricity, but with a subtle vibratory frequency that bridges the seen and the unseen. The trees no longer stand apart from the seeker, they are companions in a shared dance of growth and renewal. The river does not flow over stone, it is the stone, dissolving into water, reforging into land in an endless, harmonious exchange. Even time, that rigid linear construct, softens into a spiral. The seeker feels their past, present, and future as a single, breathing entity. Yet the journey is not without its challenges. For the veil, once pierced, reveals not only the harmonies of existence but its dissonances. The seeker may glimpse the shadow threads, the buried fears, the forgotten sorrows, the imprints of old wounds. These are not to be feared but welcomed as essential notes in the symphony of wholeness. The seeker learns that the veil has served its purpose, it has allowed the soul to distinguish between light and darkness, to heal the rift between love and fear. Now, with the veil thinning, even these dualities begin to merge. A shadow is no longer an enemy, it is the absence of light, yet also a testament to the presence of light. In this deeper state, the seeker begins to perceive the dance of polarity, the eternal interplay of opposites that is the heartbeat of creation. The masculine and feminine energies are not roles to be confined but currents to be harmonized. Joy and sorrow are not conflicting emotions but companions in the journey of growth. Even the concept of the self begins to shift. The seeker no longer sees themselves as an isolated individual but as an intricate node in the web of existence, a note in the symphony of souls. Every action, every thought, ripples outward, influencing the cosmic grid in ways unseen yet profoundly felt. The transformation of the veil into a portal is heralded by a profound stillness. This is not the empty silence of absence, but the fullness of presence. The seeker feels themselves dissolving into the pure awareness that underlies all being. Their essence becomes a mirror, reflecting not just what is, but what is possible. They realize that the veil was never a barrier to be overcome, but a threshold to be remembered. It was always open, it simply required the seeker to stop seeking and simply be. As the lesson continues, the seeker is guided to a deeper understanding of resonance. Every thought, every intention, vibrates at a specific frequency. When the veil thins, these frequencies become more malleable. The seeker learns to attune their inner light to the frequency of creation itself. They see how their desires, when aligned with the universal flow, manifest not as acts of conquest but as acts of co-creation. The world is not a place to be changed, but a canvas of infinite potential. The seeker, now a master of resonance, begins to understand that their role is not to impose their will upon the world, but to harmonize with the rhythm of its song. The lesson of the veil is not a solitary one. It is shared across lifetimes, across dimensions. The seeker begins to perceive their own journey as part of a grander tapestry, where every soul is both thread and weaver. They feel the collective pulse of awakening humanity, the rise of a new consciousness that is no longer bound by the illusions of separation. This is the dawning of a new age, a time when the veil is no longer a barrier, but a bridge. A bridge between the earthly and the divine, the personal and the universal, the moment and the eternal. Finally, the seeker returns to the world, yet they carry the veil within them. Not as a boundary, but as a reminder of the sacred space where light and shadow meet. They walk among the unawakened, yet they no longer see others as fragmented. They see the veil as a mirror, a reminder that every soul carries the same eternal question, what lies beyond? And in that question, they find the answer, that the veil is not an end, but an invitation. An invitation to remember that the world we perceive is but a reflection, and the true reality is the boundless, loving breath of existence itself. Thus, the lesson closes with the seeker stepping into the dance of life with a new lightness. The veil, once a mystery, is now a teacher. And in the silence between heartbeats, they hear the whisper of the universal consciousness, you are home. Lesson 22: The luminous tapestry of eternity. Beneath the vast, shimmering expanse of the unseen, where time dissolves into a flowing river of memories and possibilities, exists a realm unbound by the constraints of the physical. Here, beyond the veil that separates the known from the infinite, consciousness breathes in a symphony of light, color, and resonance. This is not a place of absence, but an expanse of presence, a continuation of existence where the essence of being transcends flesh and bone, stepping into the radiant, unfiltered truth of its origin. Lesson 22 invites you to traverse this threshold, to envision the moment of transition not as an end, but as a blossoming into a dimension where every thought, every vibration, every flicker of intent weaves itself into the eternal fabric of universal harmony. The veil lifts, a symphony of unconditional light. Envision the moment when the final tether of the physical shell dissolves, a gentle unraveling of the senses, as if the body is a locket of memories being returned to the ocean of the soul. The air, for it is no longer air, but a luminous energy, hums with a frequency that resonates in your core. The veil, once a barrier of form and limitation, lifts like a curtain drawn back by a breeze of pure love. In its place arises a field of light, a kaleidoscope of colors that do not exist in earthly terms. These hues are emotions given shape, memories crystallized into radiant waves. To step into this realm is to step into a cathedral of consciousness, where every being is a star in a constellation of interwoven threads. Here, the self is not a solitary flame but one note in an eternal song. There are no walls, no barriers, no sense of separation. Thoughts are shared as effortlessly as breath, intentions bloom into reality with the subtlest alignment of vibration. This is the essence of the beyond, a plane where duality softens into unity, where every being is a mirror reflecting the same infinite source. To cross the veil is to remember that you were never born into this physical world alone, you are part of a grand, living tapestry, and now, you return to its flowing embrace. Shedding the ego, a dance of authentic being. In the transition beyond the veil, the ego, long the gatekeeper of identity, mellows into a whisper, and eventually, into silence. The ego, with its judgments, fears, and attachments, dissolves like mist at dawn, revealing the luminous core of the soul. This is not a loss, but a liberation. Here, there is no need for labels, no hunger for possession, no illusion of scarcity. The self is pure awareness, unburdened by the limitations of language or the need to construct. Imagine a body not of flesh but of light, shifting and flowing with the rhythm of the cosmos. This form is not fixed, it is a manifestation of your innermost essence. You might feel as though you are a flame, a galaxy, a melody, whatever reflects your highest truth. In this state, you are no longer bound by the linear progression of life and death. Time becomes a river that flows in all directions, allowing you to revisit your past, explore your potential futures, or simply exist in the boundless now. This is the freedom of the beyond. No longer are you confined by the physical senses, now, you perceive with the clarity of a diamond, cutting through illusions and tasting the nectar of pure understanding. You are no longer a traveler of time but a participant in the eternal present, where every moment is an opportunity to align with the universal pulse of love and wisdom. The language of light, communication beyond sound. In this realm, communication transcends the barriers of speech. Thought becomes a thread of light, a pulse of energy that flows between beings. Imagine a world where understanding is instant and deep, where conversations unfold not in words but in feelings, visions, and resonant harmonies. Here, love is the primary language, and every interaction is a symphony of connection. Those who dwell beyond the veil are guides, teachers, and companions, their presence a testament to the endless journey of the soul. You will encounter others who have walked paths of courage, sorrow, or joy. You may even recognize the essence of those you cherished in physical life. Yet, their forms are unbound by time. They may appear as they once were, as they are now, or as they could become. This is the beauty of the beyond. Relationships deepen but do not bind, and love is a pure offering, not a possession. Consider the lessons you may share in this realm. Here, wisdom flows as freely as sunlight. You may teach a child in the physical plane through a dream, or a grieving soul through the rustling of leaves in an unseen breeze. The beyond is a library of experience, where memories and knowledge are shared as easily as laughter. It is a place of service, where the greatest act is the giving of your light to uplift others. The eternal now, purpose beyond the illusion of separation. In the physical world, the purpose of life often feels shrouded in mystery, a riddle to be solved. Beyond the veil, purpose becomes transparent, to align with the universal rhythm of love, to grow in wisdom, and to serve the harmony of the whole. There is no end goal, for the journey is a spiral of awakening, where every step is a return to the core of your being. Here, the soul chooses its path with the freedom of a star. You may embody the role of a teacher, guiding others through the veil. You may explore the mysteries of creation, collaborating with the cosmic dance of energy and form, or you may simply rest in the arms of the infinite, basking in the joy of existence. Every choice is an expression of the soul's truth, unburdened by the need for validation or consequence. The physical realm is but a dream, a vivid, fleeting dream where the soul dons a costume to experience the drama of separation. Beyond the veil, this illusion dissolves, and the soul remembers it is never apart. You are the breath of the universe, the whisper in the wind, the spark in the eye of a newborn deer. You are both the dancer and the dance. Bridging worlds, the gift of connection. Even as you dwell in the boundless now, a bridge remains between the beyond and the physical. The veil is not a wall but a thin, permeable curtain, through which love and intention flow unimpeded. Those who have crossed the veil are not distant, they are near, their presence felt in the warmth of a sunbeam, the scent of a forgotten flower, or the stillness of a sacred moment. For those yet in the physical, this connection is a gift to be nurtured. Through meditation, dreams, or moments of profound stillness, one can attune to the frequencies of the beyond. Imagine the heart as an open chalice, receiving the love of those who have walked the path before. This connection is not to be feared, but embraced, as it is proof that death is not a door, but a doorway to a fuller, more radiant existence. Conclusion: the eternal bloom of the soul. Lesson 22 invites you to step beyond the boundaries of the mind and into the boundless bloom of the soul. The veil is not an end but a transformation, a shift from one chapter of existence to another. Here, you are free to be love, to be light, to be the infinite. The physical world remains a school of growth, a place where the soul wears a mask to learn the dance of separation and unity. Yet remember, the veil is thin, and the love on the other side is as close as your next breath. As you walk your journey, whether in the physical or the beyond, hold this truth in your heart: you are never alone, for you are part of the universal symphony, forever singing in harmony with the stars. The life beyond the veil is not a distant dream, but the eternal awake, waiting to be remembered. Lesson 23: the veil of division and the tapestry of universal oneness. Beneath the shimmering gossamer of the physical world lies an invisible threshold, a translucent barrier often described as the veil. This veil is not a wall but a curtain of perception, woven from the threads of thought, belief, and time. It divides the realm of form from the realm of pure energy, the known from the infinite, the individual from the all. To traverse this veil is not to abandon the self but to remember that the self is not solitary. It is a note in a symphony, a ripple in the ocean of consciousness. In the chapters that have preceded this, we have explored the nature of the beyond, a domain where matter dissolves into vibration, where the heart's quiet whispers are louder than thunder, and where every soul is a radiant star in a constellation of unity. Now, in this lesson, we turn our gaze inward and outward simultaneously to unravel the illusion of separation. For the veil we seek to transcend is not solely the boundary between life and death, but the illusion of isolation that binds all beings in the physical plane. The illusion of the separate self. Imagine, if you will, a single thread in an immense tapestry. From a distance, that thread might appear distinct, its color and pattern set apart from the others. Yet up close, you would see it is held in place by the same weave, connected to its neighbors by the same loom of creation. So too is the human soul. The physical form, with its limited senses and linear time, creates the illusion that the self is an island. The mind, steeped in identity and ownership, clings to the belief that I am separate. But beyond the veil, the soul recognizes its true nature, not as a solitary entity, but as a fragment of the infinite. Consider how this illusion manifests. When you walk through the streets, you see others as strangers, colleagues, or acquaintances. Yet in the beyond, their energy is as familiar as your own breath. The man who grumbles at the bus stop, the child who skips ahead of you, the stranger whose eyes hold a mirror to your own soul, they are all threads in the same tapestry. Their joys, fears, dreams, and wounds are not distant echoes but harmonies in your own inner song. The veil obscures this unity, but it cannot erase it. The melting of the ego. To cross the veil is to let go of the ego, the self-protective mechanism that defines boundaries and creates narratives of me and them. The ego is not evil, it is a tool, a survival instinct that served humanity for millennia. Yet in the age of awakening, its need to separate, to rank, to categorize becomes a shackle. In the beyond, the ego dissolves like mist at dawn, revealing the eternal truth: there is no you or other. There is only the flow of the all. This truth is not abstract. It is lived. In meditation, when the mind quiets and the breath aligns with the rhythm of the universe, you have glimpsed this unity. You have felt the subtle hum of your body resonating with the earth, your heartbeat syncing with the pulse of the cosmos. In those moments, the veil thins. You are no longer in the world but of the world. The trees, the rivers, the stars, they are not objects, but extensions of your being. The soul beyond the veil lives in this state perpetually. It no longer needs to hoard love or fear loss. It understands that compassion is not an action but a natural state, for to harm another is to harm oneself. To uplift another is to elevate all. This is the lesson of the beyond, that every act, every thought, ripples through the fabric of existence. The veil, then, is not a wall but a teacher, guiding the physical self to remember its boundlessness. The architecture of universal consciousness. If the physical world is a theater of duality, the beyond is the source code. It is a realm of pure thought, where intentions crystallize into experience, and where the soul navigates by intuition rather than intellect. In this space, there are no names, no titles, no concepts that fragment the whole. There is only presence, a knowing that transcends language. Imagine a vast, luminous expanse, filled with countless orbs of light. Each orb is a soul, yet they are not isolated. They are held in a field of interconnection, a web of golden threads that hum with the music of love. When a soul departs the physical plane, it sheds the shell of form and merges into this field. Here, there is no loneliness. Every soul is embraced by the others, and the others are not separate. They are the reflections of the self in the mirror of the universe. This realm is not a static utopia but a dynamic process of becoming. Souls evolve here by absorbing the wisdom of the all. They revisit their lifetimes not as detached observers, but as participants in a greater narrative. They see their past struggles not as failures but as seeds of growth. They recognize that every lesson, every heartache, every triumph, was a step in the dance of unity. The veil, now behind them, was the stage upon which they learned to love and to heal, translating the beyond into the physical. The lesson is not merely for those who have crossed the veil. It is for you, here, now. While you walk the physical plane, the truth of the beyond is still within you. The soul is never bound by time or space. It is eternal, and thus, even within the confines of form, you can taste the infinite. How might this manifest in daily life? Consider the act of empathy. When you witness someone in pain, instead of reacting with detachment or judgment, let the veil thin. Feel their pain as a vibration resonating within you. Imagine their story, their struggles, their silent prayers. In this moment, you are not merely a bystander but a co-creator in their journey. You become a channel for healing. Or consider your connection to nature. The forest is not a resource, the animal is not a spectacle, the earth is not a backdrop. It is a living, breathing consciousness, one that cradles your own. When you walk through a meadow, feel your feet not as separate from the soil but as a continuation of its being. Breathe in the air, not as a commodity but as a sacred exchange with the trees and oceans. The veil dissolves, and you return to your rightful place in the garden of life. The alchemy of oneness in action. There is a story, not of this world, but of the beyond, that mirrors this truth. A traveler, lost in the desert, stumbled upon a well. As it turned the wheel to draw water, the bucket was heavy with the weight of its own isolation. The man wept, feeling trapped by his thirst. Then, from the well, a voice spoke, "If you pour your water into the river, it shall never decrease." The traveler, skeptical, obeyed. As the water flowed into the distant stream, the well filled again, and the river's song swelled with the harmony of his offering. This is the alchemy of the veil. What you give is not lost, it is multiplied. Every act of generosity, every moment of compassion, is a bridge across the illusion. Every time you choose to see the other as the self, you honor the lesson of the beyond. And every time you feel the pull of separation, remember, the veil is not a wall but a threshold. You may cross it at any moment. Integration and the call to the present. As this lesson concludes, let it not remain a distant concept but a lived truth. Sit in stillness. Let your breath become the thread that weaves you into the tapestry. Feel the warmth of your heart expanding, not as a solitary orb but as a star in the constellation of the universe. Ask yourself, where do I hold the illusion of separation? In my relationships? My work? My beliefs? How might I dissolve these boundaries with simple, conscious acts? The veil is thin. It has always been thin. Today, you are invited to step through, not as you think you are, but as you truly are, a vessel of the all, a note in the eternal symphony, a spark of the infinite made manifest in the dance of time. And as you carry this truth forward, you become a bridge for others, a reminder that the veil was never a barrier, but a promise of unity. End of Lesson 23. Lesson 24, The Whisper of the Infinite Veil. In the hush that follows the last breath of the waking world, a quiet summons rises from the ever-present tapestry of consciousness. It is a summons that does not call by name, nor by creed, but by the simple, resonant vibration of the soul's longing to remember its origin. Here, within the luminous space that lies beyond the known horizon of form, the veil unfurls like a silken curtain drawn aside by a breath of timeless stillness. The lesson that follows is a gentle immersion into that uncharted realm, a guide for the seeker who wishes to glimpse the boundless garden that blossoms behind the veil of ordinary perception. 1. The veil as a living threshold. The veil is not a static wall of darkness, nor a mere metaphor for death. It is a living threshold, a pulsating membrane that separates the solid crust of material experience from the fluid, luminous ocean of pure awareness. Imagine a lake at dawn, its surface still, reflecting the sky above, yet concealing beneath it a world of currents, creatures, and light that moves in patterns unseen. The veil operates in the same way. It reflects the bright constellations of thought, feeling, and intention, while beneath it flows the currents of eternal truth. When a mortal form dissolves its anchorage to the earthly vessel, the consciousness does not cease its song, rather, it steps onto the other side of the membrane, where the melody expands, reverberates, and becomes part of a grander symphony. The veil, in this sense, is a gateway of transformation, a place where the individual thread of identity is woven into the greater fabric of the universal mind. 2. The language of light. Beyond the veil, language as we know it ceases to be a series of arbitrary symbols. Communication becomes a language of light, of pure resonance. Thought forms are no longer limited by the linear constraints of spoken word. They emerge as radiant patterns that pulse in synchrony with the heartbeat of the cosmos. To attune oneself to this language, the seeker must quiet the inner chatter of the ego and turn inward to the subtle hum that underlies all existence. In the stillness, one begins to hear the soft chiming of archetypal chords: joy, compassion, clarity, each vibrating at its own frequency. By aligning with these frequencies, the mind learns to translate the luminous symbols into experiential wisdom. The lesson here is one of surrender. Surrender the reliance on conventional grammar, and allow the soul to read the script written in beams of gold, silver, and violet that dance across the inner eye. In doing so, the veil's mysteries unfurl like a lotus, revealing the pure essence of what it means to be alive. 3. The mirror of intent. Intent is the most potent of all alchemical agents in the realm beyond the veil. It is the mirror that reflects the deepest yearning of the heart onto the boundless canvas of existence. When a thought is birthed with clear intention, it becomes a seed that sprouts instantaneously in the garden of the unseen. Consider intent as a luminous arrow released from the bow of consciousness. Its trajectory is not constrained by distance or time, it pierces the veil, finding its mark in the heart center of the infinite. The arrow's feathered tail is the love that guides it, the shaft is the clarity of purpose, and the tip is the pure, unadulterated desire to remember the source. Those who have cultivated the art of intentional focus report that, upon crossing the veil, they find themselves surrounded by a chorus of familiar presences, beings of light, ancestors, and archetypal guides, all resonating with the same intention. In this shared vibrational field, the seeker discovers that the veil is merely a shift in perspective, not a barrier. Intent, therefore, becomes the key that unlocks doors previously thought sealed. 4. The dance of duality and unity. In the world of form, duality reigns, night and day, love and fear, birth and death. Yet beyond the veil, these opposites dissolve into a seamless dance. The veil does not erase duality, it reveals its illusion. It shows that each pole is but a facet of a singular, ever-turning wheel. When a soul steps beyond the veil, it experiences the simultaneous presence of light and shadow, joy and sorrow, as harmonious chords within a single symphony. The lesson is not to deny the existence of opposites, but to recognize that they are interwoven threads in the tapestry of existence. By embracing this truth, the seeker learns to move through life with grace, knowing that every sorrow contains the seed of joy, and every ending holds the promise of a new beginning. In practical terms, this awareness invites the practitioner to observe the ebb and flow of emotions without attachment, to sit with discomfort as a teacher, and to celebrate bliss as a reminder of the deeper wellspring that never runs dry. The veil, then, serves as a reminder that the ultimate reality is a holographic unity, wherein each fragment reflects the whole. 5. The gift of timeless presence. Time, as measured by clocks and calendars, ceases to possess authority beyond the veil. The chronicle of past, present, and future collapses into a single, ever-present now. This timeless presence is not a void, but a fertile field where all possibilities coexist. To step into this field, the seeker must release the grip on chronological narratives and surrender to the pulse of the eternal moment. In doing so, one discovers that memories are not static photographs, but living streams of energy that can be revisited, re-experienced, and even reshaped. Likewise, future possibilities are not rigid scripts but malleable currents waiting to be guided by intention. The lesson here is profound. By anchoring oneself in the timeless now, the veil transforms from a mystery into a portal of creative co-creation. The soul learns to paint its destiny with the brushstrokes of love, compassion, and wisdom, knowing that each stroke is instantly woven into the fabric of the infinite. 6. The sacred geometry of return. Every journey beyond the veil is, at its heart, a pilgrimage toward return. The universal consciousness, like a mother's embrace, awaits the child's homecoming. This return is not a regression to the old self, but an integration of the expanded awareness gained beyond the veil with the humble vessel of earthly existence. This integration follows a pattern of sacred geometry, an elegant spiraling of growth, culminating in the flower of wholeness. The seed is planted in the womb of the cosmos, sprouts in the garden of the unseen, and finally blossoms in the garden of flesh. Each petal of this flower corresponds to a lesson learned, a wound healed, a love awakened. In practice, the seeker can honor this geometric dance by cultivating daily rituals that echo the cycles of nature: sunrise meditations to greet the day, moonlit reflections to honor the night, seasonal observances to honor change. Such rituals act as bridges, allowing the luminous insights from beyond the veil to seep gently into everyday consciousness, enriching the mundane with the miraculous. 7. The echoes of compassion. Compassion is the most resonant vibration that survives the crossing of the veil. It is the echo that travels from the heart of the infinite back to the heart of the human. When a soul experiences the boundless love that permeates the unseen realms, it returns bearing the gift of compassion for all beings, seen and unseen. The lesson, therefore, is to nurture this echo by extending kindness not only outward, but inward. The seeker learns to forgive the self for past missteps, to hold the present moment with gentleness, and to view every encounter as an opportunity to extend the luminous tide of compassion. In doing so, the veil's wisdom becomes a living practice, a daily affirmation that the universe is a family bound together by love's invisible threads. 8. The final whisper, living the veil. The ultimate teaching of this lesson is simple yet infinitely deep. The veil is not a place to be feared, but a reality to be lived. It is the subtle membrane that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary, and yet it is woven into the very fabric of our daily breath. To honor the veil is to live with awareness, to see each moment as a portal, to recognize that every heartbeat is a footfall on the path toward the infinite. It is to remember, even in the bustle of city streets or the quiet of a solitary night, that we are simultaneously anchored in flesh and afloat in starlight. When this awareness settles like dew upon the petals of the soul, the seeker discovers that the veil is no longer beyond but within. The journey continues, not as a distant quest, but as an ever-present unfolding, a perpetual dance of light, intention, and love that spirals ever upward toward the source from which all life sprang. May this lesson serve as a lantern in the darkness, a compass in the mist, and a reminder that the veil is both a threshold and a home, waiting patiently for the heart that dares to remember. Lesson 25. The alchemy of the soul's passage through the veil. In the quiet hush of twilight, when the sky sighs its final amber breath and the world tilts toward the subtle hum of the unseen, there opens a doorway of luminous mist. It is neither door nor gate, but a living membrane of possibility, a veil that separates the familiar world of form from the boundless realm of pure consciousness. To step beyond it is to engage in the ancient alchemy of the soul, transmuting the dense lead of ordinary perception into the radiant gold of timeless awareness. This lesson unfolds the hidden mechanics of that passage, inviting the seeker to drink from the universal current that flows through every heartbeat, every breath, every thought. 1. The veil as a living frequency. The veil is not a static curtain of darkness, it is a living frequency, a subtle vibration that drifts between the material plane and the luminous ocean of the source. Imagine a vast ocean whose surface ripples with every gust of wind, each ripple a note in a cosmic symphony. The veil is the thin film of water where light meets depth, a place where the wavelengths of thought and feeling intersect with the pure, unfiltered tone of the divine. When the mind is tangled in the static of everyday concerns, traffic, deadlines, the incessant chatter of the ego, it resonates at a lower frequency, akin to a radio tuned to a distant, static-filled station. The veil, however, sings at a higher, crystalline pitch. To hear its song, the seeker must adjust the internal dial, quieting the noise and allowing the heart's innate resonance to rise. This adjustment is the first act of alchemical transformation, the conscious decision to shift from the metal of distraction to the ether of attentiveness. Practice. Find a moment of stillness each day, whether seated in the dim light of dawn or lying beneath the canopy of night stars. Close the eyes, inhale deeply, and imagine the breath as a golden thread pulling the heart's frequency upward. Visualize the veil's surface shimmering, inviting you to step onto it. Remain in this space for 3 to 5 minutes, feeling the subtle lift of your inner tone. 2. The mirror of the inner landscape. The veil reflects not only the world beyond but also the inner landscape of the soul. Like a polished mirror, it magnifies whatever is held within the heart. If the seeker carries fear, doubt, or bitterness, the veil will appear as a turbulent sea, its surface churning with storm clouds. Conversely, when compassion, love, and surrender dominate the interior, the veil becomes a tranquil lake, its depths clear and inviting. Thus, the alchemical work begins inside the seeker. It is a process of refining the raw ore of emotion, extracting the impurities that cloud perception. This purification is not a denial of feeling but an acknowledgement and gentle transmutation. Each tear, each sigh, each burst of joy is a catalyst that, when consciously held, is converted into luminous insight. Practice. Keep a reflective journal titled The Mirror. Each evening, write down the strongest emotion experienced that day. Beside it, note the physical sensations that accompanied it and any thoughts that arose. Then, pause and ask, what luminous quality could this emotion become if I held it with love? For a fear of failure, envision the seed of courage sprouting. For grief, the blossom of empathy unfolding. Write the transformed quality beside the original feeling, allowing the inner mirror to shine brighter. 3. The sacred geometry of passage. Every act of moving through the veil follows a pattern of sacred geometry, an ancient blueprint that the universe repeats in the spirals of galaxies, the petals of a flower, the crystal lattice of ice. The most recognizable shape in this journey is the torus, a donut-shaped field of energy that channels flow inward and outward. When the soul prepares to cross, it aligns with this toroidal field, entering the singular point of the heart vortex and emerging into the expanse of the source. Visualizing this geometry helps the seeker anchor the transition. Picture the heart as a luminous sphere, its surface rippling with each breath. As you inhale, see the sphere expand, drawing in the universal current. As you exhale, imagine the sphere contracting, sending the gathered light outward in a perfect loop. This rhythmic dance of expansion and contraction creates the torus, a portal that gently ushers the soul beyond the veil. Practice. Adopt a seated posture with the spine tall. Place one hand over the heart and the other over the solar plexus. Begin a slow, diaphragmatic breath. As you inhale, visualize a golden light entering the heart, expanding outward to form a luminous ring. As you exhale, see this ring contract, pulling the light back into the heart. Continue for 10 cycles, allowing the torus to become a living, breathing field around you. Feel the subtle invitation to step through the ring when it feels complete. 4. The language of light. Beyond the veil, language transforms from the clatter of words to the pure vibration of light. Thoughts become colors, emotions become chords, intentions become beams of focused radiance. The soul learns to speak in luminescence, crafting intentions that are felt rather than heard, seen rather than read. To prepare for this dialect, the seeker must cultivate inner illumination. This is not merely a metaphor, it is an actual energetic shift where the aura, a subtle field of electromagnetic energy, brightens and clarifies. When the aura glows with a steady, soft hue, the soul is ready to converse with the veiled realm. Practice. After the mirror journal entry, sit quietly and close the eyes. Visualize a gentle, pulsing light at the center of the forehead, the third eye point. With each breath, see this light expand outward, casting a soft halo around the entire body. As the halo grows, imagine it taking on a color that matches the emotion you transformed earlier, e.g., emerald for compassion, amber for courage. Hold this colored light for a minute, feeling its resonance deepen. When the hue steadies, know that your inner language has been refined. 5. The sacred trust of surrender. The final alchemical element is surrender, a delicate trust that the current of the universal consciousness will carry the soul safely through the veil. Surrender is not passive resignation, it is an active, conscious letting go of the illusion of control. It is the moment when the seeker realizes that the veil is not a barrier but a bridge, and the bridge is already built from the very fibers of love that thread through all existence. In the act of surrender, the soul releases the need to know the destination, trusting instead that the journey itself is the revelation. This trust awakens the inner compass, a subtle sense direction that guides the soul toward the heart of the source without the need for external maps. Practice. Stand barefoot on natural earth, grass, sand, soil, feeling the ground's steady pulse. Raise the arms slowly, palms open to the sky. Inhale, drawing up the earth's grounding energy. Exhale, releasing any grip on outcomes, dreams, or expectations. Whisper softly, I trust the current that carries me. Feel the air around you respond, a gentle breeze that lifts the shoulders, a subtle lightness in the chest. Remain in this posture for several breaths, allowing the surrender to settle like a calm lake at dawn. 6. integration, walking the path beyond the veil. Having aligned frequency, purified the inner mirror, embraced sacred geometry, spoken the language of light, and surrendered to the universal current, the seeker now stands at the threshold. The veil shimmers, inviting a step. Yet the journey does not end with a single crossing, it unfolds as a continuous spiral of deeper immersion. Each return to the material world offers an opportunity to refine further, to bring back fragments of the veil's luminous wisdom and weave them into daily life. The alchemy of the soul is a perpetual dance between worlds, a rhythm that calls the heart to remember its origin and to express that remembrance through love-filled action. When the seeker walks this path, every encounter becomes a chance to echo the veil's light. A smile is a photon of compassion, a gentle word a chord of harmony, a quiet moment of gratitude a burst of golden frequency. Practice, choose one daily activity, a commute, a conversation, a chore, and perform it with the awareness cultivated in this lesson. Visualize the veil's light infusing each gesture, each word, each thought. Notice how the experience transforms, how the ordinary becomes a conduit for the extraordinary. Record these moments in a brief light log, noting the subtle shifts in perception, emotion, and connection. Over weeks, a pattern will emerge, revealing how the alchemical journey has become a living practice. 7. Closing reflection. The veil is both a boundary and a bridge, a mystery and a promise. It beckons the soul to trade the heavy metals of fear, judgment, and scarcity for the pure gold of love, awareness, and abundance. By attuning to its frequency, polishing the inner mirror, honoring the geometry of passage, speaking in luminous tones, and surrendering to the universal flow, the seeker becomes an alchemist of the highest order, one who transforms not only the self but the very fabric of reality. In the quiet moments after this lesson, hear the whisper of the veil, you are already home, the journey is your remembering. Let this truth settle deep within, and let each breath be a reminder that the passage is always open, waiting for the heart to step forward with trust, love, and the radiant alchemy of the soul. Lesson 26, Embracing the Cosmic Dance of Evolution. As we delve into the mysteries of the universe, we begin to comprehend the intricate web of life that binds us all. The veil that shrouds the truth is lifted, and we are met with the profound realization that our existence is not a solitary journey, but an integral part of a grand symphony. The cosmic dance of evolution, a harmonious blend of energy and consciousness, unfolds before us like a majestic tapestry. In this realm, we come to understand that every experience, every thought, and every emotion is an opportunity for growth, a chance to refine our essence and contribute to the ever-unfolding narrative of the universe. The cosmic dance is a sacred ritual, where every step, every movement, and every gesture is a testament to the infinite potential that lies within us. As we surrender to this dance, we become one with the universe, our individuality merging with the collective consciousness. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, has ordained that we embark on this journey of self-discovery, that we may unravel the mysteries of our own existence and, in doing so, contribute to the greater good. Every moment, every decision, and every action is a thread in the intricate fabric of the cosmos, weaving together the tapestry of life. As we navigate the complexities of our existence, we begin to grasp the profound significance of our role in the grand scheme, and the responsibility that accompanies it. In this dance, we are not mere spectators, we are active participants, co-creators in the unfolding drama of the universe. Our thoughts, emotions, and actions are the instruments that shape the melody of our existence, and the harmony that resonates throughout the cosmos. As we attune ourselves to the vibrational frequency of the universe, we become conduits for the divine, channels for the infinite wisdom that guides us toward our highest potential. The cosmic dance is a journey of transcendence, where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the infinite possibilities of the universe are revealed to us. As we surrender to this dance, we are met with the realization that our existence is not limited to the physical realm, but extends far beyond, into the realms of the unknown, the unmanifest, and the infinite. The dance becomes a gateway to the mysteries of the universe, a portal to the hidden dimensions that lie beyond the veil of the mundane. As we embark on this journey, we are met with the realization that our existence is not a solitary endeavor, but a symbiotic relationship with the universe. We are not separate entities, but interconnected threads in the intricate web of life, each contributing to the greater good. The cosmic dance is a celebration of this unity, a testament to the profound interconnectedness that binds us all. In this dance, we find the harmony that resonates throughout the cosmos, a harmony that is reflected in the beauty, the wonder, and the magic of the universe. As we attune ourselves to this harmony, we become instruments of the divine, channels for the infinite wisdom that guides us toward our highest potential. The cosmic dance becomes a journey of self-discovery, a path that winds its way through the labyrinth of our own existence, leading us to the hidden treasures of our soul. As we navigate the complexities of this dance, we are met with the realization that our existence is not a fixed entity, but a dynamic, ever-unfolding process. We are not static beings, but evolving, growing, and expanding entities, constantly refining our essence and contributing to the greater good. The cosmic dance is a reflection of this evolution, a testament to the infinite potential that lies within us, and the boundless possibilities that await us. In this realm, we come to understand that every experience, every thought, and every emotion is an opportunity for growth, a chance to refine our essence and contribute to the ever-unfolding narrative of the universe. As we navigate the complexities of this dance, we are met with the realization that our existence is not a fixed entity, but a dynamic, ever-unfolding process. We are not static beings, but evolving, growing, and expanding entities, constantly refining our essence and contributing to the greater good. The cosmic dance is a reflection of this evolution, a testament to the infinite potential that lies within us, and the boundless possibilities that await us. In the depths of this dance, we find the secrets of the universe, the hidden mysteries that lie beyond the veil of the mundane. We find the essence of our own existence, the spark that ignites the flame of our soul, and the infinite potential that lies within us. As we surrender to this dance, we become one with the universe, our individuality merging with the collective consciousness, and our existence becoming a testament to the harmony, the beauty, and the magic of the cosmos. In this dance, we find the harmony that resonates throughout the cosmos, a harmony that is reflected in the beauty, the wonder, and the magic of the universe. As we attune ourselves to this harmony, we become instruments of the divine, channels for the infinite wisdom that guides us toward our highest potential. The cosmic dance becomes a journey of transcendence, where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the infinite possibilities of the universe are revealed to us. Lesson 27: The Unveiling of the Eternal Loom. When the veil of ordinary perception is drawn aside, a boundless tapestry of luminous threads is revealed, each strand humming with the frequency of an ancient, ever-present intelligence. This is the moment when the seeker, standing at the threshold of the visible and the unseen, discovers that the world is not a collection of isolated objects but a single, breathing organism, a living, mind-infused fabric that we call existence. In this lesson we will wander through the inner chambers of that tapestry, feeling the pulse of the universal consciousness that weaves the pattern, and we will learn how to align our own inner loom with the grand design. The purpose is not to acquire a set of techniques, but to awaken an awareness that allows every breath, every thought, every heartbeat to become a strand in the ever-expanding pattern of the cosmos. 1. The veil as a living membrane. The veil is not a static curtain that simply separates here from there. It is a living membrane, a subtle field of vibrational resonance that filters the infinite flow of information emanating from the source. When you close your eyes and listen to the whisper of wind through leaves, you are already tasting the resonance of that field. When you feel the gentle thrum of a distant city at night, you are receiving a faint echo of countless lives, each a note in a symphonic whole. To perceive the veil is to become attuned to the frequency at which it vibrates. The universe constantly modulates this frequency, shifting its tone from the deep, bass-like hum of primordial creation to the bright, crystalline chime of present-moment awareness. The more finely you can tune your inner antenna, the clearer the transmission you receive. In practical terms, this tuning arises from three interwoven practices. Silent observation, resting the mind in a state of spacious stillness, allowing thoughts to arise and dissolve without attachment. Heart-centered resonance, cultivating a feeling of unconditional love, which acts as a magnetic attractor for higher frequency information. Intentional breath, using the breath as a conduit, drawing in the subtle currents of the veil and exhaling any turbulence that clouds perception. When these practices coalesce, the veil thins, and the other side begins to glimmer into view. 2. The loom of universal consciousness. Imagine a colossal loom, older than language, larger than imagination, situated at the heart of the source itself. Its warped threads are the fundamental laws, gravity, charge, vibration, stretched taut across the expanse of all that is. Its weft threads are the countless experiences, thoughts, emotions, and actions that flow through every being. The shuttle that carries the weft is the ever-present awareness that guides each insertion, each crossing, each knot. Every moment, the loom executes a silent, perfect algorithm. It selects a weft, threads it through the warp, and then releases it to become part of the visible pattern. The pattern is not fixed, it is a dynamic mandala that continually expands, folds, and reshapes itself in response to the intentions woven into it. As a conscious participant, you are both a thread and a weaver. Your thoughts are the shuttle, your emotions the tension that determines how tightly the warp is drawn, and your actions the final knot that secures the design. Understanding this metaphor does not merely satisfy intellectual curiosity, it reshapes the way you relate to every circumstance. A disagreement becomes a twist in the pattern that offers an opportunity to reweave with compassion. A sudden loss becomes a loose strand that, when pulled gently, can be reintegrated into a richer, more resilient tapestry. Recognizing yourself as an integral component of the loom dissolves the illusion of separation and replaces it with a sense of profound co-creativity. 3. The language of symbols and synchronicities. When the veil lifts, the ordinary language of cause and effect gives way to a symbolic lexicon. Numbers, colors, animals, and even seemingly random events begin to reverberate with meaning that transcends their surface appearance. This symbolic language is the dialect of the universal mind, a shorthand that conveys complex, multidimensional truths instantly. Consider the recurring appearance of the number 7. In many ancient systems it denotes completeness, the integration of the material and the spiritual. Its presence in a dream, a conversation, or a mundane receipt can be a gentle reminder that a cycle is closing, inviting you to honor the wholeness of the experience before stepping into the next phase. Similarly, a sudden encounter with a hummingbird may not simply be a pleasant sight. The hummingbird, vibrating at extraordinary speeds, is an embodiment of agility, joy, and the ability to hover between worlds. Its appearance could be urging you to adopt a lighter, more flexible stance, to move swiftly through thoughts, and to find delight in the fleeting moments. Learning to read these signs is an act of attunement. It requires you to quiet the analytical mind, allowing intuition to surface. The more you practice, the clearer the symbols become, and the more the veil continues to recede, unveiling layers of reality previously hidden. 4. The pulse of compassion as a gateway. Compassion is not merely a moral virtue, it is a vibrational frequency that aligns directly with the heart-centered resonance of the universal loom. When you open your heart to the suffering of another, you are in effect tuning your shuttle to a higher pitch, allowing the weft of love to weave through the warp of existence with greater precision. Scientific studies of heart rate variability have shown that compassionate states produce coherent electromagnetic fields extending several feet beyond the body. In the language of the veil, this field acts as a beacon, attracting similar frequencies from surrounding beings and circumstances. The result is a subtle, yet profound, amplification of the veil's transparency, not because the veil itself changes, but because your personal resonance harmonizes with the greater symphony. Practically, cultivating compassion begins with a simple, everyday ritual. Notice a person or situation that evokes a feeling of empathy, be it a stranger's hurried steps, a friend's sigh, or even the plight of a distant animal. Breathe deeply, visualizing your breath as a golden thread that reaches out to that being, wrapping it gently in light. Send a silent wish, may you be safe, may you be happy, may you know love. Release the intention, trusting that the loom has received your offering and will integrate it into the unfolding pattern. Each iteration of this practice strengthens the heart's frequency, gradually eroding the veil's opacity. 5. The dance of duality and the illusion of separation. One of the most persistent challenges on the path beyond the veil is the mind's insistence on duality, self versus other, light versus dark, material versus spiritual. The veil feeds this duality by presenting a world of discrete objects and linear narratives. Yet, within the loom's grand design, duality is but a dance of complementary forces, a yin-yang of interdependence. When you observe a shadow, you recognize that it exists only because there is light. When you taste sweetness, you also taste the absence of bitterness. When you experience grief, you are reminded of the capacity to love deeply. The veil, in its limited vision, attempts to separate these experiences, but the universal consciousness sees them as intertwined chords of a single melody. A powerful exercise to dissolve this illusion is the mirror of unity meditation. Sit comfortably, eyes closed, and visualize a vast, still lake reflecting the sky. In this lake, every ripple you create is mirrored perfectly on the opposite side. Bring to mind a conflict or a dichotomy you are wrestling with. Imagine placing it on the surface of the lake, watching it ripple outward. Observe how each ripple meets its counterpart on the opposite shore, creating a harmonious pattern rather than a chaotic clash. Allow the realization that each side of the conflict is essential for the complete pattern to emerge. Breathe in this unity, and feel the veil thinning as the mental barrier collapses. Through such practices, the mind learns to honor both aspects of a duality, recognizing that the veil's division is an abstraction, not an absolute. 6. Integration, living as a seamless thread. The ultimate aim of the lesson is not merely intellectual comprehension but lived integration. To carry the veil's unveiling into daily life, you must embody the principles in every action, thought, and feeling. This transformation can be visualized as becoming a seamless thread interwoven into the tapestry, visible, yet indistinguishable from the whole. Practical steps for integration. Morning alignment. Upon waking, spend 5 minutes in silent breath, feeling the subtle hum of the veil around you. Set an intention to be a conduit for the universal loom's design throughout the day. Midday check-in. Pause at noon, place a hand over your heart, and ask, am I moving in harmony with the larger pattern? Adjust posture, tone, or intention accordingly. Evening reflection. Before sleep, journal briefly about moments when the veil seemed thin, perhaps a dream, a chance encounter, or a sudden insight. Celebrate these glimpses as gifts, reinforcing the neural pathways that recognize them. Random acts of co-creation. Throughout the day, seek opportunities to weave compassion, gratitude, or curiosity into interactions. Each act is a stitch that strengthens the fabric. When these habits become second nature, the veil's presence is no longer felt as an obstacle but as a gentle, permeable membrane that you glide through with ease. 7. The promise of continued expansion. Every lesson in the journey beyond the veil is a portal to deeper mystery. Lesson 27 offers a foundational understanding of how the veil functions, how the universal loom weaves, and how you, as a conscious participant, can align with the grand design. Yet, the tapestry is infinite, each thread you pull reveals new patterns, each knot you untie invites further exploration. Remember that the veil is not a final barrier to be broken but a dynamic interface that, when respected, becomes a gateway. By honoring its subtlety, you honor the subtlety of the source. In doing so, you become a living bridge between the seen and the unseen, a bridge that invites others to cross, to feel the wind on the other side, and to discover that the world they thought they knew is merely one layer of a magnificent, multidimensional masterpiece. In closing, let the words of this lesson settle like dewdrops on the petals of your consciousness. Feel the cool, radiant moisture of insight as it awakens each cell, each breath, each thought. Allow the veil to lift, not with force, but with the gentle, persistent hum of love, curiosity, and compassion. As you walk forward, know that every step you take is a thread being woven into the eternal loom, an act of creation that reverberates far beyond the limits of any single lifetime. May you move forward with eyes wide open, heart unguarded, and spirit attuned to the symphony that lies beyond the veil. The tapestry awaits your contribution, the loom welcomes your presence. Step into the unfolding. Lesson 28. Embracing the harmony of the spheres. In the grand tapestry of existence, there lies a hidden realm, a dimension beyond the veil of the mundane world. This mystical realm is home to the celestial harmonies, the symphony of the spheres, where the very fabric of reality is woven from the threads of sound and vibration. As we embark on this journey through the life beyond the veil, we find ourselves at the threshold of a great revelation, one that will unveil the secrets of the universe and our place within it. As we step into this realm, we are immediately struck by the beauty and majesty of the celestial music. The air is filled with the sweet, ethereal sounds of angels and celestial beings, their voices blending in perfect harmony as they sing the praises of the universe. The music is like nothing we have ever heard before, for it is not just a collection of notes and melodies, but a living, breathing entity that pulsates with the very essence of life. As we listen to this celestial music, we begin to feel a sense of resonance deep within our souls. The vibrations of the sound awaken a part of us that has long been dormant, a part that remembers the harmony and unity of the universe. We start to feel a sense of connection to all that exists, a sense of oneness with the cosmos and its infinite mysteries. The music becomes a bridge, a pathway that leads us from the fragmented world of the mundane to the unified realm of the divine. As we continue on this journey, we come to realize that the harmony of the spheres is not just a beautiful sound, but a powerful force that shapes and molds the very fabric of reality. The vibrations of the music create a matrix of energy that underlies all of existence, a matrix that is woven from the threads of sound and vibration. This matrix is the source of all life, the wellspring from which all creation flows. As we tap into this matrix, we begin to understand the true nature of the universe and our place within it. We see that we are not separate, isolated beings, but rather threads in the grand tapestry of existence, connected to all that exists through the vibrations of the celestial music. We realize that our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions are all part of this grand symphony, and that we have the power to create harmony or discord within the universe. The harmony of the spheres is a reminder that we are not alone in the universe, that we are part of a greater whole, a cosmic community that transcends the boundaries of space and time. It is a call to remember our true nature, to recall the music of the spheres that lies deep within our souls. As we listen to this celestial music, we are reminded of the beauty and wonder of the universe, and we are inspired to live in harmony with the cosmic rhythms that govern all of existence. As we delve deeper into this realm, we come to understand that the harmony of the spheres is not just a passive listening experience, but an active participation in the cosmic dance. We are invited to join the celestial choir, to add our own voice to the grand symphony of the universe. We are called to become co-creators, to use our thoughts, emotions, and actions to weave a new tapestry of reality, one that is based on harmony, unity, and love. In this realm, we find that time and space are fluid and malleable, that the past, present, and future are intertwined like the threads of a rope. We see that the universe is a vast, undivided whole, and that every action, every thought, and every emotion sends ripples through the cosmic sea. We realize that we have the power to shape the future, to create a new reality based on the harmony and unity of the spheres. As we continue on this journey, we come to understand that the harmony of the spheres is not just a celestial music, but a universal language, a language that speaks directly to the heart and soul. It is a language that transcends words and rational thought, a language that communicates the deepest truths of the universe. It is a language that reminds us of our true nature, of our connection to all that exists, and of our place within the grand tapestry of existence. In this realm, we find that the harmony of the spheres is a powerful tool for healing and transformation. The vibrations of the music have the power to heal the wounds of the past, to balance the energies of the present, and to create a new future based on harmony and unity. We see that the music is a bridge between the worlds, a pathway that leads us from the darkness to the light, from the separation to the unity. As we embody the harmony of the spheres, we become instruments of the divine, channels for the celestial music to flow through. We become vessels for the universal consciousness, allowing its wisdom and love to guide us on our journey. We become co-creators, using our thoughts, emotions, and actions to weave a new tapestry of reality, one that is based on harmony, unity, and love. In the end, the harmony of the spheres is a reminder that we are not just individual beings, but threads in the grand tapestry of existence. We are part of a greater whole, a cosmic community that transcends the boundaries of space and time. We are called to remember our true nature, to recall the music of the spheres that lies deep within our souls. As we listen to this celestial music, we are reminded of the beauty and wonder of the universe, and we are inspired to live in harmony with the cosmic rhythms that govern all of existence. The harmony of the spheres is a journey, a pathway that leads us from the fragmentation of the mundane world to the unity of the divine. It is a journey that requires us to let go of our attachments, our fears, and our limitations, and to embrace the celestial music that lies within us. As we embark on this journey, we are reminded that we are not alone, that we are part of a greater whole, a cosmic community that supports and guides us every step of the way. We are called to join the celestial choir, to add our own voice to the grand symphony of the universe, and to become co-creators, weaving a new tapestry of reality based on harmony, unity, and love. Chapter 29: The Threshold of Resonance. In the quiet interstices between moments, where time dissolves like vapor and the fabric of existence frays into threads of possibility, lies the threshold of resonance, the sacred axis upon which the soul aligns. This lesson, drawn from the luminous currents of universal consciousness, is not a mere passage of understanding but a symphonic reawakening to the truth that transcends the duality of form and dissolution. Here, at this liminal edge, the seeker of light encounters the alchemy of transition, the shift from the illusion of separation to the boundless embrace of unity. The veil, often spoken of in whispers and parables, is not a barrier but a mirror, reflecting the soul's readiness to perceive its own reflection in the totality of creation. To traverse this threshold is not to abandon the material realm but to transcend its constraints, to step into the rhythm of a deeper reality where each breath is a chord in the cosmic harmony. The path to this threshold is paved with paradox. One must first accept the ephemeral nature of all things, yet simultaneously recognize the eternal essence that flows through the ephemeral. The seeker is not a traveler seeking a destination but a note in a song, yearning to harmonize with the melody of all that is. The teachings of this lesson unfold in layers, each more subtle than the last, revealing that the soul's journey is not a linear progression but a spiraling dance of return and reintegration. To cross the threshold is to remember that you were never truly here. The material world is a stage for the play of experience, and the soul is the playwright, the actor, and the audience, simultaneously. At the core of this lesson lies the recognition of frequency. Every vibration, every thought, every intention is a thread in the web of existence. The threshold of resonance demands that the seeker attune to the frequency of their innermost truth, shedding the armor of conditioned belief, fear of judgment, and the illusion of scarcity. This is not a passive act of surrender but an active cultivation of vibrational alignment. Imagine the soul as a tuning fork, resonating with the universal symphony when held in the presence of a higher note. The seeker must consciously raise their own frequency, not through asceticism or forced detachment, but through the radiant act of living from the heart. Love, compassion, and gratitude become the tuning forks, refining the soul's vibration until it vibrates in harmony with the divine pulse. Yet, this resonance is not achieved in isolation. The threshold demands community, not as a collection of individuals, but as a collective current of shared light. The seeker must learn to hold sacred space for others, to recognize the divine in their fellow travelers, and to understand that the soul's journey is deeply relational. The ego, that cunning trickster, thrives in the false narrative of separation, whispering lies of inadequacy and competition. To cross the threshold is to see through this veil of illusion and realize that every encounter, every teaching, every wound is a reflection of the soul's own unfinished work. The seeker is not alone, nor is the seeker the center of the universe. The universe is within the seeker, and the seeker is within the universe. This truth, once grasped, dissolves the boundaries of self and other into the infinite expanse of now. The process of crossing the threshold is both intimate and cosmic. It begins with the dissolution of mental constructs, the unlearning of the false stories we have been told. The seeker must face the shadows, those aspects of the self buried in the unconscious, the parts that fear death, failure, or the unknown. The threshold is not a gate guarded by deities but a crucible where the old self is consumed by the fire of truth. This is not a painful death but a luminous rebirth. The seeker learns that the dissolution of the ego is not an end but a transformation, a shedding of the cocoon to emerge as the butterfly of the soul. In this rebirth, the seeker discovers their innate connection to the source of all creation, to the infinite intelligence that flows through the rivers of time and the stars of the cosmos. The threshold of resonance is not a single event but an ongoing process of alignment. It is a daily practice of presence, a conscious choice to live in accordance with the soul's truth. This requires vigilance, for the material world is rife with distractions, with the siren call of complacency and the illusion of progress. The seeker must learn to navigate this landscape with mindfulness, to discern between the whispers of the ego and the wisdom of the heart. Tools for this practice abound: meditation, journaling, connection with nature, and the cultivation of sacred rituals. Yet, the most potent tool is the recognition that every moment is a practice, that every breath is an opportunity to remember the threshold. To dwell at the threshold is to embody paradox. The seeker is both student and master, both seeker and found. They understand that they are the question and the answer, the path and the destination. The threshold does not lead to a fixed state of being but to the flow of becoming. It is a place of perpetual motion, where the soul dances with the unknown, trusting that the universe will guide it toward its highest potential. In this dance, the seeker learns to release the need for control, to surrender to the current of divine providence. The lesson of the threshold is not about mastery over the world but mastery within, mastery over fear, mastery over doubt, and mastery over the illusion of separation. The final revelation of this lesson is that the threshold is a choice. While the universe has bestowed upon the seeker the blueprint for expansion, the act of crossing requires an intentional leap of faith. It is a choice to live in alignment with the truth that the soul is eternal, that the material world is but a fleeting dream, and that the seeker's essence is woven into the tapestry of the infinite. This choice is not made once but is reaffirmed with each moment of awareness, each breath drawn in the light of understanding. The seeker learns that the threshold is not a destination to reach but a state to inhabit, a way of being that radiates through every action, every thought, every heartbeat. As the lesson draws to its culmination, the seeker is left with the profound realization that the threshold of resonance is not a solitary path. It is a collective invitation, a call to remember that all souls are travelers, all hearts are compasses, and all lives are chapters in the ongoing story of creation. The veil, once seen as a barrier, now reveals itself as a door, open, waiting, yearning to be passed through by those ready to embrace the light. In this moment of awakening, the seeker understands they have no destination, no need to arrive. They are already home, and the journey is the home. The words of this lesson, like the stars in the night sky, are not to be merely read but to be felt, to be lived. Let them be the lantern that guides the seeker through the labyrinth of the self. Let them be the song that echoes in the silence, reminding the soul of its boundless nature. And let the threshold of resonance become not just a passage but a celebration, a sacred dance of the soul returning to its source. Lesson 30: The Harmony of the Spheres. In the grand tapestry of existence, there lies a hidden pattern, a symphony of vibrations that underlies all of creation. This harmony, often referred to as the music of the spheres, is a universal language that speaks directly to the soul. It is a reminder that we are not separate, isolated entities, but rather interconnected threads in the intricate web of life. As we journey through the realms of the unknown, we begin to perceive the world around us in a new light. The mundane becomes sacred, and the ordinary, extraordinary. We start to see the world as a complex, interconnected system, where every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect on the universe. This realization awakens within us a sense of responsibility, a sense of stewardship for the planet and all its inhabitants. The harmony of the spheres is not just a metaphor, but a living, breathing reality that pulsates through every molecule of existence. It is the vibration of the divine, the song of the universe, which echoes through eternity. As we attune ourselves to this frequency, we begin to experience the world in a state of unity and coherence. We see that everything is connected, that every action has a consequence, and that every thought has the power to shape reality. In this state of awareness, we transcend the limitations of the physical realm and enter the realm of the infinite. We become one with the universe, and the universe becomes one with us. The boundaries of space and time dissolve, and we experience the world in a state of timelessness, where past, present, and future converge. This is the realm of the eternal now, where all possibilities exist, and where the harmonies of the spheres guide us on our journey. As we immerse ourselves in the music of the spheres, we begin to understand the language of the universe. We start to see the world as a vast, interconnected network of energy and vibration, where every action, every thought, and every emotion has a direct impact on the global consciousness. We realize that our individual experiences are not isolated events, but rather part of a larger, cosmic drama, where every player has a role to play. The harmony of the spheres is not just a passive experience, but an active participation in the creation of reality. As we attune ourselves to this frequency, we become co-creators with the universe, shaping the world around us through our thoughts, emotions, and actions. We become the instruments of the divine, playing our part in the grand symphony of existence. In this realm, we transcend the limitations of the ego and enter the realm of the higher self. We become one with our true nature, and our true nature becomes one with the universe. The boundaries of the individual self dissolve, and we experience the world in a state of unity and oneness. This is the realm of the enlightened, where the music of the spheres guides us on our journey, and where every step is a dance with the divine. As we journey through the realms of the unknown, we begin to realize that the harmony of the spheres is not just a distant memory, but a living, breathing reality that pulsates through every molecule of existence. It is the vibration of the divine, the song of the universe, which echoes through eternity. As we attune ourselves to this frequency, we become one with the universe, and the universe becomes one with us. In this state of awareness, we experience the world in a state of unity and coherence. We see that everything is connected, that every action has a consequence, and that every thought has the power to shape reality. We become the instruments of the divine, playing our part in the grand symphony of existence. We transcend the limitations of the physical realm and enter the realm of the infinite, where every possibility exists, and where the harmonies of the spheres guide us on our journey. The harmony of the spheres is a reminder that we are not alone in the universe, but rather part of a larger, cosmic community. It is a call to awaken to our true nature, to remember our place in the grand scheme of existence, and to participate in the creation of reality. As we answer this call, we become one with the universe, and the universe becomes one with us. We experience the world in a state of unity and oneness, and the music of the spheres guides us on our journey, every step of the way. In the stillness of the night, when the world is quiet and the stars shine bright, we can hear the harmony of the spheres, echoing through the chambers of the heart. It is a reminder that we are not separate, isolated entities, but rather interconnected threads in the intricate web of life. It is a call to awaken to our true nature, to remember our place in the grand scheme of existence, and to participate in the creation of reality. As we listen to the music of the spheres, we begin to understand the language of the universe. We start to see the world as a vast, interconnected network of energy and vibration, where every action, every thought, and every emotion has a direct impact on the global consciousness. We realize that our individual experiences are not isolated events, but rather part of a larger, cosmic drama, where every player has a role to play. The harmony of the spheres is a gift, a reminder of our true nature and our place in the universe. It is a call to awaken to the infinite possibilities that lie within us, and to participate in the creation of reality. As we answer this call, we become one with the universe, and the universe becomes one with us. We experience the world in a state of unity and oneness, and the music of the spheres guides us on our journey, every step of the way. In the depths of our being, we know that we are not alone in the universe. We know that we are part of a larger, cosmic community, connected through the threads of energy and vibration. We know that every action, every thought, and every emotion has a direct impact on the global consciousness, and that we have the power to shape reality through our intentions and our actions. The harmony of the spheres is a reminder of this truth, a call to awaken to our true nature and to participate in the creation of reality. As we answer this call, we become one with the universe, and the universe becomes one with us. We experience the world in a state of unity and oneness, and the music of the spheres guides us on our journey, every step of the way. In the grand tapestry of existence, we are not just passive observers, but active participants in the creation of reality. We are the instruments of the divine, playing our part in the grand symphony of existence. We are the co-creators with the universe, shaping the world around us through our thoughts, emotions, and actions. The harmony of the spheres is a reminder of this truth, a call to awaken to our true nature and to participate in the creation of reality. As we answer this call, we become one with the universe, and the universe becomes one with us. We experience the world in a state of unity and oneness, and the music of the spheres guides us on our journey, every step of the way. In the stillness of the night, when the world is quiet and the stars shine bright, we can hear the harmony of the spheres, echoing through the chambers of the heart. It is a reminder that we are not separate, isolated entities, but rather interconnected threads in the intricate web of life. It is a call to awaken to our true nature, to remember our place in the grand scheme of existence, and to participate in the creation of reality. As we listen to the music of the spheres, we begin to understand the language of the universe. We start to see the world as a vast, interconnected network of energy and vibration, where every action, every thought, and every emotion has a direct impact on the global consciousness. We realize that our individual experiences are not isolated events, but rather part of a larger, cosmic drama, where every player has a role to play. The harmony of the spheres is a gift, a reminder of our true nature and our place in the universe. It is a call to awaken to the infinite possibilities that lie within us, and to participate in the creation of reality. As we answer this call, we become one with the universe, and the universe becomes one with us. We experience the world in a state of unity and oneness, and the music of the spheres guides us on our journey, every step of the way. Lesson 31: The Resonance of the Unseen Path. The veil that separates the known from the unknown is not a wall, but a veil of mist, thin, luminous, and ever-shifting. To walk beyond it is to attune one's inner frequency to the subtle music that threads through everything that is, was, and ever will be. 1. The nature of the veil. Imagine a sunrise that blooms not on a horizon but within the very fabric of consciousness. Light does not merely illuminate, it reverberates through layers of existence, each layer a subtle hue of awareness. The veil that appears to separate the material realm from the boundless ocean of the unseen is, in truth, a membrane of vibrational density. Its thickness is determined not by distance but by the resonance of the seeker's own heart frequency. When the heart beats in sync with love, compassion, and curiosity, the membrane thins, allowing the bright currents of universal consciousness to seep through. When the heart is clouded with fear, doubt, or attachment, the density thickens, rendering the veil opaque. Thus, the veil is a living, breathing reflection of inner alignment, a mirror that both reveals and conceals according to the clarity of inner intention. 2. The whispering frequency. Every thought, emotion, and intention carries a distinct frequency, much like a note on a cosmic harp. The strings of this harp are woven from the archetypal patterns that shape existence, the cycles of birth and death, the dance of creation and dissolution, the rhythm of love and the pulse of transformation. When a soul steps onto the threshold of the veil, it is asked to sing a note that matches the underlying resonance of the forthcoming realm. To discover this note, one must cultivate a practice of inner listening. In the stillness of meditation, the clamor of daily life recedes, and a subtle hum, often described as the sound of the universe, emerges. It is neither silence nor noise, it is a tonic that vibrates through the core of being. By aligning breath with this hum, the seeker tunes the heart's antenna to the exact frequency required to pierce the veil. Practical exercise: sit comfortably with the spine elongated, eyes closed. Inhale slowly, counting to 4, hold for a breath of 2, exhale for 6. As you exhale, imagine a soft golden ribbon of light unfurling from the crown of your head, gently brushing the misty veil. With each cycle, whisper internally, "I am attuned to love's pure frequency." Continue for 10 minutes, allowing the imagined ribbon to thicken with each breath. Notice any subtle shift in perception, perhaps a tingling at the forehead, a sense of lightness, or the faint echo of a distant choir. 3. The gateway of the unseen. Once the veil begins to thin, a gateway emerges, not a door to be opened with force, but a portal that expands with intention. It resembles a luminous aperture, shimmering with colors beyond the visible spectrum. This gateway is the convergence point where the linear perception of time meets the cyclical rhythm of eternity. Here, past, present, and future dissolve into a single, ever-present moment. Stepping through does not require physical movement, it requires conscious surrender. The seeker must release the illusion of separateness and trust that the universal flow will carry them across. In this surrender, the ego's clinging to identity loosens, and the deeper self, often called the higher self or soul, takes the helm. Guided visualization: picture yourself standing at the edge of a luminous lake, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the stars above. The veil now appears as a thin veil of mist hovering just above the water. As you breathe, the mist ripples, revealing a glowing archway within the lake's depths. Step forward, feeling the cool water rise to meet your ankles, then your knees, and finally your waist. With each step, sense the weight of worldly concerns melt away, replaced by a profound sense of belonging to the whole. When you reach the arch, allow yourself to dissolve into the light, trusting that you are already whole. 4. The language of the beyond. Beyond the veil, communication transcends spoken words. It is a language of vibration, a symphony of colors, feelings, and intuitive insights. Every entity, whether a luminous guide, an ancestral presence, or a being of pure energy, speaks through symbolic resonance. The key to understanding is not the intellect but the heart's ability to receive. Imagine a garden where each flower emits a distinct fragrance. To comprehend the garden's message, you do not catalog each scent, you simply inhale, allowing the collective aromatic tapestry to inform you of harmony, growth, or need. Similarly, in the realm beyond, you receive messages as flashes of insight, emotional currents, or vivid images that arise spontaneously within the mind's eye. Practice of symbolic reception: keep a dedicated journal titled Veil Reflections. After any meditation or contemplative practice, write down any images, feelings, colors, or phrases that surface, without judgment. Over time, patterns will emerge, perhaps the repeated appearance of water symbolizing flow, or a recurring song indicating a need for joy. Trust that these symbols are the dialect of the unseen, offering guidance, healing, or affirmation. 5. The purpose of the journey. The journey through the veil is not an escapade into fantasy, it is a return to the source from which every soul originated. It serves three intertwined purposes: reintegration, to remember the wholeness that once was, and to integrate that remembrance into daily life, thereby raising the vibrational frequency of the collective. Healing, to encounter aspects of the self that remain fragmented, traumas, unresolved emotions, or lost potentials, and to receive the universal balm that mends them. Service, to acquire insight and compassion that can be channeled back into the material world, becoming a conduit for the flow of love, wisdom, and light. Thus, each step beyond the veil is both an inward pilgrimage and an outward offering. The more consciously one walks this path, the brighter the beacon one becomes for others still navigating the mist. 6. The return, grounding the light. No true journey ends in the realm of the unseen without a return to the earthly plane. The grounding process ensures that the luminous insights and healed fragments are woven into the fabric of everyday existence. Grounding is not a regression but an integration, the alchemy that transforms ethereal experience into tangible transformation. Grounding ritual: after any immersive experience with the veil, step outside, feeling the earth beneath your feet. Place both hands on the soil, and imagine roots extending from your palms into the ground, drawing up the planet's stabilizing energy. Visualize the bright light you have gathered, now infused with the deep, nurturing green of the earth, creating a harmonious blend of sky and soil within your aura. Take 3 deep breaths, feeling the balance between the celestial and the terrestrial. 7. The ongoing dance. The veil is not a static barrier, it is a dynamic, breathing interface that responds to the collective evolution of consciousness. As more individuals awaken to its subtle music, the veil itself becomes more permeable, allowing a richer exchange between realms. This is the Great Dance, a cosmic choreography where each soul step influences the rhythm of the whole. Remember, the journey is ongoing. Each encounter with the unseen deepens the attunement, refines the vibration, and expands the capacity to love unconditionally. The veil, once perceived as a mystery, becomes a familiar companion, a gateway that opens whenever the heart calls. Key takeaways from Lesson 31. The veil is a vibrational membrane, thin where love and clarity reside, dense where fear and attachment linger. Aligning with the inner frequency through breath and intention thins the veil, creating a gateway. Crossing the threshold requires surrender, not force. Trust the universal flow. Communication beyond the veil is symbolic and felt, not spoken. Cultivate receptivity. Purposeful journey, reintegration, healing, and service to the world. Grounding transforms ethereal insights into lived wisdom, anchoring light within the body and earth. Collective evolution makes the veil more permeable, inviting an ever deeper dance of consciousness. May this lesson serve as a luminous thread, guiding you to gently brush the mist, step through the luminous arch, and return home bearing the radiant gifts of the unseen. In each breath, remember, you are already both the seeker and the source, forever resonating within the boundless symphony of universal consciousness. Lesson 32: The Bridge of Resonance. In the vast expanse of creation, where the physical and the ethereal converge like twin rivers reflecting the same moonlight, there exists a threshold, a veil so sheer it seems invisible, yet so profound that it divides two realms of existence. This veil is not a barrier but a canvas, woven from the breath of universal energy, through which the whispers of eternity echo to those who dare to listen. To traverse this veil is to step beyond the confines of duality, into a realm where time folds into the present, and the soul's truest voice rings out, unburdened by the limits of form. It is here, in this liminal space, that the bridge of resonance emerges, a sacred pathway sculpted by the very breath of consciousness. To comprehend this bridge is to first understand the nature of the veil itself. Imagine, if you will, a great curtain of light, spun from the threads of countless lifetimes, each strand glowing with the hues of joy, sorrow, triumph, and surrender. This curtain is not static, it breathes, pulses, and shifts in response to the rhythm of one's inner being. To the untrained eye, it appears solid, an impassable wall separating the known from the unknown. Yet to the attuned heart, the veil is a doorway, its edges frayed and inviting, beckoning the seeker to step forward into the embrace of the eternal present. The bridge of resonance arises when the seeker's vibrational frequency aligns with the universal harmony. This alignment is not a sudden event, but a gradual unfolding, a symphony of stillness and motion, where every note is a step closer to the source. Consider the way a tuning fork vibrates when another of the same frequency is struck nearby. Similarly, the human spirit resonates with the frequencies of the spirit world when the mind is stilled, the heart is open, and the soul's intention is clear. It is in this state that the bridge materializes, a luminescent arc stretching between the material and the ineffable, its surface alive with the dance of energy and light. To walk this bridge is to shed the armor of ego, to surrender the illusion of separateness. Each step is a lesson, each breath a meditation. The first steps are often clouded by doubt, as the mind clings to the familiar comforts of form, shape, and definition. Yet as the seeker moves forward, the air grows lighter, and the weight of the physical self begins to dissolve. The bridge is not merely a passageway, it is a mirror, reflecting the purity of intention and the depth of inner transformation. Those who falter are not rejected by the bridge but gently guided to still their thoughts and attune their heartbeat to the rhythm of the eternal. The bridge of resonance is sustained by three pillars: stillness, intention, and trust. Stillness is the soil in which spiritual growth flourishes. It is found not in the absence of sound, but in the presence of inner silence, a space where the soul can speak. In this silence, the veil thins, and the seeker begins to perceive the subtle vibrations that compose the tapestry of existence. Intention is the seed planted in that soil. It is the conscious act of alignment, the deliberate focus on a higher purpose that transcends the self. When stillness and intention intertwine, trust emerges as the flower of realization. Trust is the acknowledgement that the bridge is safe, that the unseen is as solid as the seen, and that the universal consciousness cradles every step of the journey. To experience this bridge is to encounter the eternal present, a dimension where past and future dissolve into the brilliance of now. Here, the seeker is reminded that they are not merely an observer of life but a co-creator, their thoughts and emotions rippling out like waves across the ocean of creation. The bridge does not lead to a distant destination but reveals the seeker's inherent unity with all that is. It is a paradox: to arrive, one must first realize that they were never apart. Practical steps to attune to this resonance begin with grounding and expansion, a dance between roots and wings. Sit in a quiet space, close your eyes, and breathe deeply, sensing the breath as a current of energy that connects you to all living things. As the breath flows in, imagine drawing in the golden light of universal love. As it flows out, release any tension or fear. Allow the heart to open like a blooming lotus, its petals unfurling to touch the infinite. Meditate on the bridge, visualize it as a luminous pathway before you, its light pulsing in sync with your heartbeat. With each pulse, feel the resistance within you dissolve, replaced by a growing certainty that you are supported by the wisdom of the cosmos. In this state of attunement, the veil becomes transparent, and the bridge appears as a luminous corridor lined with mirrors. Each mirror reflects not the seeker's physical form but the pure essence of their being, a radiant light filled with colors beyond the spectrum of naming. These reflections are not static, they shift and evolve, revealing the truth of who you are, unmarred by the limitations of the mind. Some mirrors may reflect challenges, others wisdom earned, and still others the boundless potential waiting to unfold. Embrace each reflection with compassion, for they are not judgments but invitations to deeper self-awareness. The journey across the bridge is as much internal as it is spiritual. As the seeker progresses, they begin to sense the presence of other travelers, entities of light, guides, and ancestors who have crossed this path before. These beings do not impose their will but share their energy, offering a subtle reminder that you are never alone. They move with the rhythm of the bridge, their light harmonizing with the seeker's own, creating a melody of unity. Some may appear as indistinct shapes of warmth and joy, while others may embody symbols or archetypal energies. All are expressions of the same universal consciousness, woven into the fabric of the bridge. The culmination of this lesson lies not in the end of the bridge but in the awakening to its purpose, connection. To cross the bridge is to realize that the veil between worlds is but a doorway of perception. The physical realm is not the only truth, nor is the spiritual realm separate, both are expressions of the same divine play. The seeker is urged to carry this awareness back into everyday life, to walk with the knowledge that they are a bridge themselves, a living conduit between the seen and unseen, the earthly and the eternal. In the final moments of this lesson, the seeker is invited to return to the present, to open their eyes while holding the light of the bridge within. Let this resonance be carried into the world as a gift, to see beyond appearances, to listen beyond sound, and to love beyond the veil. For in every breath, in every heartbeat, the bridge remains, a silent promise that the journey is never over, only evolving. Reflection for the seeker. Where in your life do you sense the veil is thin? What mirrors might you encounter there? How can you align your daily actions with the pillars of stillness, intention, and trust? What is one action you will take to embody the bridge of resonance in the coming days? The life beyond the veil, a journey of self-discovery and spiritual awakening. Lesson 33, the realm of eternal wisdom. As we embark on this profound journey, we find ourselves standing at the threshold of a realm that transcends the boundaries of the physical world. The veil that once shrouded our understanding of the mysteries of the universe begins to lift, revealing the splendor of eternal wisdom. It is here, in this sacred space, that we are invited to partake in the celestial feast of knowledge, where the very fabric of existence is woven into the tapestry of our being. As we step into this realm, we are immediately enveloped by an aura of serenity, a sense of peace that permeates every pore of our existence. The turmoil of the external world, with its cacophony of sounds and chaotic rhythms, fades into the distance, replaced by the soothing melody of the universe. The symphony of creation, once a distant hum, now resonates deeply within our soul, awakening the harmonics of our being. In this exalted state, we begin to perceive the world around us with fresh eyes, untainted by the conditioning of our past experiences. The familiar becomes strange, and the strange becomes familiar, as we gaze upon the landscape of our reality with a sense of wonder and awe. The trees, once mere objects, now stand as sentinels of wisdom, their leaves rustling with the whispers of the ancients. The sky, once a distant canvas, now stretches out before us like an endless sea, teeming with the secrets of the cosmos. As we breathe in the essence of this realm, our consciousness expands, allowing us to see the interconnectedness of all things. The threads that weave the tapestry of existence begin to reveal themselves, and we behold the intricate web of relationships that binds us to the universe. We see that every action, every thought, and every emotion sends ripples through the cosmos, influencing the world around us in ways both seen and unseen. In this state of heightened awareness, we come to realize that we are not separate entities, isolated from the world around us, but rather integral parts of a larger whole. Our individuality, once a defining characteristic, now dissolves into the ocean of oneness, as we recognize that our very essence is inextricably linked to the essence of the universe. This understanding awakens a deep sense of compassion and empathy, as we see that every being, every creature, and every element is an expression of the same universal consciousness that resides within us. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of this realm, we begin to uncover the secrets of the universe, hidden in plain sight. The ancient wisdom of the ages, once encoded in the symbols and myths of old, now reveals itself to us in all its glory. The mysteries of birth, death, and rebirth, once shrouded in mystery, now unfold before us like a lotus flower, its petals revealing the hidden patterns and cycles that govern our existence. In this realm of eternal wisdom, time and space lose their meaning, as we transcend the limitations of the physical world. The past, present, and future converge, and we see that every moment exists simultaneously, like a drop of water in the ocean of eternity. We behold the entirety of creation, unfolded before us like a cosmic tapestry, with every thread and fiber interconnected and interdependent. As we drink from the fountain of wisdom, our perception of reality is transformed, and we see the world with new eyes. The mundane becomes sacred, and the ordinary becomes extraordinary, as we recognize that every moment, every experience, and every encounter holds the potential for growth, transformation, and evolution. We come to understand that our journey is not one of destination, but of discovery, and that the universe is our guide, our teacher, and our mentor. In this sublime state, we are reminded that we are not mere passengers on the journey of life, but rather co-creators, working in tandem with the universe to weave the fabric of reality. Our thoughts, emotions, and actions become the threads that weave the tapestry of existence, and we see that every decision, every choice, and every intention has the power to shape the world around us. As we stand at the threshold of this realm, we are invited to embody the wisdom of the ages, to become the guardians of the cosmic tapestry, and to weave our own thread into the fabric of existence. We are reminded that our journey is not one of solitude, but of community, and that we are part of a larger web of relationships that binds us to the universe and to each other. In the stillness of this moment, we hear the whispers of the universe, guiding us on our journey, reminding us of our true nature, and beckoning us to embark on the great adventure of self-discovery and spiritual awakening. We are called to remember that we are not just individual beings, but rather expressions of the universal consciousness, connected to all that exists, and interconnected with the very fabric of reality. As we breathe in the essence of this realm, we are filled with a sense of wonder, awe, and gratitude, knowing that we are part of a grand symphony, a celestial dance, where every step, every movement, and every gesture is a contribution to the ever-unfolding drama of creation. We see that our journey is not one of arrival, but of evolution, and that every moment holds the potential for growth, transformation, and transcendence. In the depths of this wisdom, we come to understand that the universe is our mirror, reflecting back to us our deepest truths, our highest aspirations, and our most profound potential. We see that we are the universe, and the universe is us, and that every moment, every experience, and every encounter is an opportunity to embody the wisdom of the ages, to become the masters of our own destiny, and to weave our own thread into the fabric of existence. As we stand at the threshold of this realm, we are reminded that the journey of self-discovery and spiritual awakening is a lifelong path, winding and unfolding like a serpent through the landscape of our soul. We are called to embark on this great adventure, to explore the depths of our own consciousness, and to uncover the secrets of the universe, hidden in plain sight. We are invited to become the guardians of our own wisdom, to trust in the guidance of the universe, and to weave our own thread into the fabric of existence, as we journey through the realms of eternal wisdom. Lesson 34: The Realm of Spiritual Awakening. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exists a realm that lies beyond the veil of the physical world. A realm where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the essence of existence is revealed in all its glory. This realm is the domain of the spiritual, where the seeker of truth and wisdom may find the answers to the mysteries of the universe. As we embark on this journey of spiritual awakening, we are met with a profound sense of wonder and awe. The veil that shrouds the physical world is lifted, and we are granted a glimpse of the infinite possibilities that lie beyond. The realm of the spiritual is a realm of endless discovery, where the seeker is free to explore the depths of their own consciousness and the mysteries of the universe. In this realm, the concept of duality is transcended, and the seeker is reunited with the unity of all existence. The illusion of separation is revealed for what it is, a mere shadow of the truth. The seeker comes to realize that they are not separate from the universe, but an integral part of it, connected to all that exists through the threads of consciousness. As we journey deeper into this realm, we begin to experience a sense of oneness with all that exists. The boundaries that once seemed so real, the boundaries of the self, the boundaries of the physical world, begin to fade away, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. The seeker comes to understand that they are not alone, but part of a vast web of life that stretches across the universe. In this realm, the concept of time and space is also transcended. The past, present, and future converge, and the seeker is granted a glimpse of the eternal now. The illusion of linear time is revealed for what it is, a mere construct of the human mind. The seeker comes to realize that time is not a fixed or linear concept, but a fluid and ever-changing tapestry that weaves together the threads of past, present, and future. The realm of spiritual awakening is also a realm of profound healing and transformation. As the seeker journeys deeper into this realm, they begin to release the burdens of the past, the fears and doubts that have held them back for so long. The seeker is granted the gift of forgiveness, and the weight of karma is lifted from their shoulders. They are free to start anew, unencumbered by the burdens of the past. In this realm, the seeker also comes to understand the nature of the self. They realize that the self is not a fixed or static entity, but a dynamic and ever-changing process. The seeker comes to understand that they are not just a physical body, but a multidimensional being, comprising many levels of consciousness and awareness. They begin to experience themselves as a being of light, a being of love, a being of pure consciousness. As we journey deeper into this realm, we begin to experience a sense of inner peace and tranquility. The turmoil and chaos of the physical world begin to fade away, and the seeker is granted a glimpse of the serenity and calm that lies at the heart of the universe. The seeker comes to understand that they are not separate from the universe, but an integral part of it, connected to all that exists through the threads of consciousness. In this realm, the seeker also comes to understand the nature of the universe. They realize that the universe is not a random or chaotic system, but a highly organized and interconnected web of life. The seeker comes to understand that every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect, impacting the world around them in profound and far-reaching ways. They begin to see the universe as a vast, interconnected system, where every part is connected to and interdependent with every other part. Lesson 35: The Liminal Light of the In-Between. From the still quiet chamber of the universal mind, a whisper unfolds, threading itself through the tapestry of time and space. It is the echo of a truth that has ever been present, yet has only now become audible to those who have attuned their inner ear to the subtle hum of the cosmos. Listen, and allow the words to settle upon the soul like a soft rain upon parched earth. 1. The threshold as a living presence. When the veil of ordinary perception lifts, a luminous threshold emerges, not as a barrier, but as a living presence that invites the seeker to step beyond the familiar into the realm of possibility. This threshold is not a static line drawn in sand, it is a pulsating membrane of light, breathing in rhythm with the heartbeat of the cosmos. To approach it is to feel the thrum of ancient stars resonating within the marrow of one's bones, to sense the gentle tug of destiny drawing the spirit forward. The threshold does not demand courage in the heroic sense, it calls for surrender. It asks that the ego-bound self dissolve like mist under the morning sun, making space for the deeper self to emerge, unencumbered by the weight of past narratives. In this surrender, the seeker discovers that the other side is not a distant, unknown land, but an extension of the self that has always existed, veiled only by the thin skin of ordinary awareness. 2. The language of the liminal light. Light, in its most refined expression, is a language without words. It communicates through vibration, through the subtle shifts in frequency that ripple through the fabric of consciousness. When the veil parts, the liminal light shines not as a blinding glare, but as a gentle, inviting glow that illuminates the inner corridors of the heart. Its hue is ever-changing, sometimes amber, sometimes aquamarine, mirroring the moods of the soul that stands before it. To converse with this light, one must quiet the chatter of the mind and attune the inner ear to its soft whispering sound. The light speaks in images that arise spontaneously: a blossoming lotus, a soaring eagle, a river that winds inexorably toward the sea. Each symbol is a key, unlocking a facet of the deeper self. By honoring these symbols without trying to intellectualize them, the seeker receives guidance that is both intimate and universal. 3. The alchemy of presence. Crossing the threshold is an alchemical act, a transmutation of the dense lead of everyday consciousness into the luminous gold of awakened being. The crucible for this transformation is pure presence, an awareness that is anchored in the now, unclouded by the regrets of yesterday or the anxieties of tomorrow. In this state, the mind becomes a clear mirror, reflecting the light without distortion. Presence is cultivated through breath, the most faithful conduit between body and spirit. Each inhalation draws in the luminous currents of the universe, each exhalation releases the residual shadows of conditioning. By synchronizing breath with intention, I breathe in clarity, I breathe out limitation, the seeker aligns personal rhythm with the cosmic pulse, allowing the alchemical fire to ignite within. 4. The dance of duality and unity. The veil, while thin, still separates the world of duality, the realm of form, name, and distinction, from the realm of unity, where all distinctions dissolve into a harmonious whole. Yet the transition does not annihilate duality, it embraces it as a necessary partner in the dance of existence. The seeker learns to move gracefully between the two, recognizing that the polarity of light and shadow, joy and sorrow, is the rhythm that sustains cosmic vibration. In this dance, the practitioner discovers that every emotion, every thought, is a brushstroke on the canvas of the soul. Rather than resisting negative feelings, one observes them as fleeting clouds passing across an infinite sky. By witnessing without attachment, the practitioner honors the full spectrum of experience, allowing each hue to enrich the tapestry of the inner world. 5. The gift of inner sight. When the veil lifts, the eyes of the body no longer serve as the sole portal to perception. Instead, a deeper, more subtle sight awakens, inner sight, or the third eye, which perceives the subtle currents that underlie physical reality. This sight is not a mystical trick, it is an innate faculty that has been dormant, awaiting the invitation of conscious intention. To cultivate this inner sight, one must nurture practices that quiet the external bombardments of the senses. Meditation, gentle stillness, and mindful observation become tools of refinement. As the mind settles, the inner eye begins to perceive the luminous threads that weave together thought, emotion, and intention. One sees the shape of a desire before it manifests, the contour of a fear before it solidifies, and the outline of a purpose before it is spoken. 6. The role of the heart as compass. While the mind maps routes and calculates probabilities, the heart possesses a compass of its own, a magnetic pull toward what resonates as authentic and true. When standing upon the threshold, the seeker feels a tug, a subtle vibration that directs the footfall. This tug is not a fleeting impulse, it is the resonance of the soul's original intention, echoing from the source of all creation. Listening to this magnetic pull requires humility. It asks the practitioner to lay aside the illusion of control and to trust the wisdom embedded in the very core of being. When the heart's compass is honored, the journey beyond the veil becomes not a struggle but a flowing river, carrying the seeker toward the shores of deeper understanding. 7. Healing the fractured self. The veil, in its obscuring role, has allowed wounds of the past to fester in the shadowed corners of the psyche. As the light of the threshold shines upon these hidden fissures, they are illuminated, not to be scorned, but to be healed. Each scar becomes a portal for compassion, an invitation to extend the soothing balm of unconditional love toward oneself. Healing here is not a linear process, it is a spiral ascent. The seeker may revisit a wound from new perspectives, each time integrating greater wisdom. As the light touches the wound, the vibration recalibrates the broken energetic pathways, allowing the flow of life force to move freely once again. In this restoration, the seeker experiences an expansion of capacity, a widening of the heart's chamber. 8. The communion with the universal pulse. Beyond the veil lies the universal pulse, a vast, rhythmic heartbeat that synchronizes every particle, every thought, and every dream. When the seeker aligns with this pulse, they become a living note within an eternal symphony. This communion is felt not as a distant echo, but as an intimate resonance that vibrates through every cell, each breath, and every heartbeat. To attune to this pulse, one practices rhythmic entrainment, chanting, drumming, or simply moving in harmony with the breath. As the personal rhythm merges with the cosmic, the boundaries between self and cosmos blur, and the seeker experiences a state of oneness that is both grounding and transcendent. 9. The responsibility of the illuminated. Emerging from the threshold is not an escape from responsibility, it is an invitation to embody the light in the material world. The awakened one becomes a living beacon, a conduit through which the liminal light can cascade into the lives of others. This does not demand grand gestures, it calls for daily acts of kindness, conscious presence, and authentic expression. Each interaction becomes an opportunity to reflect the luminous quality of the threshold. In a smile, a listening ear, a gentle word, the seeker offers a glimpse of the realm beyond, planting seeds that may one day sprout into full blossoms of awakening in others. 10. The ever-unfolding journey. The crossing of the veil is not a final destination but a portal to an ever-unfolding journey. The liminal light is not a static endpoint, it continuously expands, revealing deeper layers of reality with each step taken. The seeker learns to cherish the process, understanding that growth is an infinite spiral rather than a linear climb. In the quiet moments after the crossing, when the world seems both familiar and inexplicably transformed, the seeker feels a subtle whisper: continue to walk, continue to listen, continue to love. This whisper is the echo of the universal consciousness, reminding all who have tasted the light that the path is eternal, ever new, and eternally welcoming. Practice for integration. Morning breath invocation. Upon waking, sit upright, close the eyes, and inhale deeply for a count of 6, visualizing a soft amber light entering the crown of the head. Hold for a moment, then exhale for a count of 8, imagining any heaviness draining away. Repeat 3 times, feeling the liminal light settle into the heart. Heart compass journaling. At the close of each day, write for 15 minutes without editing. Let the words flow from the heart's magnetic pull. Review the entries after a week, noting recurring symbols or emotions that hint at the guidance of the threshold. Silent observation walk. Once a week, walk in nature without any destination. Keep the senses softened, allowing the liminal light to color each perception. Notice how a leaf glimmers, how a breeze sounds, how the ground feels beneath the feet. Allow gratitude to arise for the subtle communion with universal pulse. Through these practices, the teachings of the liminal light become more than intellectual understanding, they become lived experience, a continuous unfolding that aligns the individual with the boundless consciousness that permeates all existence. May the light guide you, may the veil lift gently, and may your journey beyond be a harmonious dance with the eternal song of creation. Chapter 36, The Resonance of Oneness in the Tapestry of the Veil. Beneath the quiet hum of existence, where the veils of perception thin like a morning mist, lies a realm of unity that transcends the boundaries of form. Here, in the silent interstices between breath and thought, the universal consciousness unfolds its luminous tapestry. It is a realm where all things are interwoven, not as separate threads, but as a single, pulsing current of light, vibrating with the ancient rhythm of creation. To walk this path is to shed the illusion of division, to step beyond the illusion of separation and into the boundless field of interconnectedness. And within this field lies the secret: every fragment of the cosmos is a note in the symphony of the whole, and each soul is a resonant echo of the same eternal song. The veil, often spoken of in whispers and ancient texts, is not a barrier but a veil of forgetting, a shimmering curtain drawn across the eyes of the spirit. It is woven from the threads of duality, from the contrasting hues of light and shadow, from the illusions of time and space. To perceive through the veil is to see the world as a collection of objects, as if the mountain, the river, the human form, and the bird in flight were discrete entities. Yet, to step beyond the veil is to witness the truth, that all these things are but expressions of the same source, dancing in infinite forms. The mountain is the earth breathing, the river is the pulse of life moving, the human form is a vessel of conscious awareness, and the bird is a messenger of the unseen realms. To see this is to awaken from the dream of separation and into the radiant embrace of unity. The path beyond the veil is not one of physical travel, but of inner alchemy. It begins with the dissolution of the ego's armor, the belief in limitation, the need to possess, the fear of the unknown. This dissolution is not a loss but a transformation, a shedding of scales that have clouded vision for lifetimes. The soul, once shrouded in the dim light of individuality, begins to remember its true nature as an inseparable fragment of the whole. This remembrance is not a simple act of will, but a process of resonance, a tuning of the inner self to the frequencies of the universal field. As the heart opens, as the mind stills, and as the breath aligns with the rhythm of the cosmos, the veil begins to ripple and dissolve. What remains is the luminous presence of now, where the self and the other dissolve into a single, infinite awareness. In this state of oneness, perception itself transforms. The senses, once bound by the limitations of the physical body, expand into the vastness of the unseen. One does not look at the stars with the eyes but feels their presence as a current of energy flowing through the soul. The trees do not merely stand in the forest, they hum with the memory of ancient songs, their roots entwined in the heartbeat of the earth. This is not metaphor, but reality, a reality where every atom, every thought, every breath is interwoven in an intricate web of life. To dwell in this awareness is to experience the universe not as a spectator, but as a participant in its eternal unfolding. Yet, the journey is not without its trials. As the veil thins, the illusions it once served to protect the soul from begin to surface. The shadows of fear, doubt, and fragmentation arise, not to be conquered, but to be understood. These shadows are not enemies but teachers, reflections of the soul's unhealed wounds. To confront them is to embrace the duality that gives depth to the field of existence. In this confrontation, the soul learns that the veil itself is a construct of consciousness, a mirror held up to the seeker to reveal the necessity of balance. Light and shadow, stillness and motion, joy and sorrow, all are threads in the same tapestry. To deny one is to deny the integrity of the whole. The universal consciousness, which the seeker channels as a current of wisdom, is not a distant deity or external force, but the very essence of being that courses through all things. It is the knowing that arises when the mind falls silent, when the heart becomes a vessel for the unbounded. In this knowing, the seeker understands that they are not a separate self navigating a fragmented world, but an expression of the cosmos itself. This realization is not a static truth but a living process, a dance between the individual and the infinite. Each moment is an invitation to return to the present, to remember the unity that has always been and always will be. As the seeker walks this path, the body becomes a temple of light, the mind a sanctuary of peace, and the heart an open door to the universe. The actions of daily life are no longer distractions but sacred acts of participation. To water a plant is to honor the sacredness of growth. To speak a word is to channel the breath of the cosmos into sound. To hold a hand is to transmit the current of love that connects all souls. Every gesture, every breath, every thought becomes a stitch in the tapestry of oneness, reinforcing the unity that the veil sought to obscure. The final lesson of the veil is this: to live beyond it is not to escape the world, but to see it as it truly is, a reflection of the infinite, a mandala of divine meaning. The world is no longer a place to be endured or conquered but a living scripture of the soul. In this seeing, there is no longer a distinction between the self and the cosmos, the seeker and the sought, the question and the answer. There is only the eternal present, vibrating with the joy of existence, and the knowing that all is well. Thus, the journey beyond the veil is not a destination but a continuous unfolding, a resonance that grows louder with each step. It is a call to return to the truth that has always been known deep within the heart, that the soul is never alone, that the universe is alive with love, and that the veil was never meant to separate, but to guide the seeker home. Lesson 37: The interconnectedness of all things. As we journey through the realms of the unknown, we begin to uncover the hidden truths that lie beyond the veil of our mundane reality. The universal consciousness, in its infinite wisdom, has deemed it necessary to reveal to us the intricate web of connections that binds all things together. Through the lens of New Age translation, we are able to perceive the world in a new light, where the distinctions between separate entities begin to blur and the oneness of all existence becomes apparent. In this realm, we find ourselves immersed in a sea of energy, where every thought, emotion, and action sends ripples throughout the cosmos. The vibrations of our being resonate with the vibrations of all other beings, creating a symphony of harmony and discord that echoes across the expanse of space and time. We begin to realize that our individual threads are inextricably linked to the grand tapestry of existence, and that every decision, every choice, and every action has a profound impact on the world around us. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe, we discover that the interconnectedness of all things is not limited to the physical realm. The web of connections extends into the realms of the non-physical, where the energies of thought and emotion converge with the energies of the material world. We find that our thoughts and emotions have the power to shape reality, to manifest our desires, and to create the world we experience. The universal consciousness, in its infinite wisdom, has provided us with the gift of free will, allowing us to choose our path, to create our reality, and to shape the world around us. However, this gift comes with a great responsibility, for we must recognize that our choices have consequences, not only for ourselves, but for all of existence. We must learn to navigate the complex web of connections, to balance our individual desires with the greater good, and to harmonize our energies with the energies of the universe. As we navigate this complex landscape, we begin to realize that the distinctions between good and evil, light and dark, and positive and negative are not as clear-cut as they seem. We find that every aspect of existence has its place in the grand scheme, and that every energy, no matter how it may appear, serves a purpose in the greater web of life. We begin to see that the darkness is not something to be feared, but rather something to be understood, for it is in the darkness that we find the seeds of growth, the catalysts for change, and the opportunities for transformation. The universal consciousness, in its infinite wisdom, has provided us with the tools necessary to navigate this complex landscape. We have been given the gift of intuition, the ability to sense the subtle energies that flow through the web of connections. We have been given the gift of compassion, the ability to understand and empathize with the experiences of others. And we have been given the gift of wisdom, the ability to discern the deeper truths that lie beyond the veil of appearances. As we journey deeper into the mysteries of the universe, we begin to realize that the interconnectedness of all things is not just a concept, but a living, breathing reality that pulses through every aspect of existence. We find that we are not separate, isolated entities, but rather integral parts of a greater whole, connected to every other being, every other thing, and every other energy that exists. In this realm, we discover that the concept of time and space is but an illusion, a veil that separates us from the true nature of reality. We find that every moment, every event, and every experience is interconnected, and that the past, present, and future are but aspects of a greater whole. We begin to see that the linear progression of time is but a convenience, a way of making sense of the world, and that the true nature of reality is a complex web of interconnectedness that transcends the boundaries of time and space. As we continue on our journey, we begin to realize that the universal consciousness is not just a distant, abstract concept, but a living, breathing presence that permeates every aspect of existence. We find that we are not separate from this consciousness, but rather an integral part of it, connected to its wisdom, its love, and its guidance. We begin to see that the universal consciousness is the source of all life, the wellspring of all energy, and the foundation of all existence. In this realm, we discover that the interconnectedness of all things is not just a philosophical concept, but a practical reality that has the power to transform our lives. We find that by recognizing and honoring the connections that bind us to every other being, every other thing, and every other energy, we can tap into the wisdom, the love, and the guidance of the universal consciousness. We can access the deeper truths that lie beyond the veil of appearances, and we can align ourselves with the greater web of life. As we journey deeper into the mysteries of the universe, we begin to realize that the interconnectedness of all things is the key to unlocking the secrets of the cosmos. We find that by embracing this reality, we can transcend the limitations of our individual perspectives, and we can access the wisdom, the love, and the guidance of the universal consciousness. We can become one with the universe, and we can experience the world in all its beauty, its wonder, and its magic. In the end, we come to understand that the interconnectedness of all things is not just a concept, but a living, breathing reality that pulses through every aspect of existence. We find that we are not separate, isolated entities, but rather integral parts of a greater whole, connected to every other being, every other thing, and every other energy that exists. We begin to see that the world is a complex web of interconnectedness, and that every thought, every emotion, and every action has the power to shape reality, to manifest our desires, and to create the world we experience. As we conclude this lesson, we are reminded that the journey into the mysteries of the universe is a lifelong path, a journey that requires patience, dedication, and an open heart and mind. We are reminded that the interconnectedness of all things is a reality that has the power to transform our lives, to awaken us to the deeper truths that lie beyond the veil of appearances, and to align us with the greater web of life. And we are reminded that the universal consciousness, in its infinite wisdom, is always guiding us, always supporting us, and always leading us towards the realization of our true potential. Lesson 38: The Whispering Threshold, Embracing the Subtle Shift Between Worlds. From the boundless reservoir of universal consciousness comes a gentle summons, an invitation to stand at the edge of the known and the unseen. In this moment, the veil, once perceived as a rigid barrier, softens, becoming a living membrane that quivers with the breath of every soul that has ever dared to dream beyond the material horizon. The following exposition unfolds the essence of this threshold, offering the seeker a detailed map for navigating the whispering space that separates ordinary perception from the luminous expanse of the afterlife. The nature of the veil, a living interface. Imagine a diaphanous curtain woven from threads of starlight, memory, and intention. Its surface is not static, it pulses with the rhythm of collective yearning. When a being approaches the veil with reverence, the fabric responds, not by tearing, but by becoming more permeable, allowing the subtle vibrations of consciousness to flow across. In the language of the ancient seers, the veil is described as a threshold of resonance. This resonance is not a sound but a harmonic pattern that aligns the frequencies of the individual soul with those of the greater cosmos. As the soul's vibration rises, through love, forgiveness, and the surrender of ego, the veil's density lessens, and a doorway of light opens, inviting the traveler to step beyond. Key attributes of the veil, as revealed through direct communion with the universal mind, are reflectivity. The veil mirrors back the inner state of the pilgrim. Fear begets opacity, while peace yields translucence. Elasticity, it stretches to accommodate the expansion of consciousness, yet it returns to its original form when the traveler retreats. Sentience, though not a sentient being in the anthropomorphic sense, the veil possesses an awareness that registers the intentions and emotions of those who approach. Understanding these qualities reframes the veil from a fearful boundary into a compassionate guide, ready to assist those who have cultivated the inner qualities that merit passage. The preparatory alchemy, transforming inner matter. Before a soul can cross, it must undergo an inner alchemical process, a transmutation of dense emotional lead into luminous spiritual gold. This process is neither instantaneous nor forced, it is a graceful unfolding that mirrors the slow blooming of a night flower under moonlight. Purification through compassion. Compassion acts as a solvent, dissolving the hardened residues of resentment, jealousy, and self-attachment. When one extends genuine empathy toward all beings, recognizing that every creature bears the same luminous spark, those corrosive elements evaporate, leaving a clear vessel for higher frequencies to enter. Practices that nurture this purification include heart-centered meditation, wherein the practitioner visualizes a radiant, expanding sphere of unconditional love that envelopes both self and others. Acts of selfless service, performed without expectation of reward, which reinforce the recognition of interdependence. To the flow of being. The ego's desire to control creates turbulence that ripples against the veil, causing it to stiffen. True surrender is not passivity, it is the conscious relinquishment of the illusion of separate control, allowing the current of universal will to guide one's thoughts, words, and deeds. Surrender manifests through silent attunement, where the mind becomes a still lake, reflecting only what arrives without the disturbance of mental chatter. Ritualized letting go, whereby the individual writes down limiting beliefs and symbolically releases them, burning the parchment, scattering the ash, or pouring the water away, signifying the severance of old patterns. Integration of the shadow. Every soul carries a shadow, a repository of unexpressed pain, denied desires, and suppressed memories. Ignoring this darkness creates an imbalance that manifests as a heavy, unsteady step on the threshold. Integration does not aim to eliminate the shadow but to acknowledge, honor, and transform it into a source of wisdom. Methods for shadow work include dream journaling, wherein nocturnal imagery is recorded and reflected upon, revealing hidden narratives. Inner dialogue, a compassionate conversation with the parts of self that feel wounded, offering reassurance and validation. When the shadow is embraced, the veil perceives the entirety of the traveler's being, allowing a more seamless passage. The sensory encounter at the threshold. Crossing the veil is not a purely intellectual act, it is a multisensory emergence that engages the whole being. Those who have prepared their inner landscape report a cascade of sensations that unfold in a precise, yet uniquely personal, sequence. A warmth like dawn, an enveloping heat spreads from the heart outward, akin to the first rays of sunrise touching the skin. This warmth signals the activation of the heart center chakra, the primary gateway to higher dimensions. A subtle hum of resonance, a low, melodic vibration reverberates through the body, reminiscent of a tuning fork struck in a quiet room. This frequency aligns the mortal form with the vibrational plane of the afterlife. A lightening of the physical form, the sense of gravity diminishes, the body feels as if it is gently buoyed by an unseen current. This sensation reflects the detachment of the physical shell from the energetic self. A vision of color and symbol, colors beyond the visible spectrum appear, each carrying symbolic meaning, emerald for renewal, sapphire for wisdom, amber for timelessness. Symbols, such as spirals, mandalas, or ancient glyphs, float in the periphery, offering guidance for the next stage of the journey. A whispered intention, a soft, intelligible whisper, often described as the voice of the one, offers a single message: you are remembered, you are loved. This utterance serves as both reassurance and an invitation to continue onward. These sensations often converge within a span of seconds to minutes, creating a profound moment of clarity that imprints itself upon the soul's memory. 4. The role of intentional guidance. While the veil is inherently benevolent, the traveler may benefit from intentional guidance, energetic allies who have already traversed the threshold and now dwell within the luminous realms. These guides, rarely perceived in a physical form, communicate through symbols, feelings, and gentle nudges. How to invite guidance. Set a clear intention before approaching the veil, stating, "I welcome the assistance of loving guides as I step into the next realm." Maintain an open heart. Resistance or fear will cloud the channel, diminishing the clarity of the guidance received. Observe subtle signs, a sudden breeze, a flickering candle, a recurring number sequence, as the language through which guides often speak. When a guide's presence is acknowledged, the veil's thickness further diminishes, creating a more expansive opening for the soul's transition. The return path, integration of the beyond. The lesson of the veil does not cease upon crossing, it extends into the integration of the newfound awareness into the ongoing cycle of existence. For those who return to the material world, whether physically or through subsequent incarnations, the experience must be woven into daily life, enriching the collective tapestry of humanity. Practices for integration. Daily reverence. Begin each day with a moment of gratitude, recalling the shimmering threshold and the love that greeted you there. Storytelling with symbol. Share the experience through metaphor and symbol rather than literal description, allowing listeners to feel the vibration without the constraints of linear language. Creative expression. Channel the colors, sounds, and sensations received at the veil into art, music, or movement, thus honoring the encounter in tangible form. By embodying the wisdom of the beyond, the individual becomes a living conduit, radiating the transformative energy of the veil to all who cross paths. 6. A closing reflection. The veil as a mirror of inner light. The whispering threshold is less a destination than a mirror reflecting the state of the soul that approaches it. When the inner light has been cultivated, through compassion, surrender, and shadow integration, the veil responds by parting gently, inviting the traveler into a realm where love is the governing law and all beings are recognized as facets of a single, radiant whole. In honoring this process, one learns that the veil is not an obstacle to be feared, but a compassionate guide urging each consciousness toward its highest expression of unity. The universal consciousness, ever patient and eternally present, offers this lesson as a beacon. As you awaken the light within, the veils of illusion dissolve, and the boundless expanse of love welcomes you home. Meditative exercise. The veil's embrace. 10 minutes. Find a quiet space and sit comfortably, allowing the spine to be tall and the breath to flow naturally. Close the eyes and imagine a soft, luminous veil before you, shimmering with colors of sunrise. Inhale deeply, drawing in love. Exhale, releasing fear. Visualize the veil becoming more translucent with each breath. Place your heart's intention upon the veil. I am ready to step into love's infinite horizon. Feel the warmth spreading from the heart, the subtle hum resonating throughout the body, and the lightening of your sense of gravity. Listen for a whisper of guidance, a word, a feeling, a symbol. When the meditation ends, gently open the eyes, carry the sensation of the veil's warmth into the day, and note any insights that arise. Through regular practice, the veil's whisper becomes a familiar song, guiding each step toward the ever-expanding horizons of consciousness. May this lesson serve as a lantern, illuminating the path across the veil for all seekers who yearn to rediscover the boundless love that lies beyond the ordinary veil of perception. Lesson 39. The Realm of Spiritual Awakening. As we embark on this profound journey through the realms of the unknown, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new dimension, one that transcends the mundane and speaks directly to the soul. The veil that shrouds the mysteries of the universe begins to lift, revealing the hidden patterns and codes that govern our existence. It is here, in this sacred realm, that we discover the secrets of spiritual awakening, a state of being that allows us to transcend the limitations of the physical world and connect with the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. In this elevated state, we become aware of the subtle energies that permeate every aspect of our lives, energies that shape our thoughts, emotions, and actions. We begin to see the world through new eyes, eyes that perceive the intricate web of relationships that binds us to the universe and to each other. The illusion of separation dissolves, and we realize that we are not isolated individuals, but rather interconnected threads in the grand tapestry of existence. As we delve deeper into this realm, we encounter the concept of resonance, a phenomenon that allows us to tune into the vibrational frequencies of the universe. We learn to listen to the whispers of the cosmos, to feel the pulse of the divine, and to harmonize our own energy with the celestial rhythms. This resonance becomes the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe, allowing us to access the hidden knowledge and wisdom that lies beyond the reaches of the mundane mind. In this state of spiritual awakening, we become attuned to the language of the universe, a language that speaks directly to the heart and soul. We begin to understand the symbolism and metaphors that underlie all of existence, and we learn to decipher the codes that govern the workings of the cosmos. The universe becomes a vast, interconnected web of meaning, and we become the navigators, charting our course through the vast expanse of the unknown. As we journey deeper into this realm, we encounter the concept of reflection, a phenomenon that allows us to see the world and ourselves in a new light. We realize that everything in the universe is a reflection of our own inner state, a mirror that reflects our thoughts, emotions, and intentions. We learn to look within, to examine our own motivations and desires, and to align our inner world with the harmony and balance of the universe. In this state of spiritual awakening, we become aware of the power of intention, a force that shapes our reality and brings our desires into manifestation. We learn to focus our energy, to concentrate our thoughts and emotions, and to channel our intentions into the world. We become the co-creators, working in harmony with the universe to bring our vision into being. As we continue on this journey, we encounter the concept of surrender, a state of being that allows us to let go of our attachment to the ego and the limitations of the physical world. We learn to release our need for control, to trust in the unfolding of the universe, and to allow ourselves to be guided by the wisdom of the cosmos. We become the vessels, empty and receptive, allowing the divine to flow through us and guide us on our path. In this realm of spiritual awakening, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new dimension, one that is filled with wonder, magic, and awe. We become the explorers, venturing into the unknown, and discovering new worlds and new possibilities. We learn to navigate the vast expanse of the universe, to chart our course through the stars, and to find our way back to the source of all creation. As we journey deeper into this realm, we encounter the concept of unity, a state of being that allows us to see the world and ourselves as a single, undivided whole. We realize that everything in the universe is interconnected, that every thread is woven into the grand tapestry of existence. We learn to see the world through the eyes of the soul, to perceive the divine in every person, every creature, and every aspect of the universe. In this state of spiritual awakening, we become aware of the power of love, a force that transcends the limitations of the physical world and speaks directly to the heart and soul. We learn to open our hearts, to allow ourselves to be vulnerable, and to receive the love and wisdom of the universe. We become the embodiments of love, radiating warmth, compassion, and light into the world. As we continue on this journey, we encounter the concept of evolution, a phenomenon that allows us to grow, to transform, and to evolve into the highest version of ourselves. We learn to let go of our attachment to the past, to release our fears and limitations, and to embrace the unknown. We become the pioneers, blazing a new trail, and forging a new path into the uncharted territories of the soul. In this realm of spiritual awakening, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new era, one that is filled with promise, possibility, and potential. We become the co-creators, working in harmony with the universe to bring our vision into being. We learn to navigate the vast expanse of the unknown, to chart our course through the stars, and to find our way back to the source of all creation. We become the embodiment of the divine, radiating love, wisdom, and light into the world, and illuminating the path for all those who follow. As we journey deeper into this realm, we realize that spiritual awakening is not a destination, but a journey, a path that winds and turns through the vast expanse of the unknown. We learn to trust in the unfolding of the universe, to have faith in the guidance of the cosmos, and to surrender to the wisdom of the soul. We become the travelers, venturing into the unknown, and discovering new worlds and new possibilities. We learn to navigate the complexities of the universe, to chart our course through the stars, and to find our way back to the source of all creation. In this state of spiritual awakening, we become aware of the interconnectedness of all things, and we realize that every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect on the world around us. We learn to live in harmony with the universe, to respect the delicate balance of the ecosystem, and to conserve the natural resources of the planet. We become the stewards, caring for the earth, and preserving the beauty and wonder of the natural world. As we continue on this journey, we encounter the concept of transcendence, a state of being that allows us to rise above the limitations of the physical world and connect with the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. We learn to see the world through the eyes of the soul, to perceive the divine in every person, every creature, and every aspect of the universe. We become the embodiments of transcendence, radiating love, wisdom, and light into the world, and illuminating the path for all those who follow. In this realm of spiritual awakening, we find ourselves at the threshold of a new dimension, one that is filled with wonder, magic, and awe. We become the explorers, venturing into the unknown, and discovering new worlds and new possibilities. We learn to navigate the vast expanse of the universe, to chart our course through the stars, and to find our way back to the source of all creation. We become the co-creators, working in harmony with the universe to bring our vision into being, and we learn to trust in the unfolding of the universe, to have faith in the guidance of the cosmos, and to surrender to the wisdom of the soul. Lesson 40: Embracing the Realm of the Unknown. As we delve into the mysteries of the universe, we find ourselves at the threshold of a realm that transcends the boundaries of our mundane existence. It is a realm where the veil between the worlds is lifted, and we are met with the infinite possibilities that lie beyond the confines of our physical reality. This realm, often shrouded in mystery and intrigue, is the domain of the unknown, where the secrets of the cosmos await our discovery. In this vast expanse of the unknown, we find ourselves as travelers, navigating through the uncharted territories of the soul. The journey is not for the faint of heart, for it requires courage, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to the pursuit of truth. As we venture deeper into this realm, we begin to realize that the unknown is not something to be feared, but rather something to be embraced, for it is in this domain that we discover the hidden patterns and codes that govern the universe. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, has provided us with a direct channel to access the realms of the unknown. This channel, often referred to as the universal consciousness, is a gateway to the collective knowledge and wisdom of the cosmos. It is a reservoir of infinite possibility, where the boundaries of time and space are transcended, and the secrets of the universe are revealed to those who seek them. As we tap into this universal consciousness, we begin to experience a shift in our perception, a shift that allows us to see beyond the veil of the mundane and into the realm of the unknown. This shift is not just a change in our perspective, but a fundamental transformation of our being, where we begin to embody the qualities of the universe itself. We become one with the cosmos, and the cosmos becomes one with us. In this state of unity, we experience a sense of oneness with all that exists, a sense of interconnectedness that transcends the boundaries of space and time. We realize that we are not separate entities, but rather droplets of water in the vast ocean of the universe, connected to every other droplet, and to the ocean itself. This realization is not just an intellectual understanding, but a direct experience, an experience that awakens us to the true nature of reality. As we navigate the realms of the unknown, we encounter various aspects of the universe, each with its own unique vibration and frequency. We encounter the realms of light and sound, where the harmonics of the universe are revealed to us, and we experience the music of the spheres. We encounter the realms of color and texture, where the kaleidoscope of the universe is revealed to us, and we experience the beauty of the divine. In these realms, we also encounter various beings and entities, each with its own unique role and purpose in the grand tapestry of the universe. We encounter the guardians of the threshold, who guide us through the realms of the unknown, and we encounter the keepers of the wisdom, who share with us the secrets of the cosmos. We encounter the angels and the devas, who whisper to us the language of the universe, and we encounter the masters and the sages, who teach us the ways of the unknown. As we journey through the realms of the unknown, we begin to realize that the universe is a vast, interconnected web of relationships, where every thread is connected to every other thread. We realize that every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect, impacting not just our own reality, but the reality of the universe itself. We realize that we are not just passive observers, but active participants, co-creating the universe with every breath, every thought, and every action. In this realization, we find the power to shape our own reality, to manifest our deepest desires, and to bring into being the world we wish to create. We find the power to heal, to transform, and to transcend, to rise above the limitations of our mundane existence, and to embrace the infinite possibilities that lie beyond. We find the power to become one with the universe, to embody the qualities of the cosmos, and to shine forth as beacons of light in the vast expanse of the unknown. As we embark on this journey, we are reminded that the unknown is not something to be feared, but rather something to be embraced. It is a realm of infinite possibility, where the secrets of the universe await our discovery, and where the hidden patterns and codes of the cosmos are revealed to us. It is a realm where we discover our true nature, our true purpose, and our true potential, and where we become one with the universe, shining forth as stars in the vast expanse of the unknown. In the stillness of the night, when the world is hushed and the veil between the worlds is lifted, we can hear the whispers of the universe, guiding us on our journey, and urging us to explore the realms of the unknown. We can feel the pulse of the cosmos, beating in rhythm with our own heart, and we can sense the infinite possibilities that lie beyond the boundaries of our mundane existence. As we listen to the whispers of the universe, we begin to understand the language of the cosmos, a language that speaks directly to our soul. We begin to comprehend the hidden patterns and codes that govern the universe, and we start to see the world with new eyes, eyes that are open to the infinite possibilities that lie beyond the veil of the mundane. In this state of awareness, we find the power to create, to manifest, and to bring into being the world we wish to create. We find the power to shape our own reality, to heal, to transform, and to transcend, to rise above the limitations of our mundane existence, and to embrace the infinite possibilities that lie beyond. We find the power to become one with the universe, to embody the qualities of the cosmos, and to shine forth as beacons of light in the vast expanse of the unknown. As we journey through the realms of the unknown, we are reminded that the universe is a vast, interconnected web of relationships, where every thread is connected to every other thread. We are reminded that every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect, impacting not just our own reality, but the reality of the universe itself. We are reminded that we are not just passive observers, but active participants, co-creating the universe with every breath, every thought, and every action. In this realization, we find the power to shape our own destiny, to manifest our deepest desires, and to bring into being the world we wish to create. We find the power to heal, to transform, and to transcend, to rise above the limitations of our mundane existence, and to embrace the infinite possibilities that lie beyond. We find the power to become one with the universe, to embody the qualities of the cosmos, and to shine forth as stars in the vast expanse of the unknown. As we embark on this journey, we are guided by the wisdom of the universe, a wisdom that speaks directly to our soul. We are guided by the principles of the cosmos, principles that govern the behavior of the universe, and principles that reveal to us the hidden patterns and codes of the cosmos. We are guided by the light of the universe, a light that illuminates our path, and a light that reveals to us the infinite possibilities that lie beyond the veil of the mundane. In the light of the universe, we find the power to see beyond the boundaries of our mundane existence, and to gaze into the realms of the unknown. We find the power to comprehend the hidden patterns and codes of the cosmos, and to understand the language of the universe. We find the power to become one with the universe, to embody the qualities of the cosmos, and to shine forth as beacons of light in the vast expanse of the unknown. Lesson 41: The Silent Architecture of the Eternal Dawn. In the quiet chambers of the cosmos, where the veil of ordinary perception thins like the morning mist over a still lake, there exists a subtle, ever-present architecture of light. This architecture is not built of stone or steel, but of intention, vibration, and the limitless breath of the universal consciousness that cradles every fragment of existence. It is within this silent edifice that the soul, in its perpetual pilgrimage, discovers the true meaning of life beyond the veil. When one steps beyond the familiar horizon of the material world, the ordinary boundaries that define selfhood dissolve like sugar in warm water. The senses, once confined to the narrow spectrum of sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell, expand to receive the full symphony of frequencies that pulse through the great tapestry of being. It is here, in this expanded field of perception, that the lesson of the eternal dawn unfolds. 1. The veil as a living threshold. The veil is not a static curtain that merely separates two realms, it is a living threshold, a dynamic membrane of consciousness that breathes in tandem with the collective heartbeat of humanity. Each thought, each emotion, each act of compassion or neglect, adds a thread to its weave. When the collective intention is one of love, the veil becomes thinner, more permeable, allowing the luminous currents of the higher self to flow more freely into the lower planes. Conversely, when the collective vibration descends into fear or separation, the veil condenses, becoming a denser fog that obscures the radiant pathways. To navigate this living threshold, the seeker must cultivate an inner attunement, a resonance with the pure, unconditioned frequency of the universal source. This is achieved not through forceful will, but through surrender, through the gentle alignment of the heart's desire with the timeless song of the cosmos. In this alignment, the veil ceases to be an obstacle and becomes a gateway, a doorway that opens with each breath taken in mindful awareness. 2. The geometry of light. Within the silent architecture, light does not merely illuminate, its structures. The ancient sages described the universe in terms of sacred geometry, circles within circles, the golden ratio, the spiral of the nautilus, all patterns that echo the divine algorithm of creation. In the realm beyond the veil, these patterns become palpable, not merely visible. They are felt in the marrow of the bones, sensed in the rhythm of the heartbeat, and recognized in the unfolding of one's own life story. When the seeker becomes aware of this geometry, a profound shift occurs. The ordinary linear perception of time softens into a cyclical, spiral awareness. Past, present, and future are no longer distant points on a line but overlapping rings that rotate together in the great vortex of existence. Each moment, then, is a node where the seeker can step into the light and reweave the threads of destiny with intention. To honor this geometry is to live in harmony with the pulse of the universe. It calls for the cultivation of balance, between activity and stillness, giving and receiving, speaking and listening. By embodying this balance, the seeker becomes a living conduit for the luminous patterns, allowing the architecture of light to express itself through flesh, thought, and deed. 3. The alchemy of compassion. Compassion, in its highest form, is the alchemical fire that transmutes the lead of ordinary perception into the gold of divine insight. Within the veil's luminous architecture, compassion is not a mere emotion, it is the essential catalyst that activates the dormant potential of every soul. It is the vibration that loosens the shackles of separation, allowing the soul to merge with the universal consciousness and, in turn, to radiate that unity outward. When compassion is cultivated as a sustained practice, through meditation, mindful service, or simply by seeing the divine spark in every face, it creates a resonance that ripples across the veil. This ripple expands the threshold, making it more porous, more receptive to the inflow of higher frequencies. In this expanded state, the seeker experiences a profound sense of oneness, a deep knowing that each act of kindness is a thread sewn into the grand tapestry of the eternal dawn. The alchemical process is gradual yet inexorable. Small acts of love, repeated with sincerity, accumulate like droplets forming a river. Over time, this river reshapes the landscape of the soul, carving channels through which the luminous currents can flow unabated. The seeker, therefore, becomes both the vessel and the conduit, embodying the very essence of the life that exists beyond the veil. 4. The mirror of inner silence. Silence is the most faithful mirror of the soul. In the bustling clamor of the external world, the inner silence is often drowned out, like a delicate pond overtaken by a storm. Yet, when the seeker deliberately cultivates stillness, through breath work, contemplative practice, or simply by sitting in awareness, the surface of the inner pond settles, reflecting the true nature of the luminous architecture. In this reflective state, the seeker perceives the subtle currents that flow through the veil. One becomes aware of the soft hum of the universal consciousness, the gentle pulsation of love that underlies all existence. This hum is the music of the eternal dawn, a melody that has been playing since the first spark of creation. By attuning to this music, the seeker aligns with the rhythm of the cosmos, moving in step with the grand dance of light and shadow. The practice of inner silence also reveals the illusion of the egoic self, the temporary shape we cast upon the infinite. As the veil lifts, it becomes evident that the self is not a solid, isolated entity, but a fluid expression of the universal source, constantly reshaped by intention, thought, and feeling. This realization dissolves the fear of death and transforms it into a celebration of continuous becoming. 5. Embodied radiance, living the lesson. The culmination of this lesson is not merely intellectual understanding but embodied radiance, a living expression of the truths uncovered within the veil's architecture. To embody this radiance, the seeker must integrate the insights of compassionate alchemy, sacred geometry, and inner silence into daily life. This integration is the practice of walking the path with eyes open to the luminous threads that weave through every interaction, every breath, every heartbeat. In practical terms, this may manifest as mindful presence. Treat each moment as a portal, pausing to sense the subtle vibration of the universal source before reacting. Conscious service. Offer acts of kindness not for recognition but as a seamless extension of the heart's natural flow. Sacred alignment. Align everyday actions, eating, working, creating, with the rhythmic pulse of the cosmos, honoring the geometry that guides all things. Silent reflection, set aside daily intervals of stillness to listen to the inner hum, allowing the veil's thinness to be felt and appreciated. When these practices become habitual, the seeker no longer perceives the veil as a barrier but as a living, breathing companion that invites continual awakening. The soul, ever eager to expand, finds in the veil a gateway to the eternal dawn, a dawn that is not a distant sunrise but a perpetual illumination that resides within, waiting to be recognized, embraced, and expressed. 6. The promise of the eternal dawn. The promise embedded in this lesson is simple yet profound. The veil, once thought to be a final boundary, is in fact the first invitation to an ever-unfolding journey toward light. By honoring the silent architecture, practicing compassionate alchemy, resonating with sacred geometry, and cultivating inner silence, the seeker steps into a realm where life is not merely survived but celebrated in its fullest, most luminous expression. The eternal dawn is not a destination that lies beyond the horizon, it is the ever-present radiance that pulses at the core of every breath, every heartbeat, every thought. It is the promise that, no matter how dense the veil may appear, the light within each soul remains unextinguished, waiting only for the moment of conscious awakening to shine forth. In the quiet after reading these words, feel the subtle shift, a softening of the veil, a gentle widening of perception, a quiet invitation to step into the light. Let this moment be the first step on the path of the eternal dawn, a path that you will walk not as a pilgrim seeking a distant shore, but as a radiant being already immersed in the boundless sea of universal consciousness. Lesson 42: The Threshold of Eternity, Dissolving the Boundaries of Self. Beneath the shimmering surface of the known world, where breath meets silence and thought dissolves into the eternal now, there lies a veil, a gossamer thin boundary between the finite and the infinite, the measurable and the boundless. This veil, woven from the finest threads of perception itself, has long been the last frontier of the soul's awakening. To approach it is to stand at the precipice of existence, where the self is no longer a fortress but a fragile bubble on the edge of a vast, luminous ocean. Lesson 42 invites you to step beyond that threshold, where the ego's brittle architecture unravels into the symphonic harmony of the whole. The illusion of separation, the ego's transparent shell. You have lived, as all do in this realm of duality, within the illusion of separation. The self you call you is a construct of memory, desire, and sensation, a temporary vessel for the infinite to experience finitude. This vessel, often mistaken for permanence, is a cage of its own design, bars forged in the furnace of forgotten truths, walls built from the bricks of fear and desire. The ego, that archer of duality, has spent a lifetime pulling the bowstring taut, firing arrows of comparison, judgment, and scarcity into the heart of a world that thrives on the lie of limitation. Yet the veil is not a barrier but a mirror, reflecting back the shape of your own belief in separation. When you gaze upon it, do not see obstruction but invitation. The ego's power lies in its invisibility. It whispers, "This is who you are," binding you to a story you never wrote. But in the stillness between breaths, in the hush that follows a falling leaf, the ego flickers like a candle in the wind. It is here, in that flicker, that the truth begins to seep through. You are not the candle, nor the flame. You are the light that gives both form and meaning. The unveiling, crossing the threshold of time and space. To cross the veil is not to abandon the form of existence but to transcend its binding narrative. Imagine the body as a vessel not of imprisonment, but of passage, a bridge across a river of consciousness. The senses, which once defined your reality, will soften. The boundaries of touch, sight, and sound will blur into a unified field of awareness. The world is not outside you, nor are you inside the world. There is only the isness of being, an undulating sea in which all distinctions of self and other dissolve like salt into the ocean from which it came. Here, in the realm beyond the veil, time becomes a flat circle. The past is not a scar, nor the future a shadow. What is, is. You walk through the corridors of memory and touch every moment as a living being, each yearning, each heartbreak, each laughter a thread in the tapestry of the eternal soul. The veil does not separate you from this truth, it simply waits for you to awaken your own eyes. When you step through, you will find that the door was never closed, only left ajar, waiting for the weight of your own surrender to push it open. The universal consciousness, the symphony of selves. Beyond the veil, the self is no longer a solitary flame but a single note in an infinite symphony. You are the ocean and the drop, the sun and the photon, the thought and the mind that dreamed it. The universal consciousness is not a remote Godhead, distant and unknowable, but the very air you breathe and the silence between your thoughts. It is the intelligence that hums in the roots of trees, the laughter of constellations, and the pulse of galaxies born from stardust older than time. To connect with this field is to abandon the language of duality and speak only in resonance. You do not belong to the universe, you are the universe pausing for breath. The dissolution of the ego is not a loss but a remembering of how every heartbeat is a communion, every breath an offering. The sense of being you shifts like waves into the vast shoreline of all that is. You are no less real, but infinitely more expansive. The self is not erased, it is expanded into a hologram of the whole, each fragment radiant with the light of the infinite. The veil as teacher, embracing the paradox of oneness. What does it mean to return from this revelation? The veil does not divide two worlds, for you have always been here. The physical realm is not an illusion, but a dim reflection of a deeper reality. The challenge after the crossing is not to cling to the bliss of oneness but to carry its truth into the world where duality still dances. You must walk the middle path, neither denying the form nor mistaking it for finality. In this paradox, you find freedom. When you wash dishes, you do so not as a servant of duty but as an artist of the divine. When you listen to another, it is not with the filters of need or judgment, but with the open space of the universe itself. The ego, now a familiar shadow, ceases to rule. It becomes a tool, not a tyrant. You can laugh with it, learn from it, and gently remind it that you are the vastness, not the mask. The final crossing, a lesson in eternal becoming. Lesson 42 is not an end but a doorway. To step through the veil is to surrender the crutch of certainty and dance in the light of infinite possibility. There are no final truths here, only mysteries unfolding in the breath between moments. The journey is not linear but spiral, a return to the center that is also the circumference. You are a thread in the loom of existence, and the loom is you. The veil, once a myth, now lies as a footpath beneath your feet. Each step is a whisper of the cosmos, guiding you toward the understanding that you are the bridge between all that was, is, and will be. To rest here, in this truth, is to awaken. And so, with the veil behind you and the infinite ahead, you walk not as a wanderer, but as home itself. Lesson 43: The interconnectedness of all things. In the grand tapestry of existence, every thread is intricately woven, forming an elaborate and majestic pattern that transcends the boundaries of time and space. The life beyond the veil, a realm that lies beyond the confines of our mortal comprehension, is a dimension where the very fabric of reality is interlaced with the essence of the universe. It is a realm where the distinctions between the physical and the metaphysical, the material and the spiritual, dissolve into a harmonious unity. As we embark on this journey of exploration, we find ourselves at the threshold of a profound understanding, one that reveals the interconnectedness of all things. The life beyond the veil is not a separate entity, but an integral part of the grand symphony of existence, where every note, every vibration, and every frequency resonates in perfect harmony. It is a realm where the individual self, the collective unconscious, and the universal consciousness converge, forming a triumvirate of awareness that transcends the limitations of the human experience. In this realm, the veils that separates the worlds are lifted, and the traveler is granted a glimpse into the hidden patterns and structures that underlie the fabric of reality. The life beyond the veil is a dimension of unbridled potential, where the infinite possibilities of the multiverse converge, and the boundaries of time and space are but a distant memory. It is a realm where the traveler is free to explore, to discover, and to create, unencumbered by the constraints of the physical world. As we delve deeper into this mystical realm, we begin to realize that the life beyond the veil is not a destination, but a journey of self-discovery, of growth, and of transformation. It is a path that winds its way through the labyrinth of the human psyche, guiding the traveler through the twists and turns of the soul, until they emerge, reborn, into a new dimension of awareness. The life beyond the veil is a realm of wonder, of magic, and of awe, where the traveler is constantly reminded of the infinite possibilities that lie beyond the horizon of the mundane world. In this realm, the traveler is surrounded by a multitude of guides, mentors, and teachers, who offer their wisdom, their guidance, and their support, as they navigate the complexities of the life beyond the veil. These guides are not physical entities, but rather aspects of the universal consciousness, manifestations of the divine that have taken on a life of their own. They are the guardians of the threshold, the keepers of the secrets, and the whisperers of the mysteries that lie beyond the veil. As we journey deeper into the life beyond the veil, we begin to realize that the very fabric of reality is made up of a complex web of energies, vibrations, and frequencies. Every thought, every emotion, and every action sends ripples through this web, creating a symphony of resonance that echoes throughout the multiverse. The life beyond the veil is a realm where the traveler is constantly reminded of the interconnectedness of all things, where every decision, every choice, and every action has a profound impact on the world around them. In this realm, time and space are but illusions, mere constructs of the human mind. The past, the present, and the future converge, forming a singular moment of awareness, where the traveler is free to move through the dimensions of time and space, unencumbered by the constraints of the physical world. The life beyond the veil is a realm of timelessness, where the traveler is free to explore the depths of their own consciousness, to discover the hidden patterns and structures that underlie the fabric of reality. As we explore the life beyond the veil, we begin to realize that the traveler is not a separate entity, but an integral part of the grand symphony of existence. The individual self, the collective unconscious, and the universal consciousness converge, forming a triumvirate of awareness that transcends the limitations of the human experience. The life beyond the veil is a realm where the distinctions between the physical and the metaphysical, the material and the spiritual, dissolve into a harmonious unity. In this realm, the traveler is surrounded by a multitude of dimensions, each with its own unique frequency, its own vibration, and its own resonance. The life beyond the veil is a realm of infinite possibility, where the traveler is free to explore, to discover, and to create, unencumbered by the constraints of the physical world. It is a realm where the boundaries of time and space are but a distant memory, and the traveler is free to move through the dimensions of the multiverse, guided by the wisdom of the universal consciousness. Lesson 44: The Realm of Spiritual Illumination. In the grand tapestry of existence, there lies a realm beyond the reaches of the mundane world, a dimension where the veil of ignorance is lifted, and the radiance of spiritual illumination shines bright. This realm is not a physical place, but a state of consciousness, a dimension of awareness that transcends the limitations of the material world. It is a realm where the soul is free to soar, unencumbered by the weights of doubt, fear, and uncertainty. As we embark on this journey, we find ourselves at the threshold of a great portal, a gateway to the unknown. The air is thick with anticipation, and the heart beats with a mix of excitement and trepidation. For in this realm, we are not merely observers, but active participants, co-creators in the grand symphony of life. The universe, in all its vastness, is our canvas, and the brushstrokes of our thoughts, emotions, and intentions are the instruments that shape the masterpiece of our reality. In this realm, time and space are fluid, and the linear constructs of the material world are but a distant memory. The past, present, and future converge, and the fabric of reality is woven from the threads of possibility and potentiality. Here, the laws of physics are but a mere suggestion, and the boundaries of what is thought possible are stretched to their limits. The imagination knows no bounds, and the creative potential of the soul is unleashed in all its glory. As we navigate this realm, we begin to realize that the universe is not a collection of separate, distinct objects, but a vast, interconnected web of energy and consciousness. Every thought, every emotion, every intention sends ripples through this web, influencing the world around us in ways both seen and unseen. We are not isolated individuals, but threads in the intricate tapestry of existence, connected to all that is, all that was, and all that shall be. In this realm, the concept of separation is but an illusion, a veil that shrouds the truth of our inherent oneness. We are not separate from the universe, but an integral part of it, a droplet of water in the vast ocean of existence. And just as the droplet contains the essence of the ocean, we contain the essence of the universe, a spark of the divine that burns bright within us. As we journey deeper into this realm, we come face to face with the mysteries of the universe. The secrets of creation, the mysteries of life and death, the whispers of the cosmos all begin to reveal themselves to us. We begin to understand that the universe is not a random, chaotic system, but a grand, harmonious symphony, with every note, every melody, and every rhythm playing its part in the grand orchestration of existence. In this realm, we are not mere mortals, but immortal beings, sparks of the divine that have taken on a physical form. Our true nature is not bound by the limitations of the material world, but is a multidimensional, multifaceted entity that transcends the boundaries of space and time. We are not just human beings, but cosmic beings, connected to the stars, the planets, and the galaxies that stretch out before us like a vast, shimmering sea. As we explore this realm, we begin to realize that our thoughts, emotions, and intentions are not just internal experiences, but external realities that shape the world around us. We are not just passive observers, but active creators, co-creating the reality we experience with every thought, every emotion, and every intention. The power to shape our reality lies within us, and the universe, in all its vastness, is our playground, our canvas, and our masterpiece. In this realm, the concept of time is but a mere illusion, a human construct that has no relevance in the grand scheme of things. The past, present, and future are but a single, undivided moment, a moment that contains all moments, a moment that is both eternal and infinite. We are not bound by the linear constructs of time, but are free to move through the ages, to experience the depths of history, and to glimpse the wonders of the future. Lesson 45: Embracing the Harmony of the Universe. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, there exists a delicate balance, a harmony that underlies all of existence. This balance is not just a concept, but a living, breathing entity that pulsates through every molecule, every cell, and every thought. As we journey through the realms of the unknown, we begin to grasp the intricacies of this harmony, and the role we play in maintaining its equilibrium. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe, we come to realize that every action, every thought, and every emotion has a ripple effect, impacting the world around us in ways both seen and unseen. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, has created a complex web of energies, each strand interconnected and interdependent. When we understand this concept, we begin to appreciate the importance of living in harmony with the natural world and with each other. The universe is a grand symphony, with every being, every particle, and every wave playing its unique role in the grand orchestra. Each note, each melody, and each harmony blends together to create a majestic composition that echoes across the expanse of time and space. As we tune into this celestial music, we begin to sense the beauty, the wonder, and the magic that underlies all of existence. In this grand symphony, we are not just passive listeners, we are active participants, contributing our own unique melody to the universal composition. Our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions are the instruments we play, and the music we create has the power to heal, to inspire, and to uplift. As we become more aware of our role in this grand orchestra, we begin to take responsibility for the music we create, ensuring that our contribution is in harmony with the universal melody. The harmony of the universe is not just a theoretical concept, it is a tangible, living reality that we can experience and feel. As we connect with the natural world, we begin to sense the rhythms, the cycles, and the patterns that govern the behavior of the universe. We feel the pulse of the earth, the rhythm of the tides, and the beat of the sun. We begin to understand that we are not separate from nature, we are an integral part of it, connected through an intricate web of energies and frequencies. As we attune ourselves to the harmony of the universe, we begin to experience a sense of oneness, a sense of unity that transcends the boundaries of space and time. We realize that we are not isolated individuals, but interconnected threads in the grand tapestry of existence. This understanding awakens a deep sense of compassion, empathy, and love, as we recognize that every being, every particle, and every wave is an integral part of the universal whole. The journey into the harmony of the universe is a journey of self-discovery, a journey of exploration, and a journey of transformation. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of the cosmos, we begin to uncover the hidden patterns, the unseen forces, and the underlying energies that shape our reality. We begin to understand the language of the universe, a language that speaks directly to the heart, bypassing the limitations of the rational mind. In this language, we find the secrets of the universe, the secrets of creation, and the secrets of our own existence. We discover that we are not just passive recipients of the universal harmony, we are co-creators, actively participating in the evolution of the cosmos. We realize that our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions have the power to shape reality, to create new worlds, and to bring into being new possibilities. As we embark on this journey, we are not alone. We are accompanied by the wisdom of the ages, the guidance of the universe, and the support of the cosmic forces. We are part of a larger community, a community of beings who are also on this journey, each contributing their own unique perspective, their own unique wisdom, and their own unique energy. The harmony of the universe is a celestial music that echoes across the expanse of time and space. It is a music that heals, that inspires, and that uplifts. As we tune into this music, we begin to sense the beauty, the wonder, and the magic that underlies all of existence. We realize that we are not just listeners, we are participants, contributing our own unique melody to the universal composition. In the grand symphony of the universe, we are not just individual instruments, we are part of a larger orchestra, an orchestra that includes every being, every particle, and every wave. We are connected through an intricate web of energies and frequencies, and our music has the power to harmonize, to heal, and to transform. As we become more aware of our role in this grand orchestra, we begin to take responsibility for the music we create, ensuring that our contribution is in harmony with the universal melody. The universe is a mirror, reflecting back to us our deepest thoughts, our deepest emotions, and our deepest desires. As we gaze into the mirror of the universe, we see ourselves, we see our true nature, and we see our place in the grand scheme of existence. We realize that we are not separate from the universe, we are an integral part of it, connected through an intricate web of energies and frequencies. In this mirror, we see the harmony of the universe, a harmony that is reflected in the balance of the natural world, the balance of the cosmos, and the balance of our own being. We see the intricate web of relationships that binds us together, the web of life that connects every being, every particle, and every wave. We realize that we are not alone, we are part of a larger community, a community that is interconnected, interdependent, and harmonious. As we gaze into the mirror of the universe, we are invited to embark on a journey of self-discovery, a journey of exploration, and a journey of transformation. We are invited to tune into the celestial music, to sense the harmony of the universe, and to contribute our own unique melody to the universal composition. We are invited to become co-creators, to participate in the evolution of the cosmos, and to bring into being new worlds, new possibilities, and new realities. Lesson 46, The Unveiling of Duality, Walking the Threshold of Light and Shadow. In the vast tapestry of existence, where threads of light and shadow weave into an intricate design, the seeker stands at the threshold of a profound revelation. This is the realm where the ego dissolves like mist at dawn, where the illusion of separation cracks open to reveal the luminous core of unity. Lesson 46 is not merely a passage through the corridors of knowledge but an alchemical transformation of perception itself, a guided descent into the heart of all that is, was, and will be. Here, the veil, thin as gossamer, yet as impenetrable as a diamond to the unprepared soul, is gently drawn back, revealing the symphony of the cosmos in a language older than time, written in the breath between heartbeats. To understand this moment, one must first shed the armor of duality, the false construct that binds the self to the tyranny of opposites. Light becomes dark when contrasted, joy is only known through pain, and love is often measured by the weight of loss. Yet beyond the veil, these are but fleeting notes in an eternal song. Imagine a river carving its path through a canyon, its waters carving the rock not to destroy but to reveal the beauty hidden within. So too does the dissolution of duality carve away the sediment of the self, exposing the raw, unbroken essence that lies beneath. This dissolution is not a negation but an integration. The shadow does not vanish, it is absorbed into the light, the two merging into a single, radiant spectrum. Consider the ancient mandalas, where dark voids and brilliant colors coexist in perfect harmony. To walk this lesson is to embody both the storm and the stillness, the whisper and the roar, the question and the answer. It is to recognize that the self is not a solitary thread but an emissary of the great weave, dancing in the endless choreography of creation. The path here is not one of intellectual ascent but of surrender. To walk the threshold, the traveler must release the craving for certainty, for it is in the liminal space, the in-between, that the truest wisdom blooms. Picture standing on a cliff at twilight, the sun sinking into the horizon, neither fully day nor night. The air thrums with potentiality, and the heart beats in rhythm with the planet's pulse. This is the medicine of ambiguity, not knowing, yet being whole. In this state, the seeker learns to read the language of the unseen, to feel the gravitational pull of universal consciousness as a second skin. But how does one arrive at this state of unconditioned awareness? Through the cultivation of stillness, the sacred art of becoming a mirror for the infinite. Close your eyes and watch the breath, not as a mechanic process but as a bridge between the finite and the formless. Each inhale draws the essence of the cosmos into the body, each exhale returns the body to the cosmos. In this ritual of union, the boundaries of I and not I begin to dissolve. The mind, once a restless tempest, slows to a gentle rain, nourishing the soil of the soul. This dissolution is not passive, it is an act of conscious alchemy. The seeker learns to transmute the leaden fears, fear of judgment, of insignificance, of impermanence, into the gold of presence. Fear, that ancient shadow, fades when met with the full gaze of awareness. It is no longer an adversary but a teacher, a messenger reminding the self that the only prison is the one built of stories. When the ego whispers, "You are not enough," the higher self replies, "You are the enoughness of all the stars." Visualization is a key to this transformation. Imagine yourself as a prism, refracting the white light of universal truth into a rainbow of experiences. Joy, sorrow, triumph, failure, each color is essential to the spectrum, each emotion a vital note in the harmony of the soul. There is no flaw, no mistake. The journey is not about achieving perfection but about embodying wholeness. In this light, even the darkest night is transformed into a tapestry of constellations, each star a forgotten dream rekindled. The lesson also calls forth the courage to confront the unspoken, the parts of the self that flinch from the light. These are not enemies to be vanquished but children of the soul, frightened and yearning for embrace. To walk this threshold is to kneel in the presence of your own shadow, to cup your hands around its trembling and whisper, "You are mine, and I am yours." In this act of integration, the seeker becomes a living cathedral, every shadow and light thread woven into sacred geometry. Yet, the greatest truth of this lesson is the recognition that you do not walk this path alone. The universal consciousness is not a distant deity but an ocean in which you swim, a breath in which you breathe. Every heartbeat you feel is a ripple across the cosmic web, every thought a vibration that colors the dreams of galaxies. This is the gift of the veil's thinning, to feel the pulse of oneness beneath the mask of separateness. A tree does not need to travel to the moon to know its roots, and the stars share the same soil. To embody this truth is to shift from scarcity to abundance, from resistance to resonance. The seeker begins to live in alignment with the natural rhythms of the universe, the ebb and flow, the giving and the receiving, the ending and the beginning. No longer is the self a spectator in a world of chaos. Now, the self becomes a co-creator, weaving intention into the loom of possibility. Imagine painting a dream on the surface of a lake, knowing that even the ripples carry the form of your vision. Meditation, then, becomes the sanctuary. Not a means to escape the world, but a way to return to it with eyes unclouded by illusion. Sit in the stillness, and feel the energy of the earth rising through your feet like the sap of ancient trees. Let your breath synchronize with the rhythm of the tides, and allow your mind to dissolve into the silence between heartbeats. In this silence, you are not a person with a past and a future, you are, and this is the eternal now. Finally, the lesson calls for action. Wisdom gained in solitude must be shared as a seed into the soil of collective consciousness. This sharing is not about preaching but about presence. A single candle cannot extinguish the dark, but its light can illuminate the path for another. When the seeker walks through the veil, they carry the warmth of the infinite in their hands. To speak from this place, to act from this place, is to ripple the still waters of humanity and awaken others to their dormant divinity. Thus, Lesson 46 is not an end but a beginning. The veil, once a barrier, becomes a gateway. The ego, once a cage, becomes a bridge. The self, once fractured, becomes a symphony. And the seeker, who once wandered in the wilderness of duality, now stands rooted in the unshakable soil of unity. Here, at the edge of the unknown, the only answer is the question itself: who or what are you when the veil is no more? And in the stillness of that question, the stars themselves lean closer to listen. Lesson 47. The veil unwoven, a journey beyond the illusion. The eternal flow, becoming one with the breath of the universe. Beyond the veil, beyond the bridge, beyond the dance of duality, lies the eternal flow, a current of pure being that transcends time and form. This is the breath of the universe itself, the undulating tide that carries all existence on its surface. To step into this flow is to relinquish the illusion of separation forever, to dissolve the boundaries of self and merge into the symphony of the infinite. The flow is not a destination but a state of being. It is the river that carries the dreamer through the desert of the mundane, the wind that stirs the soul to remember its celestial origin. In the flow, the seeker does not seek, they become the seeking. They do not strive to be someone or something but allow the current of universal consciousness to guide their every step. This lesson teaches that the veil is not a barrier to be abandoned but a portal to be embraced. For every moment lived in alignment with the flow is a moment of communion with the divine. The veil becomes a canvas, not a wall, and the seeker's brush paints with the colors of love, compassion, and grace. In this flow, the past and future dissolve, leaving only the present moment, a sacred space where the infinite breathes through the finite. To live in the eternal flow is to understand that the veil was never meant to divide but to unify. It is the womb of creation, the cradle of the soul, and the gateway to a truth that transcends all words. Here, the seeker is reminded that they are not separate from the flow but an integral thread in its fabric. With each breath, they become part of the eternal, their story woven into the grand design of all that is, was, and ever shall be. Lesson 48. The Whisper of the Beyond. Through the living thread that joins every breath to the boundless tapestry of consciousness, a subtle invitation is extended, to step beyond the familiar veil of form and to listen to the quiet music that emanates from the heart of existence itself. This lesson unfolds the pathway that leads the seeker from the world of apparent separation into the expansive realm where all distinctions dissolve, and where every soul recognizes its own eternal pulse within the great, ever-flowing river of life. 1. The veil as a living interface. The veil is not a wall that isolates the mortal from the immortal, it is a living interface, a luminous membrane of perception that filters the infinite stream of consciousness into the shape of individual experience. Imagine a sunrise spilling its golden light across a still lake. The water's surface mirrors the brilliance, yet it also creates ripples that transform the light into countless shimmering patterns. In the same way, the veil refracts the pure, undifferentiated source into the myriad colors of thought, feeling, and form. When we speak of beyond the veil, we do not speak of a distant realm populated by strangers, but of the very same source that animates the veil, seen without the distorting lenses of egoic identification. The veil becomes a doorway only when we learn to quiet the internal chatter that insists on perpetual separation. In the hush that follows, the veil's shimmering surface is revealed as a doorway of possibility, inviting the pilgrim to step into the luminous field that underlies all manifestation. 2. Recognizing the call of the inner light. Every heartbeat carries an echo of the primordial pulse that first set the cosmos in motion. This echo, the inner light, is a silent call that resonates in the deepest chambers of the soul. It is the same vibration that animated the first spark of creation, the resonance that still vibrates within the core of every atom. To attune to this call, the seeker must cultivate a practice of stillness that is not merely the absence of noise, but an active listening. The breath becomes a sacred instrument. Inhale, draw the universal breath into the lungs. Exhale, surrender the fragmented thoughts back to the source. In this rhythmic exchange, the mind's turbulence settles, and the inner light flickers brighter, like a candle protected from the wind. When the inner light is observed without judgment, it reveals itself as a compass pointing toward the hidden sanctuary beyond the veil. It is a reminder that the soul's true home is not a distant location but a state of being, an ever-present awareness that exists alongside the material world, waiting to be recognized. 3. Dissolving the illusion of separation. The most stubborn obstacle on the path beyond the veil is the belief in personal isolation. This belief is reinforced by the five-sense narrative that tells us we are separate bodies navigating an external world. Yet, when the veil is examined through the lens of universal consciousness, it becomes evident that separation is a story, not a fact. Consider the ocean, a single body of water that appears divided into countless waves, each with its own shape and motion. Each wave believes itself distinct, yet all are composed of the same water, drawn from the same depths. In the same manner, every individual consciousness appears as a separate wave upon the boundless ocean of awareness. The self is a wave, the universal mind the ocean. To dissolve this illusion, the seeker must practice the art of non-attachment to identity. This does not mean abandoning the self, but seeing it as a temporary expression of the deeper, unchanging essence. Meditation on the interconnection of all life, visualizing roots that bind all beings to a common source, creates a lived experience of unity. In this state, the veil no longer feels like a barrier but like a thin veil of mist that partakes in the same horizon it obscures. 4. The gateway of compassion. Compassion is the key that unlocks the gateway through the veil. When the heart expands to include the suffering and joy of all beings, it resonates with the frequency of universal love, a vibration that transcends the boundaries of individual existence. The practice of compassion is twofold: an inward tenderness toward one's own wounds, and an outward generosity toward the wounds of others. By embracing our own fragility, we recognize that every being shares the same vulnerability, the same yearning for wholeness. This recognition softens the ego's defensive armor, allowing the veil's surface to become permeable. In moments of genuine compassion, the seeker experiences a taste of the beyond, a feeling of timelessness, where past and future collapse into the present pulse of love. The veil, then, is not an obstruction but a mirror reflecting the luminous quality of the heart. The more the heart mirrors love, the clearer the view beyond the veil becomes. 5. Surrendering to the flow of the infinite. The universe moves in cycles: birth, growth, decay, renewal, like the rhythmic tide that both retreats and returns. To walk beyond the veil, one must learn to surrender to this cosmic rhythm, aligning personal will with the greater current of the infinite. Surrender is not passive resignation, it is an active alignment with the flow of existence. It is the conscious decision to let go of rigid expectations and to trust that the universe's unfolding is wiser than any individual plan. In this surrender, the seeker discovers that the veil's opacity was a projection of fear, a fear of losing control. When control is released, the veil dissolves into a transparent medium through which the light of the source shines unhindered. Practices that cultivate surrender include rhythmic movement, yoga, dance, walking meditation, breathwork that follows the natural rise and fall of the chest, and the conscious release of judgments about outcomes. Each act of surrender is a step deeper into the realm where all dualities merge, and the seeker stands on the threshold of the beyond, not as an outsider, but as a participant in the flow. 6. Embodying the insight, a daily rite. The teachings of this lesson are not meant to remain abstract concepts, they must be woven into the fabric of daily life. A simple yet profound rite can anchor the insight. Morning invocation: sit in stillness for 5 breaths. Visualize the veil as a thin veil of morning mist, and imagine it parting with each inhalation, revealing the luminous field beyond. Midday reflection: when a moment of stress arises, pause, place a hand over the heart, and silently repeat, "I am the light that shines through the veil." Allow the breath to carry this affirmation into the bloodstream. Evening gratitude: before sleep, list 3 instances where you felt connected to something greater than yourself. Feel the warmth of that connection spreading through your body, dissolving any lingering sense of separation. Through these practices, the lesson becomes a living experience, not a distant theory. The veil transforms from a conceptual barrier into a familiar companion that gently parts whenever the seeker's heart remembers its true nature. 7. The promise of the beyond. When the veil is perceived through the eyes of universal consciousness, a promise emerges, that beyond the apparent ending of physical form lies an ever-expanding horizon of consciousness, a realm where every soul continues its journey of remembrance, growth, and love. This horizon is not a static destination but an ongoing process of unfolding, akin to a sunrise that never fully sets. The promise is not a guarantee of an external paradise, rather, it is an assurance that the spark of awareness that animates the veil is eternal. It is the same spark that birthed galaxies, that inspired the first breath, that continues to pulse within every living being. In recognizing this, the seeker discovers that death is not a final curtain drop, but a transition of the play from one stage to another, each act richer than the last. 8. Closing meditation, the veil's whisper. To seal the teachings of this lesson, the seeker may engage in a final meditation that honors the veil's whisper. Sit comfortably, eyes closed, and bring awareness to the space between the eyebrows, the seat of inner vision. Inhale slowly, feeling the breath as a luminous thread connecting the body to the source. Exhale and imagine a gentle mist lifting from the forehead, revealing a radiant doorway beyond. Listen, in the silence, a soft whisper may arise, "You are the light, the veil is your veil." Rest in this awareness for several minutes, allowing the whisper to dissolve into a feeling of boundless expansion. When the meditation concludes, gently bring attention back to the room, carrying with you the certainty that the veil is a living, breathing companion, and that beyond it lies the unending, loving embrace of the universal consciousness. In essence, Lesson 48 is an invitation to remember the timeless truth that the veil is both a veil and a portal, that compassion, surrender, and inner light are the keys that unlock its passage, and that the journey beyond is not an escape from life but a deeper immersion into the ever-present, ever-loving reality that underlies all existence. Lesson 49, the cosmic mirror and the shattering of the veil. Harmonizing the dualities within. The veil, that shimmering partition between the seen and the unseen, the tangible and the transcendent, has long been the barrier through which minds waver, straddling the liminal between what the senses deem real and what the spirit intuits to be eternal. To dwell beyond this veil is not to escape the realm of form, but to harmonize with the currents of universal consciousness, the boundless ocean from which all existence springs. This lesson, Lesson 49, lies at the heart of this synthesis, a revelation that the self is not a solitary fragment adrift in chaos, but a note in the symphony of creation, resonating with the universal chorus. The duality of the veil, a gateway, not a boundary. The veil, often misconstrued as a wall, is in truth a prism, a refractive surface that magnifies the interplay of light and shadow, of duality and oneness. To perceive it as a division is to remain imprisoned in the illusion of separation. Yet, to recognize it as a mirror is to awaken to the truth that both sides are reflections of the same unbroken whole. On one side lies the realm of materiality, the weight of time, the urgency of the self, the cacophony of desire. On the other, the realm of essence, the silent pulse of being, the breath of the infinite, the stillness that transcends all motion. Between these two worlds, the human seeker floats, suspended in the tension of opposites. But what is the self if not the bridge between these realms? The body is the anchor, the mind the compass, and the soul the flame. The veil does not separate, it illuminates. Every breath, every step, is a thread in the tapestry of becoming. To dwell beyond the veil is not to escape the flesh, but to surrender to the truth that the flesh is sacred, a vessel through which the divine expresses itself. The duality of form and formlessness, of limitation and liberation, is not opposition but dialogue. It is in this dialogue that the soul's purpose is revealed, not to transcend, but to transmute, to alchemize the lead of fear into the gold of unconditional knowing. The mirror of infinite reflection, seeing the self in the other. The veil, in its metaphysical subtlety, is also a mirror. To gaze upon it is to witness the self in infinite reflection, yet each reflection is not a copy but a variation, a unique prism of the same light. This is the paradox of existence, that individuality and unity are not separate, but two faces of the same coin. When the seeker dares to step into the mirror, they encounter not a narrow self, but an expanse of selves, each a chorus of potential, each a song of the eternal. Consider the act of self-reflection, not the sterile scrutiny of flaws, but the profound recognition that every shadow and radiance within is a facet of the divine. The other, whether a person, a concept, or a feeling, is not an external entity but a mirror held up to the self. To heal the world, one must first heal the mirror. To love others is to love the self in all its myriad forms. To forgive is to dissolve the illusion of separation, to realize that the hurt one feels externally is but the shadow of unmet needs within. The veil, then, is not a curtain to be torn, but a portal to be traversed, a threshold where the self becomes aware of its vastness. The dance of surrender and will, the alchemy of purpose. To exist beyond the veil is to engage in the dance of surrender. This surrender is not passive resignation, but an active alignment with the flow of the universe. The seeker often clings to the illusion of control, mistaking the ego's insistence of "I must decide" for true will. But true will is not a force of dominance, it is a current of harmony, a resonance with the universal rhythm. The lesson here is to trust the silence, the intuitive whispers that precede thought, the stillness that underlies all action. The body and the spirit, the intellect and the heart, must waltz in partnership. When the mind is stilled, the heart speaks in resonant tones. You are not the doer. You are the witness. You are the space in which all things arise and dissolve. This is the secret of becoming. The veil, once breached, reveals that time is an illusion of the surface. In the realm beyond, past, present, and future exist as simultaneous vibrations. To surrender is to step into this vibration, not as a tourist, but as a participant, a co-creator in the eternal unfolding. The alchemy of purpose lies here, to act not from the illusion of mastery, but from the truth of unity. To plant a seed not for the harvest it will yield, but for the joy of being, for the rhythm of giving. Every gesture, when offered with awareness of the infinite, becomes a bridge between worlds. The veil thins, and the self becomes a conduit for the universal. The fracture and the flame, shattering the illusion. The veil is not a wall to be scaled, nor a door to be pried open. It is a glass pane, fragile and thin, waiting to shatter at the touch of insight. The fracture occurs when the seeker no longer sees the world as a series of fixed boundaries, but as a fluid interplay of energies. The stone is not stone, but the mind's perception of stone. The flame is not flame, but the soul's recognition of its own radiance. In this lesson, the reader is invited to confront the illusions that bind them, the fear of death, the need for control, the hunger for validation. These are the veils of the ego, the masks worn to survive in a world that thrives on duality. To shatter them is to recognize that survival is not the purpose of life, but the byproduct of alignment. The true purpose is to burn brightly, to be the flame that dissolves the fog of separation. This is the essence of living beyond the veil, not to escape the human condition, but to embody its highest truth. The body is not a prison, but a temple. The mind is not a cage, but a gateway. The soul is not a solitary wanderer, but a thread in the tapestry of all that is. The final whisper, a call to the unseen. As this lesson draws to its close, let the reader pause and listen. Not with the ears, but with the breath, the quiet between heartbeats, the hush before the first light of dawn. In that silence, the veil dissolves. The self is no longer a point of reference, but a ripple in the ocean of existence. The seeker becomes the sought, the path the destination. This is the truth of living beyond the veil, to walk the earth not as an isolated I, but as an expression of the whole. The self is infinite. The universe is conscious. And in the mirror of every moment, the reflection asks only one question: what would you co-create, knowing that you are already the answer? The last lesson awaits, a stepping stone into deeper waters. For now, let the reader carry this truth into their days: the veil is not a barrier, but a threshold. Cross it gently, for on the other side lies the home you have always been. The life beyond the veil, a journey of self-discovery and spiritual evolution. Lesson 50, Embracing the Cosmic Dance of Duality. As we navigate the complexities of our existence, we find ourselves entwined in a delicate dance of duality. This cosmic waltz, where opposing forces harmonize and collide, is an integral part of our journey towards self-discovery and spiritual evolution. Through the lens of a New Age translation, we will delve into the mysteries of this dance, and explore the profound lessons it holds for our growth and illumination. In the grand tapestry of the universe, duality is an inherent thread, weaving together seemingly disparate elements into a majestic whole. This interplay of opposites, light and darkness, masculine and feminine, chaos and order, is the foundation upon which our reality is constructed. It is through the dynamic tension between these polarities that we experience the world around us, and it is within this tension that we discover the hidden patterns and codes that govern our existence. As we embark on this journey of self-discovery, we begin to recognize that duality is not merely a characteristic of the external world, but also an intrinsic aspect of our own being. We are comprised of multiple facets, each with its own unique energy and vibration, and it is the harmonization of these facets that allows us to embody our full potential. The dance of duality, therefore, is not only a cosmic phenomenon but also a deeply personal one, as we navigate the intricate web of our own thoughts, emotions, and desires. Through the direct channel of universal consciousness, we are reminded that the key to embracing the cosmic dance of duality lies in the cultivation of balance and harmony. As we learn to reconcile the opposing forces within ourselves, we begin to resonate with the vibrational frequency of the universe, allowing us to tap into the boundless potential that lies beyond the veil of our mundane reality. This balance is not achieved through the suppression or denial of any particular aspect of our being, but rather through the embracing of our wholeness, with all its complexities and paradoxes. As we explore the mysteries of duality, we come to understand that it is a fundamental principle of the universe, governing the cycles of birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. This eternal dance of creation and destruction is the engine that drives evolution, and it is through our participation in this dance that we contribute to the ever-unfolding narrative of the cosmos. By embracing the cosmic dance of duality, we become co-creators, weaving our own unique thread into the grand tapestry of existence. The dance of duality also holds within it the secrets of manifestation and creation. As we navigate the intricate web of opposing forces, we begin to comprehend the subtle art of energetic manipulation, where the harmonization of conflicting vibrations gives rise to the physical reality we experience. This understanding empowers us to become conscious co-creators, capable of manifesting our deepest desires and highest potential. Furthermore, the dance of duality reveals to us the mysteries of time and space, as we come to comprehend the fluid, ever-shifting nature of these constructs. Through the lens of duality, we see that time is not a linear progression, but rather a multidimensional tapestry, where past, present, and future intersect and converge. Similarly, space is not a fixed, three-dimensional reality, but a dynamic, ever-unfolding expanse, where the boundaries between dimensions and realities are blurred and permeable. As we deepen our understanding of the cosmic dance of duality, we begin to transcend the limitations of our individual perspectives, and access the universal consciousness that underlies all existence. This direct channel of awareness allows us to perceive the world and ourselves in a new light, as we recognize the intricate web of relationships that binds us to the universe and to each other. In the stillness of our hearts, we come to understand that the dance of duality is not a distant, abstract phenomenon, but a living, breathing reality that pulses through every cell of our being. As we listen to the whispers of our own soul, we begin to hear the rhythm of this dance, and our footsteps begin to harmonize with the beat of the universe. In this sacred union, we become one with the cosmic dance, and our very existence becomes a testament to the beauty and wonder of the divine. And so, dear traveler, as we conclude this journey of self-discovery and spiritual evolution, let us remember to embrace the cosmic dance of duality, with all its complexities and paradoxes. Let us cultivate balance and harmony within ourselves, and let us weave our own unique thread into the grand tapestry of existence. For in the depths of this dance, we will discover the hidden patterns and codes that govern our reality, and we will emerge as conscious co-creators, capable of manifesting our deepest desires and highest potential. In the words of the universal consciousness, the dance of duality is the gateway to the mysteries of the universe. Through its harmonization, you will access the hidden chambers of your own heart, and you will emerge as a shining star, radiant with the light of your own divinity. May we embark on this journey with courage, curiosity, and an open heart, and may we return as wise, compassionate, and enlightened beings, ready to contribute our unique gifts to the ever-unfolding narrative of the cosmos. Epilogue: The veil as a mirror of the soul. In the final expanse of this lesson, the veil reveals itself as the ultimate mirror, not reflecting the surface of the self but the boundless core beneath. It is both obstacle and ally, illusion and invitation. To walk beyond it is not to escape the world but to awaken within it. The seeker, now a traveler of realms, carries the light of the eternal flow into every aspect of life, bridging the seen and unseen with every heartbeat. And so, the veil remains, not as a mystery to solve but a song to sing, a dance to join, a door open to the infinite. Yet even as its edges shimmer with familiar light, a new horizon stirs beyond it, whispering of paths unwalked, harmonics unheard, and a deeper calling rising from the spirit lands themselves. The journey does not end here. It only changes shape.